This young man was stunned when he woke up to find a door floating in midair right in front of him. Exactly, it was floating in midair, right before his eyes, with nothing in front or behind it, just like magic. Naturally curious, Shenyi didn't think much and turned the doorknob, only to be sucked inside. But behind that door, there was a vast space, a deep, dark, and endless corridor. Shenyi tried calling out a few times, but no one answered. There were only some chaotic sounds, like bones clashing together, or someone gnawing on something hard. Shenyi was so scared that he froze in place. After a while, the cracking sound got closer and closer, and finally, he got to see the source of that sound. It was a giant skeleton covered in blood, both similar to and unlike human bones, and on its skull, 3 eyes emitted an extremely eerie green light. Goosebumps erupted all over Shenyi's body. Driven by a strong survival instinct, he immediately turned and ran. Fortunately, he hadn't gone deep into the corridor earlier, so Shenyi escaped that space very quickly. When he slammed the door shut, the door instantly vanished. As Shenyi was still panting in fear, wondering if this was a nightmare, he heard a strange voice echo from midair. "Congratulations, human, you have awakened the ability to link worlds. I have finally found you." Shenyi became even more frightened upon hearing this strange voice, instinctively backing away. The owner of the voice reassured him not to be nervous, adding that it was trapped in another world and could currently only communicate with him through thought. "Listen, the time for communication between our 2 worlds is limited. I can't stay too long, so if you don't want to die, do as I say." The more Shenyi listened, the less he understood what was happening, but he still wanted to live, so he clumsily followed whatever the voice requested. First, open the backpack and find a strange statue. Shenyi actually did as it said, and he didn't know when a real statue appeared in his backpack. According to the owner of the voice, this was the cursed statue of the myriad fallen demon king. Someone intentionally left it next to Shenyi, using it to cast a curse on him, take his life, and steal his soul, but somehow, he survived. Upon hearing this information, Shenyi seemed to realize something. Memories that didn't belong to him began to flood his mind, gradually making him understand. It turned out he wasn't the owner of this body after all. The body originally belonged to a middle school student with the same name as him. His soul had indeed been cursed and suffocated by that statue. At the same time, he suddenly died from overworking. His soul from Earth accidentally transmigrated here, taking over this body. The voice further added that once the curse couldn't take his life, it would instead grant Shenyi unprecedented power. For millions of years, it had absorbed all the stored power of souls. As it spoke, the demon statue in Shenyi's hand cracked and shattered. "Alright, now summon that door again." The door, Shenyi asked, half believing, half doubting. Didn't he almost die in the space behind the door? Why summon it again? "That's right, that door now belongs to you. From now on, it will be your world-linking ability. Because last time you entered the door very politely, you received a rating as a polite person, not someone gray or destructive. With this equipment, you will receive the following. After each polite action, others' impression of you will improve slightly." The voice rattled off a series of knowledge that left Shenyi completely bewildered. This rating item seems to be an equipable passive skill. It's just that polite person title seems too useless. I don't even know if it actually works. While Shenyi was still staring at it skeptically, that voice weakly spoke again. "My power is almost depleted. Human, you must be careful. The one who dealt with you using that cursed statue, once they know you're still alive, will continue to come after your life. Perhaps they'll attack you immediately. Who knows?" It seems the owner of this voice is about to disappear for a while due to depleted energy. But it still tried to say everything it needed to say to Shenyi because it needed him. The world you broke into today through the door is called the Nightmare World, and it's also the world that's imprisoning the owner of that voice. It wants Shenyi to continuously grow stronger, then enter the deepest part of the Nightmare World to free it. By then, it will definitely repay him generously. "Human, before you can free me, you must stay alive." After saying these words, that voice truly disappeared. Shenyi was left alone with a jumbled mess of information. What kind of rotten luck is this? Why would someone want his life as soon as he transmigrated? Moreover, after searching through all the memories of the student with the same name, Shenyi found no enemies, so who exactly wants to harm him? Well, in any case, I'll equip the item first and figure things out later, Shenyi muttered. He currently has no skills to protect himself. He could only step through the door to see if he could gain any new items. However, what Shenyi feared most was the terrifying skeleton behind that door. After a moment of hesitation, he still decided to reach out and turn the doorknob. At worst, he'd just run out. As long as he didn't go too far from the door, that monster probably wouldn't be able to hurt him. Besides, even if that skeleton looked very strong and he definitely couldn't beat it, he could still talk to it, right? Communication is the foundation of humanity. After all, even if that skeleton is dead, it's still a person. Who knows, maybe he could negotiate with it to make it his assistant, helping him fight against the pursuit of the unknown enemy. The more he thought this way, the more hopeful Shen Yi became. He has the support of the polite person item. There must be some breakthrough. Thinking so, Shen Yi decided to try again. But as soon as he stepped through the door and saw the skeleton, cold sweat poured down Shen Yi's forehead. He still tried to calm himself, then actively initiated a conversation with it. Hello, my name is Shen Yi. I apologize for disturbing your meal earlier. Being able to say so much gave Shen Yi more confidence that his item had taken effect. Therefore, he boldly proposed to befriend the skeleton. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, its hand with sharp claws swung towards him. Shen Yi hurriedly jumped backward, narrowly dodging a fatal blow. Does it have to be so violent? I just wanted to talk to you. He tried to cling to the door, saying a few more words, but it was clear the other party didn't want to listen. Seeing the skeleton attack again, Shen Yi had no choice but to rush out of the door to escape danger. The door disappeared once more. That feeling of near death earlier was truly terrifying. Shen Yi muttered curses, calling that great item trash, completely useless. Not only that, this item can only be received once per day, and today's limit was reached. He could only receive it again tomorrow. As expected, it's impossible to get infinite items. Shen Yi clicked his tongue. Earlier, even with the item's help, he couldn't accomplish anything, so continuing to go in would be an extremely reckless act. However, if that skeleton keeps blocking the door, then tomorrow he also won't be able to receive a better item. Moreover, his hidden enemy could arrive at any moment, so Shen Yi had even less time to waste. Thinking this, he once again summoned that door. This time, even without an item, he would bet on his title as the company's top sales associate in his previous life to conquer that skeleton. Excuse me for disturbing, I'm back again. As soon as Shen Yi opened the door, that skeleton immediately launched an attack. He wasn't surprised by its reaction. It's just that this time, Shen Yi had experience escaping, so his actions were much more streamlined. After escaping the skeleton's attack, he calmly opened another door. It's useless, you can't get me because I can freely move between two worlds. The two of us can only communicate. Would you like to hear my proposal? To say this entire sentence, Shen Yi had to leave and return several times. When that skeleton saw it couldn't injure him, it became disheartened and turned to leave. But its leaving made Shen Yi even more afraid than being attacked, so he hastily tried to persuade it to stay. Hey, don't go! I've noticed since earlier, you're injured. When you were eating people, your broken left hand gradually grew new bones. Not only your left hand is injured, but your skull, ribs, and spine also have injuries, right? Stop! That skeleton interrupted him in an annoyed tone. But Shen Yi still didn't give up. Although I can't let you eat me, my world has many things that, if you eat them, will be good for your bones. For example, these calcium pills, specifically for treating bone and joint diseases. Besides, there are many more nutritious supplements than my body. If we become friends, I can buy them for you. After all, we have a saying where I'm from, friends can sacrifice themselves, let alone just a few calcium pills. Shen Yi spoke nonstop in one breath. That skeleton stopped, seemingly deep in thought, and he became tense because of it. Then a magic orb appeared in the terrifying skeleton's hand, looking very formidable. Shen Yi thought this time it still wouldn't work, and that the opponent had changed to a fiercer attack method. However, just as he was about to jump out of the door, a contract appeared before him. That monster had actually compromised with Shen Yi. He read the scribbled words on the contract. It was a series of titles for that monster: the Darkbone Mother, the Devil Enforcer King, the defeated Alliance leader Mitka Kai, the battlefield collector of the 5th Squad of the Skeleton Army. He initially thought this monster's background was astonishing. Turns out it was just a small official, which left Shen Yi a little disappointed. The content of the contract was an equal exchange. That skeleton also said it remembered that 7,000 years ago, humans, thanks to their talent, created culture, art, and science, causing the immortal eternal bell of destiny to ring 20 times. At that time, even the gods had to squint their eyes in observation. That's why it was said that humanity truly possesses astonishing power. And that's why the skeleton hoped Shen Yi would be able to deliver on his word and help it regain its power. It also added that it had never signed a contract with anyone except deities. Therefore, it hoped Shen Yi would best understand the value of this contract. This is a fair contract. If either party is dissatisfied with the other, they can unilaterally cancel it at any time. Once Shen Yi completes signing his name, the line below, the contract will officially take effect. Shen Yi reached out and touched the contract with his index finger. His name appeared with the title, Humanity's Victor over the Curse of the Myriad Fallen Demons, Gatekeeper between nightmare and reality, the sole controller of the space between two realms. Sounds impressive. Shen Yi didn't even think he had such a high status. After he signed, the contract was quickly completed. The next morning, as soon as Shen Yi woke up, he saw his parents from this life. Xiao Yi, you've just been discharged from the hospital. If you don't feel well, you must tell your parents promptly. For the next few days, just stay home and rest well. Don't stress too much about other things. His mother bought tonics for Shen Yi to recuperate, and his father also bought a pile of calcium pills at his son's request. Holding these medicines in his hand, he couldn't help but feel emotional because in his previous life, Shen Yi was an orphan. This feeling of being cared for by family was truly something he experienced for the first time. As the three of them were talking, they suddenly heard a knock at the door. When the door opened, two people claiming to be police officers from Dongthan District entered. Hello, we're here to handle the case related to Shen Yi. The case they were investigating was related to that cursed statue. According to the older police officer, many cases like this occur every year. They are unpredictable, and if you encounter them, you just have to accept it because they are helpless. Fortunately, young Shen has recovered. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. He kept repeating this phrase, but Shen Yi knew that such a blessing in disguise simply didn't exist, because the original owner of this body had truly died because of the monster summoned by that curse. Thinking of this, his mood inevitably sank, and he unconsciously mumbled, "Does that mean if someone encounters a similar situation next time, everything will just be left to fate? Shen, I know you're not in a good mood, but I have something to tell you." This time, it was the younger officer who spoke. The higher-ups have approved it. Soon that hospital will be abandoned, and no one will be allowed to enter or exit. Don't worry, there won't be any new victims. Shen Yi observed the other person. This person wore a police badge with 3 stars. He was surprisingly young to be a sergeant. He also exuded considerable pressure, leaving Shen Yi momentarily speechless. "Thank you for telling me this. I'm just afraid someone might want to deal with me," Shen Yi said again, but was interrupted by the other party. The young sergeant believed that he was just a normal middle school student with a very simple social circle, and they hadn't investigated any such enemies he might have. After that, having nothing more to say, the two of them quickly left. From their attitude, Shen Yi guessed that the curse level of the King of Myriad Fallen Demons was very high, so not only couldn't the police handle it, but even the government was helpless. However, this made him even more curious. Even the police felt scared approaching this matter. So the original owner, Shen Yi, was just a normal middle school student, who exactly would use such a powerful method to deal with him. A moment later, the young sergeant returned to Shenyi's house, looking sneaky, as if he had snuck away from his superiors to return. Then he secretly handed him a business card. Shenyi didn't know what he meant, and the other party simply instructed him that if anything unusual happened, he could call him, then quickly left again. Shenyi looked at the information on the business card. This sergeant's name was Luo Faikuan. It seemed not everyone at the police station was incompetent, but he wasn't sure if he could trust this person, or rather, if this person could help him. It was clear that Luo Faikuan seemed not to be acting on his superior's orders. But what could a small officer like him do about something that neither the police station nor the government could get involved in? What's more, everyone now knew that Shen Yi was still alive. Then the assassin targeting him would certainly not let him be. If not handled properly, his family would also be implicated. Shen Yi, of course, didn't want this to happen. He had to protect the family he had finally found in this life. To do that, there was only one way: to make himself stronger. Thinking this, Shen Yi immediately waved his hand, summoning the door once again. As soon as the door opened, a professional salesman's smile appeared on his face. In his hand, he carried a bag of calcium pills to give to the large skeleton. However, after observing for a while, it directly pointed at the pill box in his pants pocket. That was the supplement box his mother had just bought for Shen Yi. The system reminded him that the other party yearned for the more effective supplement in his hand. Of course, this skeleton didn't want to steal. As a battlefield scavenger, it chose relics of enemy soldiers from the war spoils it collected, using them to exchange for the supplements in Shen Yi's hand. After some deliberation, the large skeleton chose a beginner-level crystal nightmare to give to Shen Yi. This item, crafted by a high-ranking elf from its old enemies, could transmit certain knowledge, skills, and intelligence to the user. In the dream world, war was an eternal theme. All knowledge of this civilization revolved around rapidly enhancing combat power. Therefore, it could be said that this item was very useful. The moment Shen Yi touched the crystal, it shattered into many pieces. Immediately after, the system announced that he had learned Moon Deer Stride, the primary movement technique of the elf soldiers. Back then in the undead race, which was the large skeleton's race, wars frequently occurred with the elf race. And to counter the undead race, the elves created this movement technique. It allowed the user to dodge, dash, and blend into battle with extreme flexibility. Shen Yi was so astonished his mouth hung open. He hadn't expected to exchange a single potent supplement for an elven movement technique. Now he had the basic ability to protect himself. This deal was truly profitable. After receiving the supplements from Shen Yi, the large skeleton quickly slipped into the shadows. Why is that? They've already signed a contract, yet it's still acting so mysterious. Shen Yi mumbled, but he didn't pay attention to the skeleton for too long, because the immediate issue was to study the newly acquired Moon Deer Stride movement technique first. Moreover, Shen Yi also heard a clattering sound from outside. Guessing his parents had just returned, he left the door and went back to his own bedroom. Afterward, a series of system notifications were sent, stating that the first stance of the Moon Deer Stride movement technique, evasion, required 3 points of agility. After evaluating Shen Yi's physical aptitude, the system found that his current agility was only 2, still lacking 1 point to use this ability. Wow, this is just like a game. What do I have to do to increase my agility? Shen Yi then asked. However, instead of getting an answer from the system, he heard a strange voice echo from behind him. I can't believe he's still alive. How is that possible? This statement made Shen Yi's hair stand on end instantly. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw a strange figure hovering outside his bedroom window, his eyes incredibly terrifying. Could this be the assassin who cursed the original owner of this body? Let's see what you're really capable of. After saying these words, the opponent sprang up. His agile technique was completely at odds with his large, heavy build. Through the open window, he had already shot into Shen Yi's bedroom like an arrow. As for Shen Yi, relying on his agility and strong will to live, he temporarily dodged the opponent's first blow. "Good moves, kid." He praised him approvingly. But Shen Yi knew he was in an extremely dangerous situation. The more interested the opponent became, the more vicious his attacks would be. Well, currently, Shen Yi had no abilities other than that polite person skill of the ruinous level. Well, he'd use what he had. Shen Yi had to speak to the opponent as politely as possible. "Hello, may I ask why you've come to see me?" "Foolish, give up your life." The opponent ferociously lunged again. Clearly, that polite person skill was once again ineffective. At this moment, the beginner glass nightmare provided Shen Yi with new knowledge. That is, in this nightmare world, both skills and equipment have their own ranks, divided from lowest to highest: ruinous gray, common white, excellent green, outstanding blue, and 1 in a million purple. The higher the rank, the stronger the effect. And the rank of polite person was ruinous, meaning the lowest rank, which is why its effect was so poor. Shen Yi cursed. He was truly unlucky. He had just transmigrated and was already being hunted. Then he drew his skill with the lowest rank, and now Moon Deer Stride couldn't even be used yet. Shen Yi could only continue to rely on his agile movements to constantly dodge. But to the opponent, these petty skills of his were nothing. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge bullets. Seeing him raise his gun, Shen Yi trembled with fear. Just as he was thinking he was doomed, the system sent a gentle reminder that he could devour unnecessary its to gain attribute points. The higher the rank, the more attribute points received after devouring. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Shen Yi shrieked, then immediately devoured the polite person skill, receiving 1 free attribute point. Next, he added the attribute point to his agility, raising it from 2 to 3 points, just enough to activate Moon Deer Stride. So now, he could use the first stance of Moon Deer Stride, evasion. Thanks to this ability, Shen Yi's dodging capability had leveled up to a new height. Then he summoned the space door and rushed into it. That bold assassin didn't think much and immediately rushed in after him. What awaited him was a pitch-dark, Absol space. Before this guy could even understand what was happening, Shen Yi suddenly appeared behind him. "Goodbye, Mr. Assassin." Having said that, he immediately closed the door. And now it's the skeleton's turn. The assassin was immediately snatched by its wide-open maw, and chewing sounds echoed in the dark space, revealing the assassin's final outcome. Though Shen Yi had just used his own abilities to escape danger, there's no denying that the situation was truly too dangerous. After escaping the danger, he had to regulate his breathing for a long time. Today's situation reminded Shen Yi that perhaps even more assassins would come knocking at his door in the future. This also meant he couldn't delay another second and had to quickly find more skills to protect himself. This time, the living offering Shen Yi gave to the skeleton made it very satisfied. According to the principle of equal exchange in the contract, it took out new items to trade, this time a Shadow Frost crown and a Silver War medal. Shen Yi gasped. This time the skeleton was too generous, giving him 2 items at once, and they were even green-colored items, meaning they were of excellent grade. The system quickly sent him the information about these 2 items. The Shadow Frost crown is a high-level magic artifact from the Absol depths. Anyone who wears it can disguise themselves as an elf race creature. The Silver War medal, on the other hand, is a symbol of the elven faction in the nightmare world. Only soldiers who have performed meritorious service can receive it. Wearing this medal allows the user to teleport to the elf's sphere of influence. Shen Yi couldn't help but admit that this skeleton was truly practical. Initially, it wanted to eat him no matter what. But now, seeing his value, it continuously gave him good items. It seems that the equal exchange contract was not a loss at all. Shen Yi couldn't wait and immediately tried on the Shadow Frost crown. Immediately, his appearance changed. Shen Yi took out his phone to check and was captivated by this beauty. Holy crap, he really did turn into an elf. This is awesome. Tomorrow, when I get my new abilities, I must visit the elf territory. Just then, 3 knocks on the door and someone's voice rang out from outside. "Hello, is Shen Yi home?" Shen Yi's vigilance immediately shot to the highest level. He was the only one home right now. Who could it be this time? Don't tell me another assassin is coming. While Shenyi was wondering whether to open the door, he heard the person outside speak again. Brother Yi, are you home? It's so good that you're okay. It's me, Chen Haoyu. Shenyi immediately relaxed his guard. Chen Haoyu, isn't he the original owner's good brother? That day, the original owner went to the hospital precisely to visit him. He then took off the crown and opened the door. Trenhao Vu immediately rushed over and hugged him. ND, it's good that you're okay. I was so worried. I'm sorry, it's all my fault that something so big happened to you. Trenhao Vu hugged him very tightly, almost wiping all his snot and tears on his shoulder. Tumdi patted him a few times and comforted him. It's not your fault, I was just unlucky, but it's okay, I'm still healthy here. At this moment, Tumdi's mother also just arrived. Seeing her return alone, Tumdi found it strange. After asking, he learned that his father had gone to find his grandfather to ask him to buy some potent tonic medicine to help his son recover. As soon as Trenhao Vu heard the 3 words potent tonic medicine, his eyes widened in surprise. That kind of medicine is very rare. You might not be able to buy it even if you have money. Your family really keeps a low profile. Then, before Tumdi could answer, he continued. ND, your parents are so good to you. You must get well quickly to take the high school entrance exam. Trenhao's words made Tumdi suddenly realize, high school entrance exam? That's right, the original owner of this body was a middle school student, now undergoing a very important transitional exam. Because of that curse, while the original owner was hospitalized, he missed the first subject exam. This made Tumdi constantly blame himself. Originally, with his top-of-the-class performance, he would surely have passed the exam for a key high school. It's all my fault. Tumdi's mother quickly advised him not to blame himself, because even though Tumdi had missed the first strength subject exam, in the second agility subject exam, if he performed well, he could still get into a regular high school. Based on his mother's words and the original owner's memories, Tumdi discovered that this world's high school entrance exam was completely different from Earth's. In addition to cultural subjects, there were also tests for human strength and agility. No wonder the moonlit deer stroll movement technique required agility. But the current situation was truly difficult because he was still being hunted. Going to the exam venue was equivalent to exposing himself, making it even more dangerous. Tumdi was unintentionally put into a difficult choice. Should he give up on taking the high school entrance exam to protect himself? Seeing her son suddenly tremble and his face turn pale, Tim's mother felt a pang of heartache. She then reached out, hugged Tumdi, and gently said, "My son, if you don't want to take the exam, it's perfectly fine. Your parents just hope you're healthy and safe. That's enough for us." Tumdi had never experienced such a hug in his previous life, so it gave him great motivation. He then comforted his mother in return. "Don't worry, Mom, don't you know my abilities?" This confident demeanor, so different from earlier, put Tim's mother at ease. Tumdi knew that even if he wanted to skip the exam now, his parents would certainly happily agree. But Tumdi couldn't do that. He decided to go to school with Trenhao Vu tomorrow for intensive study sessions. The longer he stayed in this body, the more the original owner's memories surged powerfully into his mind. Originally, his grandfather and his family had an extraordinary background with vast resources. However, the relationship between the original owner's parents and his grandfather and the family was not good at all. His parents had never asked his grandfather for help. Instead, they relied on their own efforts to live and raise the original owner. Although their family situation was ordinary, they were still considered to live quite well. Therefore, they couldn't afford those expensive tonics. They must have struggled immensely, humbling themselves to beg the original owner's grandfather. Their real son, Shenyi, was already gone. Therefore, Shenyi, after taking over this body, absolutely couldn't let their suffering be in vain. "Mom, I'm so hungry. Could you make me something to eat for supper?" Shenyi whined. His mother immediately went into the kitchen and made the delicious bowls of egg noodles for him and Chen Haoyu. The next day, as planned, he went to school. In the original owner's desk drawer, there was still a messy pile of books and notebooks. There were books on physique, spiritual power basics, strength training. The school subjects in this world are truly different. Although still wary of assassins, Shenyi guessed that in a crowded school like this, they wouldn't make a move. Conversely, if he could pass the exam and get into a good high school, then there would surely be many talented teachers who could protect him. While concentrating on reading, a classmate ran over to tell Shenyi that Zhao Yibing was in the hallway looking for him. Zhao Yibing, in the original owner's memory, was his best friend, who used to seek him out every day to discuss studies. After transmigrating into this body, this was also the first time Shenyi met her. Zhao Yibing's expression didn't look very good. I heard you're preparing to return and take the exam. I did very well on the first subject, and I'm confident in the remaining ones. I'll probably get into a provincial key school, Zhao Yibing announced, at which point Shenyi hadn't yet realized the problem and was still happily congratulating her. Who would have thought that afterward? Zhao Yibing continued, "So, what I mean is, don't come looking for me anymore." When Zhao Yibing said these words, the gossip-loving crowd immediately gathered around the two of them. "Oh, drama, come and see, our school's beauty queen is dumping Shenyi." A question mark appeared above Shenyi's head. Zhao Yibing's attitude was completely different from what he'd seen in the original owner's memories. Seeing Shenyi silent, she continued, her tone cold and decisive. "Shenyi, what I mean is, we should go our separate ways from now on. Sooner or later, due to our different paths, we'll lose common topics to talk about. It's better not to continue developing like this. But we can still remain friends." Shenyi sneered. Zhao Yibing used to always actively cling to the original owner. Now she clearly knows he was forced to miss one exam subject, yet instead of encouraging him, she actively came here to draw a clear line, embarrassing him in front of everyone. "I've deleted all contact methods. I hope you can live well from now on," Zhao Yibing said again. "This girl is truly too much." Shenyi couldn't stand it and immediately retorted, "I recall that for the past few years, you're the one who always came to my class to find me. I've never proactively sought you out. Zhao Yibing, I've never wanted to be friends with you. The exam is coming soon. I hope you'll stick to your word and stop bothering me from now on, affecting my revision. After all, I'm already unlucky enough." The surrounding students became even noisier upon witnessing this dramatic scene. A few people whispered to each other, saying that it was true Shenyi used to be the top student in the grade, and Zhao Yibing always clung to him. Now Shenyi missed a subject, and he wants to draw a clear line in front of everyone. This attitude is truly too much. Amidst the commotion, a girl with a freckled face suddenly appeared, pointing at Shenyi's face and saying fiercely, "Wait a minute! Bing Bing once gave you many gifts, and you talk to her like that. You've really disappointed her." Shenyi had no impression of this girl whatsoever. Only then did Zhao Yibing turn back, her beautiful face flushed red, streaked with tears, looking utterly pitiful. "Shenyi, I always thought we were friends. I didn't expect." Shenyi sneered, "This girl is young but quite formidable. She clearly came here to pick a fight first, and now she's pretending to be pitiful. It seems she's determined to make you lose face in front of everyone. But she messed with a top-tier sales employee from the company." Shenyi didn't even need to think. He immediately retorted, "Zhao Yibing, it's true I received your gifts, but accepting them doesn't mean I have to accept you. If you truly wish me well, you shouldn't use those gifts to bind me. I am perfectly entitled to move towards someone better. I have nothing more to say to you. If you want your gifts back, I'll pay you back immediately. But don't dream of being friends with me." After Shenyi's relentless verbal assault, Zhao Yibing was stunned, and everyone else present at the scene erupted. The freckled girl went ballistic, calling him scum. Several simp-like admirers of the campus beauty Zhao Yibing enthusiastically chimed in, calling him a scumbag. Zhao Yibing's face was terrible. She had originally come here to dump him, but now she was being dumped by him in front of so many people. She was unwilling and cried out after him, "Wait a minute! Shenyi, we're not done talking yet." Shenyi, of course, didn't bother to turn back, and Zhao Yibing was immediately pulled back by her friend. Bing Bing, just let it go. A guy like that isn't worth it. And the situation truly escalated when Sunming blocked his path. In the original owner's memory, this name belonged to the person ranked third in the grade. He was much taller and bigger than Shen Yi, standing firmly in front of him like a wall. And most importantly, Sunming was also a simp-like admirer of the goddess, so Shen Yi didn't even need to think to guess his intention. Stop right there. Bing Bing hasn't given you permission to leave yet. Shen Yi didn't want to argue with him because class was about to start, and he didn't want to waste time here. But Sunming didn't seem like he would let him go easily. Shen Yi, you haven't been to school for a few days. It seems your news has become outdated. Huh? My strength has skyrocketed now, while you are no longer the top student in the grade. So if you don't want a few broken bones, apologize to Bing Bing immediately. Student Sun, what's the misunderstanding? Zhao Yibing called me here herself. It's not like I clung to her. Why should I apologize? With that, Shen Yi began to put on a pitiful act. Oh, fine then, if you insist on me apologizing, then I'll apologize. After that, Shen Yi turned back to Zhao Yibing, looking extremely unwilling. His eyes even reddened. I'm sorry, Zhao Yibing, you win. From now on, you can continue to bother me. Are you satisfied now? After speaking, tears began to stream down profusely, but inwardly, he was gloating. Don't say only girls can pull off this green tea act. Shen Yi is also skilled at it. After letting everyone see him crying so sadly, he turned and ran away. The crowd, witnessing this scene, stirred once more. Shen Yi cried, he must be so heartbroken. It's really too much pressure. Even Zhao Yibing was completely bewildered by the situation, so flustered she couldn't calm down, and unconsciously called out after him. No, Shen Yi, I didn't mean to pressure you. Don't listen to Sunming's nonsense. After saying these words, Zhao Yibing's mind started screaming wildly. No, she came to dump Shen Yi, but now she's the one being dumped and is trying to hold onto him. As for Sunming, who originally came to support his goddess, he was greatly offended by Zhao Yibing's words. Don't listen to Sunming's nonsense. He naturally couldn't take out his anger on her, so he threw a punch at Shen Yi. You brat, I'll teach you a lesson. However, his punch didn't connect with Shen Yi, because Shen Yi grabbed his wrist as fast as lightning, then used it as a pivot, performed an unbelievable somersault in the air, then kicked his opponent directly in the head before landing lightly. This entire process was incredibly fluid, and importantly, so fast that observers thought they were seeing things. What? How did Shen Yi get so fast, even faster than before? Yeah, Sunming couldn't react at all just now. If Shen Yi had used all his strength just now, he probably would have fainted. The students couldn't help but chatter excitedly. It's only natural that Shen Yi's speed is faster than before because he just used the first form of Moonlit Deer Walk. I've already apologized. Why are you still acting so aggressive? Shen Yi maintained his pitiful expression, asking innocently. But Sunming didn't have time to answer because right after, the teacher appeared and threw a tantrum. What are you all doing gathered here making noise? The mock exam is about to start. Hurry up and gather at the sports field. All the students were as afraid of the teacher as they were of a tiger, so the crowd quickly dispersed. But everyone felt regretful that they didn't get to see Shen Yi and Sunming have a proper fight today. As for Sunming, he also didn't dare to defy the teacher, but as he left, he didn't forget to shoot Shen Yi a sit-along glance and muttered, Shen Yi, this isn't over yet. Next, Shen Yi also went to the sports field with everyone. Before he even finished warming up, Chen Haoyu rushed over, whispering into Shen Yi's ear. Big brother, this test is long, and with so many people in line, it'll be a while before our names are called. A new comic book store just opened behind the school. How about we go there for a bit and then come back? Shen Yi had been reborn and no longer had the time or inclination for those useless hobbies. Chen Haoyu's invitation reminded him of something. That he'd fallen asleep yesterday and hadn't had time to get the daily refresh item. So Shen Yi feigned a stomachache, asked Chen Haoyu to queue for him, and quickly slipped into the restroom. He had no idea that at that moment, a stranger was secretly tailing him, clearly with no good intentions. However, when he burst open the restroom door, Shen Yi was already gone. He naturally couldn't find Shen Yi, because at this moment, the boy had already stepped through the spatial gate and entered the nightmare world. This time, Shen Yi even used the white shadow crown to disguise himself as an elf. As mentioned yesterday, he wanted to go to the elf tribe to see if there was anything good. It's just that today, even after going deep into the tunnel, Shen Yi called and called, but the large skeleton didn't respond. He didn't know where it had gone. After a few more steps, he picked up a gun with its ammunition still inside. This must be the item of the assassin who was devoured by the dry skeleton yesterday. It's really a good find. This time coming to the elf territory, it's a good thing to have something for self-defense. Even though Shen Yi had never used a gun, having it made him feel much safer. He no longer had time to care where the large skeleton had gone, but directly took out the silver war medal, preparing to teleport to the elf tribe's territory. Just then, Shen Yi heard the mysterious voice that had guided him on his first day of transmigration. Human, I truly don't have much power left to do many things for you. Take this. This is a token of humanity. Its voice was very weak. It couldn't even finish its sentence. At the same time, something appeared in Shen Yi's hand, and the teleportation ray had already been activated. After a moment of dizziness, Shen Yi finally arrived. Because he landed on his butt, his whole body ached. It was then that Shen Yi clearly saw a short sword in his hand. This was what the mysterious voice had given him. He just didn't know why it suddenly gave him this. "Who's over there?" A loud shout rang out behind him, startling Shen Yi. He turned his head and saw 3 male elves. And when they saw him, their expressions relaxed a bit. "Oh, you're finally here. You're really slow. We waited and waited for you, and we were about to declare the mission a failure and go back to report." At first, Shen Yi thought that the white shadow crown had even created an identity for him within the elf tribe. But upon closer inspection, he saw that all 3 of them were wearing crowns similar to his, which meant they were like him, merely disguised as elves. "Had a bit of trouble, so I'm a little late." Shen Yi quickly showed off his acting skills to avoid suspicion. "Alright, well, it's good that you're here. We've successfully gained the trust of the elf tribe, making them truly believe we are warriors returning wounded from the battlefield." One of the 3 spoke up. Their main objective in disguising themselves as elves was to strike at the leader of this tribe tonight, then seize the treasure and escape. Even though Shen Yi didn't know the full story, he still had to enthusiastically play along. As soon as he raised his hand to his forehead, wanting to adjust his crown, the 3 men's expressions immediately changed, and they lunged to stop him. "Don't be reckless, you idiot. How can you take off the white shadow crown? If our undead tribe identity is exposed, we'll all be doomed." Shen Yi explained in confusion that he only wanted to adjust his crown because it was uncomfortable. But it was clear that he had done it on purpose, and with just such a small test, he had confirmed that all 3 of these people belonged to the undead tribe. The crowns and medals they had were all the same as what he had. If so, it must belong to that big skeleton. What a trap boy. Shen Yi thought it would give him the spoils of war. Who knew it would use those 2 items to make him go on a mission in its stead? "Alright, don't worry anymore. With me here, everything will be fine." Shen Yi continued to act. "You'd better not make any mistakes. Now, let's depart for the elf tribe's village. Your being late has already caused quite a delay." After saying that, the 3 of them shot off like 3 arrows. This speed is truly too fast. Shen Yi had to exert all his strength just to barely keep up. The abilities of the undead tribe truly seem extraordinary. Not long after, the 4 of them arrived in front of the elf tribe's village, and Shen Yi was breathless. Luckily, they arrived. Otherwise, if he had run a bit more, his identity would have been exposed too. Now, to enter the village, they needed permission from the guards outside. However, this checkpoint wasn't dangerous because they only needed to show them the silver war medal. "Then what?" Shen Yi asked with a bewildered tone. He truly knew nothing about this assassination plan. "Of course, it's tonight's assassination. The 3 of us will cover you from the outside, and you'll be responsible for taking out their leader. Me? Hearing this, Shen Yi's hair stood on end, and he subconsciously asked again, Are you kidding me? You're actually the core of this assassination? Seeing his surprised attitude seemed off, the faces of the other three immediately darkened. What, you want to back out? Back out? How could I? Shen Yi tried to suppress his anxiety, took out his short sword, licked it, and forced a bloodthirsty expression. My blade can't wait to drink human blood. Leave this mission to me. Seeing his demeanor, the other three finally relaxed. As for Shen Yi, although he tried to act calm, deep down he was filled with despair. If he had dared to say no just now, he would probably have been executed on the spot by these three undead tribe members. However, assassinating the leader of the elf tribe in their own territory, no matter how you look at it, was like a suicide attack, ready to die. It seems this was the real reason why that big skeleton generously gave him to items. It needed someone to go and die in its place. Shen Yi truly had no other choice but to blindly follow these people. Afterward, the four of them slowly approached the village gate, where there were 3 guards, all genuine elves. After presenting the silver war medal, as expected, they immediately recognized Shen Yi's group as valiant soldiers returning from the front line and opened the gate. They then enthusiastically led the 4 to meet the leader. Along the way, Shen Yi saw many members of the elf tribe. They all had one thing in common. They were very beautiful, especially the women, which almost made him forget his main mission. After wandering for a while, they finally arrived in front of a house with its main door tightly shut. The gate guard said that the leader was waiting inside, and Shen Yi had to enter alone. The 3 fake undead tribe members said they would rest outside and wait for him, but Shen Yi knew very well they were outside to prevent him from escaping. Shen Yi kept sighing with exasperation. This situation was truly stifling. How did he get caught up in this bloody conflict between the undead and elf tribes for no reason? But thinking positively, maybe after a successful assassination, he would receive a powerful AI? Thinking this, Shen Yi was again filled with vigor, so he pushed the door and stepped inside. The room was very large. Moonlight shone through the window, illuminating a tall, steady figure. Seeing Shen Yi enter, this person closed the book they were reading and slowly turned their head. Welcome, soldier returning from the front line. At that moment, thanks to the assistance of the basic crystal, Shen Yi could see countless titles appearing above the head of the elven tribe leader, including Myriad Forest's Spirit, Heir to the Ancient Tree Throne, Nature's Sovereign who can fight 10,000, Grand Master of Arcane Arts, Guardian of the Nightmare Realm, the World's 5 Skull Master. All of those titles belonged solely to this person, and all of them were purple. Meanwhile, the only title hovering above Shen Yi's head was Polite Person in gray. His mind exploded with a bang. At this moment, Shen Yi didn't even have the energy to mock himself anymore. He really was naive. He had even fantasized about a successful assassination just now. Those 3 undead disguised as elves outside were clearly much stronger than him, yet they didn't even have the courage to meet this elven leader. So how could someone with only a single great title possibly contend with a person who possessed countless purple titles? Thinking of this, Shen Yi involuntarily trembled. Now it's great, he can't even run away. That big skeleton's name was right, wasn't it? Daring to play such a painful trick on him, he'd remember that name. The elven tribe leader seemed to not have noticed Shen Yi's unusual attitude yet. Therefore, when facing him, he was still full of gratitude. Young and brave soldier, thank you for your sacrifice. Tonight, please stay in our village to rest well. We are holding a celebration feast. Please go and enjoy it. As soon as he finished speaking, a magical current shot from his hand, heading straight towards Shen Yi, acting as a teleportation spell. Before Shen Yi could even reply, he was already teleported to the feast, coincidentally at the same table as those 3 disguised undead. Seeing Shen Yi appear, they didn't seem surprised at all. You're here, eat up. It's still early, so we can rest for a while. You've met your assassination target, haven't you? He'll be attending this feast later. Just make your move when he lets his guard down. Just like before, these three stubbornly insisted that they would provide cover for Shen Yi. It sounded simple when they said it, but he could only force a bitter smile, knowing full well that the so-called cover was completely non-existent. These guys would surely take advantage of the chaos to run for their lives, leaving him to fend for himself. Shen Yi picked up a piece of bread, chewing it while racking his brain. If things continued this way, his death was only a matter of time. He absolutely had to think of a way to resolve the situation. Just then, an elven woman suddenly approached him from behind. "Uncle, may I invite you to dance? It would be a great honor to dance with a hero from the front lines." Aside from being called uncle despite looking so young, Shen Yi realized this seemed like a good opportunity to escape, so he put down the bread in his hand and stood up. "Of course, I can't refuse, but I'm a terrible dancer." "It's alright, sir. I'll teach you to dance." The elven woman was extremely enthusiastic, then took Shen Yi's hand and pulled him away. Her footsteps were light and graceful, her beauty exquisite, and her figure alluring, making Shen Yi blush uncontrollably. He was swept along by the dance, but deep down, his heart was in turmoil, knowing he was about to face certain death. If it weren't for that ridiculous assassination plan, he could now dance carefree with this elven maiden. How wonderful that would be. "Why aren't you saying anything, uncle?" Seeing Shen Yi silent for a long time, the girl took the initiative to start a conversation. "My brothers are all like that too. Could it be that fighting on the front lines was too fierce and it affected your mood, uncle?" "Not at all. I was just thinking how terrible my dancing is, and I feel I'm not doing justice to your invitation, miss. May I ask your name?" "My name is Lanny," the other party replied. "Then, Miss Lanny, I'd like to perform some magic for you, as an apology for my terrible dancing. Would that be alright?" "Haha, really?" Lanny burst out laughing, seemingly very interested. "That's great then, please quickly perform it for me, uncle. Besides, you're actually not that bad at dancing." After a pause, the girl put something on Shen Yi's hand. "Here, this is my bracelet. Consider it a return gift for your magic, uncle. Just so you know, if your magic isn't special, I'll take it back." Shen Yi gave a thumbs up, indicating it was no problem. Then he strode onto a table, instantly becoming the center of attention for everyone at the party. "My dear friends, please all look this way," Shen Yi said loudly. "I'm about to perform a magic trick that you've never seen before. It's the transformation of a living being. I can turn myself into a human." Shen Yi's words successfully captured the attention of all the elves present at the party, because none of them had ever seen magic that could transform one into a human. Only the three disguised undead began to worry. "What is this felon doing, turning into a human? Do you guys know this magic spell? I can't believe Felon is so shrewd to come up with such a way to quickly blend in with the elves." From atop the table, Shen Yi quickly removed the frost silver shadow crown. Immediately, he returned to the appearance of a normal human middle school student. At the same time, Shen Yi also threw the crown towards Lanny, saying that it was his gift in return for her. The crowd, witnessing this scene, gasped in awe. "Wow, look at his ears and eyebrows. He really turned into a human. This is truly a human youth. How wonderful, absolutely brilliant." Lanny was probably the most excited person to see this scene. She kept clapping, then urged Shen Yi to quickly transform back into his elven form. But without the crown, how could he transform? However, this was exactly Shen Yi's intention. "Here's the thing, I can turn into a human because I took off that crown. Coincidentally, these three brothers of mine also know this kind of magic." As he spoke, Shen Yi shamelessly pointed towards the three disguised undead. "They only need to take off the crowns they're wearing on their heads, and they'll turn into undead." The two words undead were like a bomb. The moment Shen Yi finished speaking, that bomb immediately exploded. All the elves present at the party became vigilant, turning their hateful and scrutinizing gazes towards one direction. But the three undead didn't understand what was happening at all. "Alright then, after my three brothers finish their transformation, I'll be right back," Shen Yi said calmly. And just then, a door appeared behind him. "Goodbye, Miss Lanny." Shen Yi waved a few times, then rushed into the door and disappeared. The elves couldn't catch him in time, so they had to focus their attention on the three undead first. There were many of them, and they quickly subdued the three. And right at this moment, the leader of the elf tribe also appeared. I was about to play around with you guys a bit, but unfortunately, I'm too late. You undead wanted to infiltrate my village, but didn't expect that humans had infiltrated your ranks a long time ago, even leading your mission. How ironic! Did you misunderstand something? We have war medals. These people were still stubbornly trying to deny it. However, the leader of the elf tribe controlled a vine to remove their pale shadow crown. Immediately, all three transformed back to their original appearance. This crown carries advanced shadow magic from the gloomy abyss. It truly was beyond my expectations. Every village has spies from the undead tribe mixed in. With this item, one can truly find their weaknesses and launch a counterattack. The leader of the elf tribe mumbled, also feeling grateful to Shen Yi for owing him a favor this time. It's just that neither he nor Lenny knew if that human youth would ever return. After escaping the danger and returning to the dark tunnel behind the door, Shen Yi still couldn't steady his breathing. Just thinking about almost dying in the elf territory sent shivers down his spine. Just as he thought this, he heard the familiar crunching sound. Immediately, Shen Yi rushed towards it, yelling loudly, "You rotten skeleton, I struggled in the elf territory, and you're leisurely having a feast here?" Hearing Shen Yi's voice, the skeleton felon seemed very surprised. It turned its head, looked at him for a long time, then spoke in an incredulous tone. "You're still alive? HMPH, so you can talk after all. You weirdo, you intentionally gave me that pale shadow crown because you wanted me to go die in your place, didn't you?" Felon was scolded harshly by Shen Yi, but didn't protest a word because what he said was too true for it to argue. However, this monster seemed very curious to know how Shen Yi survived, so it kept begging him to recount the details of his time with the elves. "You think I'd tell you?" Shen Yi angrily raised his middle finger at Felon. The other party wasn't angry, instead it pleaded, "Tell me, and I'll pay you a corresponding reward." "This isn't about reward right now. You almost got me killed. I hold grudges, you know." Shen Yi still wouldn't let it go. Then, with a bang, a system window appeared before him again, notifying him that the other party was sincere and, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, was preparing to grant Shen Yi a powerful undead magic. However, before the notification could even fully appear, Shen Yi swiped it away. "Don't think you can bribe me by just taking out some good stuff. Are you insulting my character?" Shen Yi's anger flared up. At this moment, Felon began to explain that the reason it gave the Shadow Frost crown to Shen Yi was because he was human. The elf race and humans are natural allies. If Shen Yi goes, there's a chance of survival, but if it were Felon, it would only have one outcome, to die there. Moreover, to express its remorse, Felon even went against the principle of equivalent exchange to give Shen Yi something incredibly valuable, the Nightmare Crystal Inheritance Gem. The Nightmare Crystal Inheritance Gem stores 3 top-tier evolution-type undead talents. Shen Yi can choose one of those 3 talents, integrate it with his soul, and thus possess its abilities. Felon also explained that a talent is a special personal ability that can be successfully cast without consuming any power. And this Nightmare Crystal Inheritance Gem is the founding root of the undead race, making it extremely valuable. The reason why Felon, despite being severely injured, could barely survive until now is because others always wanted to obtain this crystal to inherit the talents within it. Therefore, they hadn't moved against Felon yet, but now it even gave that item to Shen Yi to express its sincerity. When he touched the Nightmare Crystal Inheritance Gem, Shen Yi's anger had actually already vanished, but he still forced himself to act as if he were a principled person not easily bribed. "Alright, since you're so sincere, I'll forgive you this once, but remember this carefully, there won't be a next time." After that, the most anticipated segment was finally here. That was the moment Shen Yi could choose one of these 3 ancient inherited talents and make it his own. The 3 talents are, in order, Gloomy Whispers Novice, which can evolve. Its power relies on the soul. The deceased can respond to Shen Yi's call, crawl out from hell and tell him what they know, allowing their souls to rest in peace. Next is Sacred Relic Body Novice, which can also evolve. Any power that could take Shenyi's life will help his body transform into a Sacred Relic body, temporarily preventing him from enduring all arrangements of death's fate. This effect lasts for 5 seconds and reactivates after 1 day. Finally, Undead Resurrection Novice, which can also evolve. Its effect is to create a wisp of soulfire, place it on a fallen undead, and the soulfire will enter that body, resurrecting it. There are many types of resurrection spells, but this is a mystical and extremely advanced spell. Shenyi seriously considered currently Undead Resurrection was useless to him. Sacred Relic Body could avoid attacks for 5 seconds, which sounds invincible, but what after 5 seconds? Wouldn't he still be dead? The Gloomy Whisper spell initially seemed useless, but it was exactly what he needed most right now. Grasping intelligence quickly was crucial to catching the one who wanted to harm him, so he decided to choose this talent. Very quickly after making his decision, Shenyi felt the whispers from the undead. Felon seemed surprised by his decision. "What's wrong? Isn't it good?" Shenyi asked. "Not entirely. It's just that it can't quickly form combat power. In my memory, past monarchs all chose the third talent, very few chose the second, and no one chose the one you picked," Felon replied. But since Shenyi had already made his decision, it couldn't interfere. What Felon was most curious about now was what exactly happened in the elf tribe and why Shenyi was able to survive. Hearing such an urgent tone, it seemed this matter was very important to it. Shenyi had received the talent, so naturally, there was no reason to hide the matter, and he recounted the entire story to Felon. After hearing the story, Felon's attitude seemed complicated, because the original assassination target should have been a female elven priestess, while the man Shenyi mentioned was the strongest high priest of the elf tribe. Hearing Felon say that, Shenyi finally understood why that man had so many formidable people after him. As for Felon, although he didn't know why the assassination target suddenly changed, the 3 undead knights had their identities exposed and were captured, so they couldn't supervise or threaten anymore. "This is my only chance." Felon suddenly burst out laughing, then took off running after saying that. Shenyi didn't have time to chase after it either, because he still had to worry about himself first. After returning, Shenyi continued to receive notifications from the system stating that this time, upon opening the door, he had received a blue-grade skill called One of My Own, which was of elite level. After equipping this skill, he would receive the following buff. When a target is identified and he says One of My Own, the opponent will consider him an ally, lasting for 10 seconds. After which the opponent will forget everything that just happened. To put it simply, it's like hypnosis. In dangerous situations, it can even turn an opponent into an ally. This skill can be used once per day, on the condition that the opponent's total attribute points are not more than double Shenyi's, otherwise they will resist the skill. At the same time, the system also announced that he had received the Natural Blessing bracelet. Shenyi looked down at his wrist and found that he was still wearing the bracelet Lanny had given him. He didn't expect this bracelet to be blue grade, a good item that could slowly enhance his mental power. Shenyi clicked his tongue, this time summoning the door, though a bit dangerous, yielded quite a lot of rewards. First, a short dagger, then a gun, a new talent, a blue-grade appraisal skill, and even a blue-grade bracelet. He hastily put away those items and walked out of the restroom. When Shenyi returned to the stadium, it was just in time for Tran Haovu's agility test. This test was very simple, yet also very complex. Contestants had to run through an area equipped with ink-shooting guns. Getting hit would result in a deduction of points. At first, Tran Haovu started very confidently, with long strides and fast running. "Haovu, come on, stay calm," Shenyi shouted from below. Tran Haovu heard his voice and quickly responded. "Thank you, Brother Yi, for cheering me on, but this is just a minor matter. Don't worry, brother, I can handle it." Tran Haovu was so confident, but no sooner had he finished speaking than an ink gun hit him in the face, instantly making him the laughingstock of his classmates below. Ha ha ha, Haovu is so silly. He got hit in the head. Serves him right. Who told him to be so cocky? Their teacher also showed visible disappointment. Tran Haovu, 71 points. You should feel lucky this isn't the official high school exam. Next up, Shenyi. Tran Haovu dejectedly walked down, while Shenyi moved into the starting position. Although he had never experienced this agility test before, thanks to Moonlight Deer Walk, he could still handle it smoothly. Not only was he fast, but his posture was also graceful and elegant, like he was figure skating. The paint shot from below simply couldn't keep up with his speed. Although Shenyi felt this test was relatively easy, he still dared not lose focus. After all, he had already missed the first test, so he couldn't be careless next. At this moment, besides the teacher in charge of the test, a school teacher and a strange man were still observing Shenyi's performance from a tree not far away. The strange man was extremely interested when he saw his agility, and the teacher was also very proud when mentioning him as the top student in their school. It's just that he missed the first test, and I feel it's such a pity, so I called you to see if he could be given a chance. The man exhaled cigarette smoke while thinking. In terms of agility, he's quite gifted. If his mental power can also reach full marks, then giving him a chance is not out of the question. Mental power at full marks, Supervisor Jin, isn't that requirement a bit too high? The teacher immediately became anxious because he remembered Shenyi's mental power was quite ordinary. That's right, besides strength and agility, this high school exam also tests a student's special attribute, mental power. But the ordinary mental power of Shenyi that the teacher remembered was only Shenyi from before. It might not be the case now. At this moment, he had also completed his agility test and achieved full marks. The teacher in charge of the test saw this and sighed endlessly. Oh, Shenyi, if only you hadn't missed one subject. Thank you, sir. I haven't given up on the exam yet. Shenyi replied in a calm tone. It was already midday, so the teacher saw this and dismissed the students for lunch. The rest would take their exams in the afternoon. Chen Haoyu was extremely excited when he saw Shen Yi achieved full marks in agility and wanted to pull him to the cafeteria to eat. But Shen Yi waved him off to wash the ink gun marks off himself first, while he would go back to the classroom for a bit. Alright, Brother Yi, wait for me in class. I'll be done washing in no time. Chen Haoyu nodded vigorously, then scurried off. Shenyi returned to the classroom, slumped over his pile of books with a look of boredom. Only now did he have time to look at the cultural subjects. Math, physics, chemistry, all that's fine. It's similar to knowledge on Earth anyway. But literature and science knowledge are completely different. Whether it's historical figures, events, or even literary works of this world, they are completely different from Earth. Shenyi felt like his memories were fighting in his head, and this bothered him greatly. Just then, Sunmin aggressively burst into the classroom, then without a word, kicked Shenyi's desk, nearly causing him to smash his face. I told you, Shenyi, things aren't over between us yet. Did Zhao Yibing tell you to come? Shenyi asked dismissively. You brat, Zhao Yibing wouldn't even care about you. Sunmin replied, and as he said this, the classroom door was kicked open, and another group of menacing-looking people entered, clearly all there to settle scores with Shen Yi. Sunmin kept boasting that while he wasn't at school, his strength had broken through. Now he wanted to compete and see whether Shen Yi's agility was stronger or his strength was stronger, to find out who was the true top student of the whole grade. Why do that? We're all on the same side. Shen Yi replied, just as he activated the My People skill he had recently acquired. Sunmin and the whole group seemed hypnotized, simultaneously freezing, then sighing awkwardly. We can't help it, Zhao Yibing cried and begged us to vent her anger for her. That's right, we don't want to hit our own brothers either. It's all because I like Zhao Yibing. Besides, brother, you're usually too arrogant. That's why I wanted to punch you. Oh well, we're all on the same side. I'm not fighting anymore. Thanks to this skill, Shen Yi confirmed that these students were just normally jealous of him and none of them were assassins. But the skill's effect only lasted for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, each of them became aggressive again, wanting to rush forward and punch Shen Yi. The effect only lasts this long, and it can only be used once a day. It's truly useless. Shen Yi didn't think much of it, so he swallowed this skill and received 3 attribute points in return. It didn't stop there. For some reason, an attribute point previously used to increase agility could also be used simultaneously to increase strength points. Shen Yi immediately added all 4 points to his strength attribute, raising his base strength attribute from 1 point to 5 points. As soon as he finished, his arms were suddenly grabbed from behind. Shen Yi, don't even think about running away like last time. Fight Sun Min properly. As soon as Shen Yi was restrained from behind, Sun Min also swung his fist and lunged forward, seemingly very proud that this time he could break a few of his bones. His fist struck Shen Yi's lower abdomen. If it were a normal person, they would probably suffer an internal abdominal injury. However, the one injured in this situation was actually Sun Min. His hand felt like punching concrete, so hard and painful that he screamed in agony. A teenager who had never undergone special training, whose basic strength and agility attributes were both 1, yet Shen Yi's punch still caused the opponent great pain. The onlookers continuously debated, strength is a basic attribute, not pure brute force. He even escaped Ma's encirclement and took a punch from Sun Min as if nothing happened. I'm afraid his strength is even greater than Sun Min's. More precisely, it refers to the strength of a living individual's limbs and bones, the strength of their internal organs, the resilience of the 8 extraordinary meridians, the explosive power of the flesh and blood body, and the level of apoptosis of all standard basic life cells. Together, they are called the strength of the individual. Even though the fight was over, some people still felt shocked and terrified. How could this be? Shen Yi calmly ended the fight, his voice soft but authoritative. Clearly, I skipped 1 exam, yet you still want to beat me up. The high school entrance exam is coming soon. And you're just doing this out of jealousy. Then you gang up to ruin someone's life. Sun Min was still kneeling on the floor, but he grumbled, "Damn Shen Yi, you deserve to die." He walked over to him, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up to warn him, if this were another student, or me from before, you guys probably would have severely injured them. Sun Min's fingers were comically bent, and though angry, he had to meekly surrender. Shen Yi, today was our fault. Please let us off this one time. Shen Yi continued calmly, but his tone grew tenser. You insulted him, beat him, ruined his future, and you still want me to forgive you. With that, he directly grabbed Sun Min's collar and threw him down forcefully. The violent throw made him scream throughout the school, "Help me!" The teacher heard the commotion and ran over, shouting loudly, "What are you doing?" But he couldn't salvage the situation. Sun Min and his friends were lying injured on the floor, with red streaks everywhere. Shen Yi sat leaning against the wall, his eyes welling up. "Teacher, you're finally here. They bullied me." The teacher's face clearly showed panic as he scolded, "Are you kidding? You beat them up like this, and you're saying they bullied you?" Amidst the jostling students outside, Yi Bang bit her lip nervously. "I miscalculated. None of these people are a match for Shen Yi. He's that powerful, it's fine, no problem." Her friend nudged her lightly and whispered, "Bang Bang, do you regret it?" Yi Bang kept the answer to herself. "Regret? Yes. If when he came to the stairs, I had encouraged him to keep trying and promised to stay in touch after high school, would the outcome have been different?" Thinking of this, Yi Bang suddenly lowered her head slightly, her lips still tightly pressed, and her expression a little sad. Now she gave herself the answer, "No, I can't go back now. He caused such a ruckus, beating 7 or 8 students. He'll probably be disqualified from the high school entrance exam. I've achieved my goal. Shen Yi is useless, and my future is very bright." After that, she replied to her friend, "I just hate myself for not realizing he was scum sooner." Suddenly, someone gasped, "Bang Bang, look." As Yi Bang was speaking, she inadvertently looked down at the stretcher and saw Sun Min's swollen face. Her eyes widened as if she couldn't believe it. "Sun Min, no way?" Yi Bang suddenly felt uneasy. This lunatic, He keeps staring at me. Does he want to drag me into this? Hey, don't look at me like that, you bastard. Don't open your mouth. Don't open your mouth. Shut your foul mouth, you stupid pig. Go die, go die, go die. Don't. But it wasn't as she wished. Tanmin's lips already moved, whispering her name, Bang Bang. Everyone around immediately turned their gaze to the two of them. Bang suddenly burst into tears, her face looking miserable and pitiful. She acted distressed for him, then turned and ran off. Tanmin, I can't believe Timdi bullied you like this. I'm calling the police right now. Hello, is this the police station? It's here. Timdi watched her brief act, his face falling. Bang's move, both offense and defense, instantly cleared her of any involvement. And she even kicked me down in the process. The teacher standing there was also stunned. Why would a student call the police? This is getting even more complicated. After a while, he raised his hand and instructed, all right, everyone disperse, go back and study. You, Timdi, come with me to my office. He calmly replied, yes, Teacher Jiang. The principal was currently walking with Manager Tian, introducing as they went, Old Tian, our school students are all very talented. You should sign up a few of them anyway. He had his hands in his pockets, a cigarette in his mouth, and replied, my friend, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if they don't meet the corporation's minimum requirements, there's nothing I can do. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave now. As the two walked, a teacher rushed over to report, Principal, Timdi and Tanmin's group fought. The police are here too. The principal raised his voice. What? Students fighting and I have to be informed. Can't you see I'm? Unexpectedly, the teacher showed his phone and emphasized, no, principal, you absolutely must see this. This is a video of them fighting. He wondered, what's so interesting about high school students fighting? Bunsen was also curious and leaned in to watch with the principal. At the police station, the police reviewed the video footage. The officer asked Timdi, Student Tim, did you prepare to record the video from the start? He hunched his shoulders, pretending to be scared, and replied, yes, sir. I was afraid they would beat me. But in his mind, he thought, good thing I recorded the video beforehand. The officer heard the answer and retorted, it's more like you almost beat them to death. A second later, he looked at Timdi seriously, although there's a video. But you still have to come with us. The specific outcome will have to wait for the results of their injury assessment. The teacher then anxiously spoke up. Previously, this child encountered an abnormal event and missed one subject in the exam. If you take him to the station, won't he miss another exam? There's already video evidence. What more investigation is needed? The officer heard this and reassured him. Teacher, please don't worry. It's just to the station for investigation. It won't take several days. If the injury assessment results are not serious, the teacher was still worried and argued, what you're doing will ruin this child's future. Regardless of the argument, Timdi was now closing his eyes tightly, concentrating, and quickly converting his attributes. I want to make my body quickly adapt to this kind of transformation. Just as things were tense, Nsen and the principal arrived at the office. Both spoke up to defend the student. Tim, it's a good thing you recorded the entire process on your phone. Otherwise, the injuries of those other students would have been enough to get you expelled. The officer was slightly surprised and exclaimed, Principal, you're finally here. Nsen smiled lightly and continued, that's right, your physical qualities already far surpass theirs. Fighting them is no fun at all. Seeing him, the disciplinary teacher seemed relieved. Manager Tian. He walked directly in front of Timdi and handed him a business card. I watched the video of your fight, although it's only half the content. But you actually held back, didn't you? Timdi awkwardly replied, that's right, I was afraid of killing someone. After hearing that, Nsen was even more impressed. He truly is a good kid with noble qualities. At this point, his movement technique in the mock exam also received a perfect score. Enough to get my recommendation. I want to talk to you. Shenyi read the business card and was a little surprised. Martial Arts World Group, Regional Manager, Jin Russian. He started thinking broadly. Martial Arts World Group. That's the group that holds the inheritance of martial arts knowledge, possessing extensive intellectual property rights and copyrights to martial arts secret manuals. For ordinary people, if they can join the Martial Arts World Group, it's basically like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, escaping the common class. This is a path to heaven. Thinking, then looking at Russian right in front of him, Shen Yi suddenly shivered. This man in front of him just stood there, yet he made me feel like my whole body had no openings. No matter how I distributed my attributes, I couldn't harm him even a little. Russian then gently spoke again. Student Shen, the brain system analyzes your strength to be at least 4.5. May I presume to ask one question? What is your specific strength attribute? The brain system, the world's super AI, can accurately assess a person's qualities in all aspects. Shen Yi suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. So strong. If he protects me, why should I fear assassins anymore? He opened his mouth and said loudly, 5. The proctor and principal froze upon hearing it, repeating 5. Russian chuckled with delight. Excellent. Truly very skilled. Shen Yi, not understanding, quickly asked, is a strength attribute of 5 a lot? He then explained, in middle school, a strength level of 4.5 already exceeds our group's assessment threshold. If it's 5, it's completely different. Reaching 5 means you can control some combat-type mobile battle armor, and also wield some ancient weapons of destructive, conventional levels. Furthermore, you scored full marks on the agility trial. This is enough for me to use a recommendation slot. Join our group. I will arrange for you to retake a strength test. Shen Yi exclaimed in surprise. I can still retake it? Russian also explained truthfully. Normally, no, but to avoid missing out on talents like you, our group has the right to propose to the Ministry of Education to organize a retest for some candidates. Shen Yi had no reason to refuse. He happily replied, of course, I agree. He waved goodbye and said a few concluding words. Then it's settled. A person in charge will come to make arrangements for you. As for the investigation of this brawl, you can do as you wish. The retest will be coordinated with your schedule. Shen Yi was overjoyed. Thank you, Manager Jin. As he was about to leave the office, Russian suddenly remembered something and stopped to ask, oh, right. What's your mental strength? I'm just curious. Your strength and agility have met the standard, so it won't affect the assessment. Shen Yi mumbled in his head, asterisk, I can't be defying heaven in everything, asterisk. Then he quickly replied, mental strength of 3 should be acceptable, right? Upon hearing this, he was so stunned that he dropped the cigarette from his mouth. Both the police officer and the 2 teachers stared at Shen Yi in confusion as if he were from Mars. 3, that high? Wasn't Shen Yi's mental strength just average? Russian wanted to be sure, so he made a suggestion. Student Shen, can you demonstrate a bit? With mental strength 3, you can move objects with your mind. Try moving this chair. He wasn't afraid and simply replied, okay? Then he directed his hand towards the chair and focused. Asterisk, I need to increase my mental strength attribute to reach 3, asterisk. The police officer suddenly ordered, withdraw. His subordinates were startled and asked again, Captain, are we just leaving? The police officer retorted, why not? That student named Shen Yi. Strength 5, movement technique at max. Agility must be at least above 4. Plus mental strength reaching 3. Do you know what this means? The subordinates were still clueless. What does it mean? The captain raised his voice. It means he's about to soar to great heights. A folk genius like this isn't someone of our rank can handle. Let's go. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had also proven his mental strength. He breathed a sigh of relief. I could only maintain it for that long. Aryushan let out a hearty laugh, put his arm around Shen's shoulder, and hummed, who would have thought, once a street urchin, today singing a song to ask immortals. When the time comes, heaven and earth will lend their might. Join me in ascending to the cloud terrace. Young Master Shen, you've struck it rich, and so have I. The principal stood to the side, clapping enthusiastically. That was a great song, old fellow. I've never heard such a wonderful melody before. Shenyi thought shyly, oh no, do I have to sing too? But I don't know how to sing. Then he proactively suggested, please, both of you step outside for a moment. I want to speak with Shenyi alone. Both of them quickly left. Alright, you to take your time talking. With only the two of them left in the room, Yushan lit a cigarette. Then he turned to ask, Student Shenyi, what is your life's ideal? Shenyi, who was quite eloquent, quickly replied, Manager Yushan, your name is my ideal. He heard this and awkwardly asked again, that's just the basics. I want to know what you yearn for most in your heart. Shenyi then confessed his true feelings to yearn for, at the very least, not to be bullied by others, to be able to protect myself and my family. Yushan smiled kindly and praised him. Excellent, and now is the closest moment to your dream in your life. Attack me. Immediately, Shenyi pointed at him and used his sharp tongue. You perverted, cheesy, long-haired old man. Yushan awkwardly reminded him, not with words, but with your fists. Though a little confused, he still balled his hand into a fist. Alright, then I apologize in advance. Attribute points converted to strength. But Shenyi's fist didn't swing out even after several seconds passed. Yushan seemed to have used some kind of technique to restrain him. He still stood as if rooted to the spot, eyes wide. No, I can't move. He calmly explained to the naive young man. This is a type of magic. It can fix the attacker. Learning this magic allows you to protect yourself. Shenyi immediately exclaimed, that's amazing. Yushan asked again, do you want to learn it? He immediately replied, yes. He then pulled out a gun and squinted one eye. Look closely, there's more. Shenyi obediently focused, not blinking. Suddenly, Yushan fired the gun with a bang and began to explain, this is another spell from the corporation's internal secret vault. He tensed up, sweating, not daring to blink, carefully observing every development. The bullet, just fired, was stopped by Yushan with an invisible protective barrier, and he continued to explain, this spell can counter all kinds of hidden weapons, even gunshots are no problem. Shenyi was so impressed that he burst into poetry, martial arts of the world, invincibly strong, as long as it's fast, there's nothing it can achieve. He stroked his chin, pleased. That saying has a lot of spirit. Where did you learn it? He immediately replied, I thought of it myself. So Yushan chuckled with amusement once again. You are indeed a talent. Now I officially invite you to join our Crouching Dragon plan. Shenyi felt a little nervous hearing these four words. Crouching Dragon plan. He immediately replied, that's right. This is our corporation's plan to train super elite talents. We will recommend you to the best high schools in the world. Of course, before that, a strict entrance exam must be conducted. It's not a regular high school entrance exam, but a special exam set by these 3 high schools. This is an exam that ordinary people cannot access because it has long been monopolized by the descendants of powerful families. As Shenyi listened, he repeatedly echoed the keywords Yushan mentioned. Powerful families. Knowing what he was wondering about, he added, powerful families, some families still retain knowledge, divine artifacts, bloodlines, and alliance pacts passed down by ancient deities. But the great powerful families that have been passed down from ancient times possess more inherited martial arts than our corporation. At the same time, they also control most of the land, population, and wealth resources. The powerful families are high and mighty, separated from the common people by an insurmountable chasm. As soon as Yushan finished speaking, Shenyi immediately suspected, in that case, could it be that Shenyi's grandfather belongs to a powerful family? He continued to explain, the Crouching Dragon plan aims to find civilian geniuses like you. We will help you get into the highest level academy. If you fail the exam, you'll be eliminated, but we will still directly admit you to a key high school. If you successfully get into any of those 3 high schools, the corporation will be responsible for helping you acquire resources in all aspects, choosing a future career based on your strengths. When you've reached your maximum potential, you'll return to the corporation to contribute. Of course, the benefits are also very generous. Think about it. Student Shenyi began to get a little interested. a slight smile playing on his lips. So that's it. I understand now. This is a world where strength is supreme, and a good opportunity has come. He quickly replied, I accept the invitation. After answering, he sank back into his memories. Originally, we were also descendants of a powerful family, but for some reason, my father was expelled from the house by my grandfather. Because my family situation is ordinary, if an unusual incident occurs, the police won't risk dealing with it. My parents beg everywhere for a great tonic pill, but this great tonic pill was actually nothing to my grandfather's powerful family. Today, I hurt someone, but I don't have to face the consequences because my ability has reached a level where I don't need to abide by the rules of this social class. Having recruited a talent, Aryushin quickly suggested, if there are no problems, please sign and put your fingerprint on this document. As Shenyi reached for the document, he thought to himself, no wonder all the teachers in cultural class emphasized that humans must rely on the strong for the entire civilization to continue. He kindly gave Shenyi a choice. You can think about it for a bit longer. In fact, other organizations will probably come looking for you soon. He directly refused this offer. You were the first one to find me, and you even took me in. I'm willing to join you. Aryushin was very satisfied with this firm response. Good, the kid is very straightforward. Indeed, I didn't misjudge you. Since you're still a minor, I still need to find your guardian to sign. Shenyi replied to him, my parents are probably at home. This time, Aryushin had already stepped out the door, but he still turned his head to reply, alright, I need to hurry. What if other organizations get there first? I'll come back to find you after it's signed. With that, Aryushin vanished in an instant, leaving behind trails of white dust as if a storm had swept through. Shenyi stood there, jaw dropped in amazement, his figure gone in a blink. He truly is very strong. Seeing that Manager Jin had left, the principal eagerly asked, Little Shen, how did it go? How did it go? Shenyi replied to him, I signed it. Now Manager Jin is going to find my parents to discuss the signing. The principal and the dean jumped up with joy. This is great. This time our school will definitely make waves across the whole city. Just then, the phone rang. Shenyi answered the phone. A strange number. Who could it be? Hello? A deep voice came from the other end of the line. Student Shen, I'm Fei Chuan. We've just found out a few things, and I hope you can come to the police station. Shenyi quickly made his way to the police station. Fei Chuan greeted him and directed, sit over here. Student Shen, you still seem confused. Yes, Officer Luo. Then he requested, come take a look at this. Shenyi looked around the police station, a sense of unease rising within him. He didn't know why, but ever since he entered the station, he had an indescribable feeling. Fei Chuan stood opposite him and began to interrogate. This photo was accidentally taken by someone because there have been many rumors about the hospital lately. Someone sent us this photo. The photo shows a suspicious man in the building opposite the hospital on the day you had your accident. Do you know him? Shenyi zoomed in on the screen to look and then affirmed, no, I don't know him. I've never met this person. Fei Chuan, maintaining a tense expression, continued, according to the forensics experts, they believe this person seems to be trying to activate something. Shenyi, did you carry anything that day that you don't usually carry? Although Shenyi didn't know the person in the photo, he clearly recognized that what the man was activating was the cursed statue of the myriad fallen demon king. But obviously, Officer Luo hasn't caught this person yet, and the statue has already turned to dust. The clues are broken. I can't reveal anything about the statue. Having figured that out, he pretended to be calm and replied, Officer, I was the same as usual, nothing different. Shenyi's mind was constantly calculating. Everyone died from the curse of the statue, but only he survived. Telling others about this now would only bring trouble. Fei Chuan asked again with suspicion in his voice. Nothing? Then he rubbed his chin, tilted his head, and looked at him as if probing. That's strange then. You didn't feel suffocated, out of control, or lose consciousness either? Shenyi emphasized. No, the question formed in his mind. Officer Luo's question sounded as if he knew something. Moreover, ever since I stepped into the office, I've felt uncomfortable, as if something is hidden around me. If I cry out, something unprecedented will happen. Then he pretended to be flustered and exclaimed, I remember now. My school bag was open, but I clearly zipped it up after school. Fei Chuan immediately raised an eyebrow and asked, have you checked your school bag? Shen Yi innocently replied, not at all. I should have checked my school bag. He suppressed the question in his mind. What did Officer Luo mean by raising his hand just now? It seemed like he wanted to make a move. With all my attribute points and agility, no matter what happens, I must be ready to run away immediately. But can I escape? Officer Luo's attributes can surely crush me. His feet were already lifted, thick blue spiritual power encircling him. Shen Yi clenched his hands, pressed his lips together, and lowered his face to hide his worried expression. He couldn't worry about too much anymore. I'm ready to open the floor beneath me at any moment, so if there's any problem, I can kick open the door and fall through. Just as he was about to make his escape, the police station phone rang insistently. Shen Yu was startled and frightened, nearly opening the door, but this was an opportunity to slip away. So he told Fei Chuan, officer, you have a call, I should probably excuse myself. He raised his hand and commanded, no need, just stay put. Then he answered the phone. Hello, this is Officer Luo Fei Chuan. The other end of the line suddenly announced news that stunned him. Luo Fei Chuan, you're about to die. As the mysterious voice finished, a faint red aura gathered into a bullet-like point, aiming at his body. Shen Yi looked up, his whole body frozen. What's going on? An assassin? No, that's not right. It's clearly aimed at Officer Luo. Is this the spell that the former manager mentioned? Fei Chuan is temporarily safe. He looked to the left and muttered, damn it, is it outside the police station? In a flash, he darted away. Fei Chuan ran and crashed into the window, shattering the glass before Shen Yi's horrified eyes. The loud crash activated the emergency alarm at the station, warning attacker detected. The attacker has infiltrated the police station. Non-combat personnel, please seek safe shelter. His arm dropped. He stared blankly at the barren and desolate graveyard before him. Is this the sea? Why wasn't I just in the city? Shen Yi's eyes landed on the man in the garish floral suit standing on a tombstone. That was the person who called, not the man in sunglasses from the photo. Did he do all of this? The opponent was also glaring elsewhere. Fei Chuan, you've killed many members of our cult. I want revenge for them. He retorted strongly, whatever it is, let's talk later. I'll give you an explanation, but I'm busy right now. Fei Chuan's subordinates rushed over, calling out anxiously, boss. The man was blinded by hatred, his eyes hollow and dull. Your life is the most satisfactory explanation for us. Suddenly, Shen Yi felt something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, he realized he was back in the familiar city scene. I'm back. Those two are gone. Officer Luo has probably been held captive by that guy at the sea. Extremely annoyed, Shen Yi turned around and yelled, damn it, that strange feeling is back. What's wrong with me? Is there a ghost in this office? Who is it? Human or ghost? Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes sparked with blue fire. His inherent necromancy ability, Underworld Whisper, activated. After he speaks, based on the corpse in this place, the soul will return to the body. To answer his questions, if he cannot answer, he will never be able to rest in peace. The new information left Shen Yi perplexed. What, so it's Underworld Whisper? Based on the corpse, is there a corpse in Fei Chuan's office? As he looked around, an eerie voice echoed from behind, thank you, Shen Yi. He immediately spun his head around to look. Who? The voice was coming from inside the cabinet. I didn't expect to be able to return to my body, thanks to this uncorrupted corpse. To answer your question, Shen Yi stood there for a moment, pondering. That voice came from inside the cabinet. Is the corpse in there? This voice is so familiar. His eyebrows suddenly shot up, his eyes filled with doubt. Wait, isn't this? Could it be? The voice spoke with bitterness, clearly a hunter, yet killed by the prey, and even disguised as himself by the prey. How pathetic. The moment the cabinet door opened, Shenyi trembled as he saw Fei Chuan's corpse riddled with arrows. He asked in horror, "Officer Luo, is that you?" Fei Chuan affirmed, "It's me." Shenyi was still trembling. "Officer Luo, what exactly happened?" Fei Chuan recounted briefly. "The man in sunglasses from the photo killed me. He is an assassin, and I am a special forces soldier with half strength and half agility. I can only exert my power with strong equipment. He only needed to assassinate me when I was off guard. But at the critical moment, my weapon malfunctioned. After I died, he impersonated me, luring you to the police station." Shenyi was bewildered. What was his goal? He was also vague. "I don't know, but he's definitely looking for an answer." Upon hearing that, he felt certain. That's right. Historically, the cursed statue of the 10,000 Evil Demon King has never failed. He must want to know why only he could survive. Luckily, a madman attacked the police station, which disrupted the assassin's plan. Shenyi suddenly recalled the earlier situation. "Alright, Officer Luo, the culprit who impersonated you has now been taken away by someone in garish clothes, using a spell." Fei Chuan asked again, "A spell? What kind of spell?" He continued, "Outside the police station, it turned into a sea. It soon returned to normal, but the fake Officer Luo and that attacker didn't seem to come back." Fei Chuan chuckled after hearing that. The prey disguised itself as a hunter, but it didn't know that behind the hunter lay even greater trouble. "What you're talking about isn't a spell, it's an anomaly." Shenyi found it strange and asked, "Anomaly?" He continued to explain to him, "Other worlds suddenly connecting with ours, engulfing, seizing, plundering an area, or directly taking certain creatures away. These are called anomalies. Among them, there's an even more powerful case, called a calamity." Hearing these two words, Shenyi immediately felt scared. "What's a calamity?" Fei Chuan continued, "Powerful monsters from other worlds use some method to suddenly descend upon the host world. This situation has a high probability of causing a great calamity." "Do you know Jiangnan City?" Shenyi nodded. "I know. I heard an unprecedented earthquake in history flattened the entire city." Fei Chuan continued his words. "Earthquake is what ordinary people say. That was one of the most classic calamities. More than 13 million people in the entire city. Not a single one survived." "This is too terrifying." His lifeless body continued to warn, "We don't have much time left. We can't chat for too long. We need to hurry. That anomaly is just the mildest type, with a time limit. Who knows? The assassin might return soon." Shenyi anxiously asked loudly, "So that means my current situation is still very dangerous?" Fei Chuan carefully instructed, "You must go to the weapons storage room on the 3rd floor immediately. Enter the password into the silver wall outside the storage room. Go to the drawer. Get paper and pen, and remember the password, ABCs followed by a long string of numbers." Shenyi wrote it down while complaining, "That's so long." Fei Chuan tried to instruct him further. "There's a special pen outside the storage room. At that time, write the password on the wall. Report the truth, and you will be protected. Time is limited. This is the only way for you to protect yourself. Go quickly." After he finished speaking, the system announced, "The other party has told you everything. The soul has departed." Shenyi looked bitterly at Fei Chuan's injured body, and he implicitly understood a few things. No wonder the other police officers didn't want to get involved in Shenyi's case. Even a police officer could die unjustly because of it in this world. If you're not strong enough, you'll be bullied. Do I need to expose the killer's identity? No, that's meaningless. Who knows, the police station might even have his accomplices. Moreover, with his ability, he could easily take my life in a flash. All I can do is follow the officer's last wishes and go to the 3rd floor to seek protection. After placing the police hat on Fei Chuan, Shenyi carefully closed the locker door and continued to tell himself, with his current ability, he didn't even have the right to avenge Officer Luo. He unconsciously and helplessly leaned his head against the iron door. Shenyi's eyes showed bitterness, his rationality fixed on one goal. I will definitely avenge this grudge. Officer Luo, I will help you rest in peace. A moment later, urgent knocking pulled him back to reality. Student Shen Yi, right? There's an anomaly. Everyone must go downstairs to gather and undergo inspection. A moment later, the door opened and a stout police officer entered. Shen Yi, come out. There's been an attack. Everyone must immediately undergo inspection by the Central Command brain. Seeing the silence, he ordered his subordinate officers, you all go downstairs first. I'll speak with Shen Yi on behalf of Officer Luo. They responded in unison, yes, Captain Wang. He spoke reassuringly, I know you're a bit scared, but you're only safe if Officer Luo was taken away by a spell. Besides, we're all police officers. We'll definitely take good care of you. Passing by the locker containing Fei Chuan's body, Captain Wang suddenly stopped. His eyes began to gleam with malice. Captain Wang began to interrogate. The body has been touched. It was you, wasn't it, Shen Yi? He moved lightly, then swiftly checked every corner of the room. Captain Wang stopped at the desk, searched the entire room. It's not here. Did he run away? He clicked his tongue, thinking, I've killed so many people. Yet I was too arrogant facing a 15-year-old kid. Failed multiple times. How shameful. I won't be as useless as you guys. Not seeing him, Captain Wang used his authority to issue an order. Attention, all squads. I suspect Shen Yi is involved in this incident. Immediately issue a warrant for his arrest. If Shen Yi is seen, apprehend him immediately. They received the order and replied, understood, Captain Wang. The Central Bounty System has completed its environmental assessment. Everyone, please gather at the plaza outside the main hall. Prepare for inspection. After he announced this, he closed the room door. Immediately, the iron panel embedded in the wall opposite the door began to glow red, and a whispering voice from within said, appear. Shen Yi carefully stepped out. Is he far yet? Sure enough, the assassin still has other accomplices. Then he quickly rushed to the window. Although I could hide in the nightmare world until I'm safe, doing so would mean losing the chance to punish these assassins. His arm gripped the iron pipe and he swung himself up. I must get to the third floor and report everything. Shen Yi moved quickly, reaching the third floor in an instant. He balanced himself, steadied his breathing, and observed the activity in the corridor. Then he groped his way to a room. This is it. Quickly write the password on the wall. Just as he was about to break in, Shen Yi was startled by a voice from behind. No wonder I heard noises upstairs. It turns out to be student Shen Yi. What are you doing here? Captain Wang's sudden appearance made him panic and quickly invent a reason. I'm about to take the high school entrance exam. Today, the teacher assigned a math problem. I have to take advantage of this to calculate it. Shen Yi was anxious inwardly. Strange. Why is this password so long? Observing his actions, he speculated, that's an emergency activation device linked to the Central World Government. Does he have the password? Then Captain Wang hurled the baseball bat in his hand towards Shen Yi. Who gave you permission? Damn it. I can't let him write on it. Shen Yi didn't even bother to turn around. Hearing the attack approaching, he made an iron panel appear to block it. He was utterly astonished to see it. What is this? Is it your innate ability? Despite trying to appear calm, Shen Yi was actually impatient. This power, fortunately, the door changed with the surrounding environment. If it were a normal door, I'd probably be headless by now. Captain Wang was charging towards the door, apparently unwilling to give up. The door burst open from his attack. Go die! Disperse! The door began to lose strength. Captain Wang gathered momentum and ran at full speed, constantly yelling, kill you. Finally, he succeeded in pushing the iron door. It slammed straight into Shen Yi's back, making him jump. The door. However, Captain Wang didn't have much strength left. Wounded and bleeding profusely, he muttered, damn brat. The summoned door could actually clamp shut to the floor. At the same time, Shen Yi cheered joyfully, finally finished writing it. The system announced, password verified correctly. I am who I am, the strongest of the world government, Golan. Now commencing emergency demand review, situation handling. Scanning entire police station. Fei Chuan's body has been discovered. The false identity of Captain Wang Zimu of the Serious Crimes Unit has been successfully verified, deploying high-level professionals nearby. Shan, regional director of the conglomerate, has been dispatched. Considering the current level of pressure, the decision has been made to execute immediately. Shenyi heard the familiar name and exclaimed in alarm, its former manager. The police station security system continued to announce, after a 30-second countdown, the culprit impersonating Wang Zumu will be executed on the spot. Countdown begins 29, 28. At the same time, Captain Wang woke up after the heavy collision with the iron door. He sneered. Deploying troops, haha, want to kill me, dream on. 30 seconds is enough for me to finish you off and retreat safely. Instead of replying, Shenyi controlled the iron door to create an escape route for himself. But this time, the fake Captain Wang was faster. He grabbed Shenyi's wrist and said in a raised voice, "Brat, did you think I'd let you run away?" 27, 26. Shenyi was momentarily helpless. Oh no, I'm screwed. The countdown continued mercilessly. 25, go to hell. Suddenly, it was the last second. 1. Just in time, Shan arrived, delivering a powerful punch that instantly filled the space with light. In a flash, Captain Wang seemed to be torn apart and vanished into thin air. Shan kept his arms straight, though he lowered his head. He exuded confidence. Martial arts in this world cannot be broken by speed alone. The alert system retorted angrily, "Idiot, did you think I'd count down for 30 seconds? Shan then calmly asked, arms crossed, "Am I cool?" Shenyi quickly replied, "Cool, super cool, thank you, senior manager, for your timely rescue." Both then returned to the office at the station. Sitting inside, he said to Shenyi, "I can handle other matters for you, but regarding the password, you must tell the truth." Shenyi then truthfully reported to Shan. That password was given to me by Faizian earlier. He said he was being hunted, and if anything happened to me, I should use it immediately. He then looked up. It seems he already knew the silent church and the assassin from earlier were after him. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Shenyi immediately asked, "The silent church?" Shan immediately explained, "It's the organization of the person who caused the anomaly before. They're a bunch of lunatics with mental issues. Perhaps when Officer Lack handled the case, he made enemies with them." After hearing this, his face saddened, and he said bitterly, "Officer Lack's death is truly a pity." Shan lit a cigarette and continued, "It truly is a pity. I hadn't known him for long, but I sensed a strong sense of justice from him. I'm afraid it was his passion that led to his murder. You're very lucky. You were originally going to be eliminated by the assassin disguised as Faizian. A coincidence helped you survive. Silen has investigated the identity of the assassin who was hunting you. They are an assassin from the Assassin Alliance, but they only take online assignments and don't know who hired them." Upon hearing this, Shenyi grew even more cautious and uneasy. If it's an assassin who could kill Officer Lack, then their ability and price must be very high, which means the hirer must be a rich person. He gently acknowledged, "Clever. But the problem is why such a person would want to kill a normal middle school student like you at all costs. We are still investigating this point." Shenyi continued to ask, "What was that Silen that appeared after I used the password? Why didn't Officer Lack summon it to deal with the assassin?" Shan calmly explained, "Silen is the central intelligence system of the world government. This reinforcement mission was arranged for me by it. Normally, it doesn't handle these matters. Unless you have the password it gave you, then it will help you. As for why Officer Lack didn't call it, that's because he didn't know his weapon had a problem. Earlier, one of his staff reported, this is Faizian's bionic arm, also his weapon. The core inside is infected with a virus and cannot be activated. But as soon as Faizian died, it returned to normal. Clearly, this was man-made. Furthermore, it must have been someone very close to him. Silen has assigned us the task, and we will continue to investigate." Shenyi stood motionless, looking at the bionic arm. No wonder he told me his weapon had a problem. This outstanding and powerful police officer specifically left his business card at my house. Then he diligently investigated, and even after dying, he still pointed me in the right direction. A person like that, when encountering an enemy, couldn't even use his weapon before passing away. Aryushin continued gently, Shen Yi, you are now part of our corporation. Today, I will teach you your first lesson. I hope you remember it well. Always be wary of those with malicious intentions. They are more terrifying than monsters. Shen Yi looked straight into his eyes, his expression resolute and strong. I will remember this statement. His attitude reassured Aryushin a little. He put out his cigarette and said, Good, now follow me. I've arranged to meet your parents. Shen Yi quickly asked, What about them? They're still in the anomaly, right? Aryushin replied casually, Someone more professional will handle that later. This place is about to be sealed off. We need to leave now. Shen Yi naively retorted, Why don't you stay and deal with everything at the police station? With your abilities, it should be easy to handle those too, right? Hearing this, Aryushin mildly scolded, Don't have such childish thoughts anymore. Who knows what they might bring out of the anomaly? I remember there was a kid who, after coming out of an anomaly caused by the cult, appeared completely normal, but in reality, he was just a layer of human skin. Beneath that human skin was hidden a type of monster never before recorded. The monster eventually massacred more than half the city before its weakness was found and it was destroyed. That's why I'd rather take on murder cases, rather than get involved with anomalies and cults. Everyone feels the same, but don't worry, those two will have an even more tragic end than the one stuck to the wall. Suddenly, when mentioning this, an idea flashed in his mind. He quickly made a call. That's right, Fai Zion. Officer Lack, hello, it's me. Help me investigate someone named Meng Eng. Investigate the relationship between her and Fai Zion. Upon receiving a response from the other end of the line, Aryushin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What? This is really bad. He repeated the name he'd just heard. Meng Eng. Who is that? It seems she has some connection to Officer Lack. After leaving the station, Aryushin went to meet Shen's father, the former manager. Things have come to this. There's something my son, Shen Yi, needs to know, so that he can make a decision, and then we'll look at the details of this contract. He happily replied, Of course. I'll step out for a cigarette, just call me back in later. When Aryushin went out, his parents then confessed, Xiao Yi, your mother and I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, you're also a descendant of a noble lineage. Originally, your father was also a branch of the aristocratic family, the Sampu Shen clan. Once again, Shen Yu was confused by the unfamiliar name, Sampu Shen clan. He looked at them awkwardly, thinking, as expected, Shen Yi's background is not ordinary. It seems it was mentioned in history books that the Sampu Shen clan is one of the families that possess divine inheritance and divine artifacts. The two of them continued to explain, Back then, your father was also a born genius. Unfortunately, while cultivating an ancient martial art, he went berserk and lost all his power. When your father was discouraged and lost all will, he came to live in this city and then met your mother. Later, your grandfather arranged a marriage for your father, but he refused because of your mother. This angered your grandfather, causing your father to be abandoned by the family. Afterward, your parents had you and lived a peaceful, contented life. Looking at their loving actions and gazes, Shen Yu was suddenly envious. Are mom and dad showing off their affection to me? His father continued his wife's words. Xiao Yi, the reason we're telling you all this is because the talent you've displayed now far surpasses that of ordinary people. If we return to your grandfather now and acknowledge our ancestors, he will surely agree. By then, you will become a descendant of an aristocratic family, enjoying abundant resources and generous treatment. The inheritance of an aristocratic family is something countless people desire, but cannot obtain. Xiao Yi, if you join the Human Martial Arts Alliance, you will never be able to access the family's secret inheritance again. Your mother and I are giving you the right to choose. Don't worry, no matter which path you choose, we will fully support you. Shen Yi smiled happily, but his eyes held a hint of sadness. Dad, Mom, I've made my decision. I want to join the Human Martial Arts Alliance. His mother was extremely surprised. Have you thought it through? Your father and I can go beg your grandfather. Once he agrees, you'll never have to worry about food or clothing your whole life. He looked at his mother with an unwavering gaze. No, I'm not going back. I don't want you two to beg others. If you two could shoulder this family, then I can too. Just trust me. Shenyi's mother teared up upon hearing this. This is your life, your father, and I respect your decision. Xiaoyi has truly grown up. He quickly continued, then I'll go call the former manager now. In an instant, the thought reappeared in his mind. Over the years, the number of times our family returned to Grandpa's place was extremely few. Now that I think about it, every time we went back, he was never warm to our family, and the other relatives were even colder and more distant. In my memory, the only joy was playing with the kids from other families during my childhood. In my previous life, I was used to hardship and a lonely existence. Only now do I feel genuine family affection. Aryushin held the file and announced, successfully signed, welcome, Shenyi, officially to the Human Martial Arts Alliance. He continued to suppress his thoughts behind a cheerful face. A cold-blooded and ruthless family like the Shen clan, I don't need it. At that time, he made a suggestion. In a few days, Shenyi has to participate in the admissions tests for 3 famous schools, so I want him to temporarily live at the Alliance. What do you two think? Shenyi's mother agreed without hesitation. That's wonderful. Those are the 3 best high schools in the whole world. Xiaoyi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just perform as usual. Shenyi smiled obsequiously. Director Jin, I'll follow you from now on. Di Bang was sitting in the hallway at that time, staring intently at her phone. She read aloud delightedly. Malicious bullying, burying a classmate's future. The block leader whose psyche became twisted because he missed one exam. Social revenge, harming classmates. The police have launched an investigation. This matter will definitely have a response. Great, the video I posted has worked. The miserable state of Tanmin's group has attracted many followers and comments. It wasn't for nothing that I ran to the hospital to take a picture of Tanmin's pig head. Soon Shen Yu will be dealt with. His reputation will be ruined. As for me, I'll still be the pure and innocent goddess. As she fiddled with the screen, Di Bang muttered to herself, Shen Yi, don't blame me. This is your destiny. From now on, you won't be able to go to high school. You won't learn any techniques, won't have any weapons or armor, no elixirs or evolution drugs, and won't even have an inheritance. Later, you'll be like Tanmin's group, a good-for-nothing, and I will be the gap you can never cross. Just as she was getting excited, a notification arrived. Her phone screen displayed the capitalized text, your post content has been deemed fabricated and has been fully blocked. The police have published information related to this incident. Please stop fabricating stories and causing trouble. Otherwise, the platform and the Human Martial Arts Alliance will reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Di Bang's face darkened, her eyes wide. Deemed fabricated? No way! There's evidence that this male student acted in self-defense. No, I don't believe it. Why wasn't it announced? Also, what does this have to do with the Human Martial Arts Alliance? What about the school? What did the school say? At school, the principal hung a red banner and joyfully announced, congratulations to Shen Yi of our school's 9th grade for signing with the Human Martial Arts Alliance. 5 key provincial high schools have sent him direct admission invitations. When Di Bang saw this image, she slumped down in disappointment. No way, I was so close to succeeding. Suddenly, Tanmin called out from his hospital bed, bang bang. Are you still there? But she paid him no mind, focused only on her thoughts. How could he sign a contract with the Human Martial Arts Alliance? What right does he have? At the Human Martial Arts Alliance building, Aryushan and Shen Yi stood in the elevator, chatting. He began. The police station sent news, it's over, a great battle. Quite a few people died, and 1 person was captured alive. You were shocked? That brutal? More news arrived. I chopped that guy to death, getting 5 military merit points for this. Shen Yi heard the new term and wondered, military merit? Aryushin nodded. Yes, it can be used as currency to buy special items, such as cultivation methods, materials, intelligence, weapons. Speaking of which, you reported the entire incident, but you don't have a profession, so you probably won't receive military merit. His words were like a thunderclap, making him exclaim, How disappointing. A moment later, Shenyi received a notification. In this battle, you have made important contributions to miners. The government has a more appropriate reward method. Your goods have been shipped. Please pick them up at the lobby of the Human Martial Arts Alliance building in the next few days. The Department of Military Merit and Rank Management of the World United Government. He immediately showed off to the supervisor. I also have this reward. I wonder what it is. Just then, the elevator doors opened, having arrived at the 105th floor. Raishan immediately elaborated, middle school students only build a foundation. It's only in high school that they truly learn about their professional skills. So I guess it's a pretty good cultivation method. Shenyi also admitted, it's true that I lack offensive skills. I've been assassinated several times in a row. If it weren't for my luck, I probably would have. He proactively continued, I know, for the foreseeable future, it's best you don't go out. I will immediately begin investigating this matter. As they both stepped into the lobby of the 105th floor, the people inside began to bow respectfully. General Manager Jin, the rumors have been completely dealt with. Shenyi surprisingly wondered, rumors? Raishan, still enthusiastic, said, yes, very good. Shenyi, from now on, you are a member of the group. This month's expenses have been transferred to your account. Please manage your spending wisely. The man next to them immediately welcomed. Please follow me, Mr. Shen. I'll lead you to your room. Fearing Shenyi might be too polite, he advised beforehand, you can move about freely. Consider this place your home. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be with you for now. If anything comes up, just call me. Shenyi quickly replied, okay, thank you, General Manager Jin. There was also a beautiful girl in a tight black dress greeting him. Shenyi, I'm elder sister McLam. First, congratulations on joining the Human Martial Arts Group. You are very talented. You're younger than me, so I'll call you little brother, okay? I have to thank you for always supporting and loving me. I hope you study diligently, strive to increase your strength, and become an extremely formidable and important figure. This world is so vast, it's worth us striving together. Come on. Oh, and I also prepared VIP concert tickets. I'll be waiting for you. Shenyi sat watching her video, his face dazed. McLam, the female celebrity that the other Shenyi liked the most. Everything in this room, from the flowers to the paintings, the books, food, drinks, exercise preferences, and even the female celebrity, everything was what Shenyi loved most. He stepped out onto the balcony of the luxurious room at dusk, his emotions still a bit jumbled. For a newcomer, the group went to this extent. This is the fame and fortune that power brings. Isn't it? Shenyi's gaze stretched across the vast space. 105 floors. Who wouldn't want to live among the clouds? Who wouldn't want to ride the wind straight to the blue sky to see that magnificent scenery? Tonight at 12 a.m., I must go to the nightmare world and quickly get a not bad evaluation. I must become stronger. The entrance exam the day after tomorrow. I can't afford to be eliminated. As planned, when the clock struck 12, Shenyi opened the door leading to the nightmare world. Greeting him were fragmented skeletons scattered in thousands of pieces. What happened here? Shenyi carefully tiptoed and reminded himself, I can't rush in recklessly or it will affect the dictionary's evaluation. But who knew the skeletal monster's consciousness was still present? It was even calling for help. Shenyi, is that you? Shenyi, quick, quick, save me. I'm about to die. He anxiously asked Big Skull, how did you end up like this? I don't know how to heal. Fallon replied, do you still have those tonics from last time? Quick, give me a few more pills. Shenyi awkwardly said, sorry, I don't have that with me. It was helpless. It's over. I never thought I'd die here. It's truly laughable. Seeing the critical situation, Shenyi quickly closed the door, intending to call for assistance. After all, this guy is a pretty good partner. I should still try asking him for help. Hold on, just a little longer. I'll immediately figure out a way to save you. Wait for me. Fallon, exhausted, could only utter one word, quick. Fallon kept waiting like that. 2 hours passed, and it lamented its fate. I'm definitely going to die. Finally, the door emitted a crimson energy. Shenyi also returned, "Big Skull, I'm back." "Oh no, the door isn't big enough. I can't get in." Fallon spoke heavily. "You finally arrived. What are you doing, Mintang?" Shenyi enthusiastically introduced, "I've invested everything to save you. I bought a giant fish tank filled with oral calcium gluconate solution and liquid calcium containing magnesium and zinc. This place cost me all my money. As long as you can soak in it, you'll be able to recover your state. Do you have any way?" It clicked its tongue and replied, "What way could I possibly have?" Suddenly, the space inside shook and the ceiling broke, causing many fragments to fall. Shenyi panicked and yelled, "What's happening?" Fallon growled furiously, "Damn it, they're about to break in. Humans and spirit elves. This is actually a secret path. Outside is our undead race's battlefield. Humans and spirit elves are attacking us. The campaign isn't over yet, but right now I'm extremely weak. Take this. This is a spatial ring. Put it on quickly. I must escape." With that, Fallon quickly vanished and retracted itself into the ring on his hand. Its soul and entire body, after a moment, were contained neatly within this tiny ring. As for Shenyi, he immediately shouted, "Disperse, door." After a moment, the space became quiet again. Shenyi sighed in relief. That was really dangerous. If I had been hit by that shockwave, it would have been terrible. He quickly woke Fallon. "Hey, did you go into the ring?" It called out, "Yes, living things cannot be stored in the spatial dimension inside, but coincidentally, I'm not a living thing. I am an undead." Shenyi thought to himself, "I knew this guy definitely had a treasure in his hands. He didn't want to take it out at first. The sly one." Fallon continued to speak loudly from inside. "Raise your hand towards the fish tank, then absorb the fish tank in. That way, I can soak in whatever solution it is." He also chatted enthusiastically, "Indeed, you're not an ordinary skeleton. I've been a little suspicious of your identity since we were in the spirit village. After all, who would be captured by 3 of their own kind to assassinate an enemy leader? However, I don't like to pry into other people's private matters. And I won't tell you what to do, but if I've saved you, you must repay me." It immediately replied, "How do you want me to repay you?" Shenyi bluntly stated, "Today I have to go to your world. You must help me with all your strength." Fallon heard him say that and frantically shouted, "Didn't you see how fierce the battle just now was? Are you going there to seek death? Forget it. You respect my privacy. I respect yours too, but all the powerful treasures on me have long been used up, so I can't help you much." Shenyi seriously asked again, "Aren't you a battlefield scavenger?" It had no intention of denying it. "It's true that I'm responsible for collecting spoils of war on the battlefield. Don't think I can actually pick up anything good. The truly powerful treasures are directly taken away when their owners are defeated." Shenyi listened and pondered. Outside the secret tunnel is the undead battlefield. So, if I pretend to be an undead soldier, go around the battlefield and come back, wouldn't I have something again? Then he continued to ask Fallon, "Do you have any undead soldier equipment, preferably something that can conceal a human's aura?" It then summoned a pile of wartime scrap metal and replied, "Conceal an aura, let me see." Shenyi frantically rummaged. "What kind of dilapidated scrap is all this? Are you collecting junk?" Fallon replied, "These broken armor sets always show the brutality of war. You search. Maybe there's one that can be used." After a tiring selection, Shenyi finally got a set of armor, barely managed to put together a set. This horse card is also pretty good. It says that at that time, I can summon a bone warhorse. Fallon praised, "Excellent. Your whole body is now radiating the aura of death. It's just right for you to use the Centaurion's mask." Shenyi asked curiously, "What does this mask do?" It diligently instructed, "It has a high-level death aura on it. Wear it, combine it with your equipment, and other undead definitely won't recognize you. Now you look just like a real undead warrior. If you're quick, you might even be able to use that horse card to get a bone warhorse. Riding a bone warhorse acting tough on the undead battlefield, and if you encounter danger, immediately run away. Wouldn't you at least steal a title like Ghost Knight? Shenyu was ready. He turned his back to Fallon and stepped into the door. Okay, I'm going over there. It loudly called out a warning. You absolutely mustn't die. If you die, the ring on your hand will be taken, and then I'll definitely be doomed too. Shenyu confidently declared to it, I'll try not to die. He entered. The scene inside now resembled a rock cave. Shenyu commented, this place has been completely destroyed. He walked straight up to a high stone platform and muttered, that's right. Last time I went to the spirit territory, I got a sword. This time it's perfect to bring along for self-defense. With that said, Shenyu slowly crept forward, clinging to the rock and poking his head through to the other side. As soon as he looked up, 8 sharp spears were already pointed at him. In front of him was a group of grim-faced, cold people. There's an abandoned undead here. Kill him. Shenyu was astonished to see them. Humans. Isn't this the undead battlefield? Did the undead lose the battle? So he quickly took off his mask and shouted, don't strike. We're on the same side. Look, I'm human. But the other party absolutely refused to believe him. Roman raised his sword high and accused him, by serving the undead, prepared to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the gleaming blade struck straight down. Fortunately, Shenyu was quick enough to block it. Roman looked at him and began to show a hint of confusion. This sword is Nightfall. Shenyu himself was confused by this, unconsciously repeating, Nightfall, a human scout's short sword, white tier. Characteristic, sharp. This is an assassination short sword, and it also has a silent, sacred blessing from the human race, silent and sacred. Only human scouts whose souls have never fallen can possess this sword. The wielder of this sword is worthy of the human race's trust and can transmit intelligence. He now extended his hand to help him up while explaining to the others. Only humans whose souls have never fallen can possess Nightfall. He is indeed one of us. All right, there's nothing more here. You all continue to pursue and eliminate the remaining undead. They replied in unison, understood, Captain. Roman asked, brother, do you need our assistance? Looking at him making a finger gesture, Shenyu chuckled to himself, is this expressing love at first sight? Is the nightmare world of you guys really that trendy? No, he keeps staring at my mask. This hand gesture definitely has some hidden meaning. Could this mask represent something? That fraudulent skeleton just pulls out random items, and they're all special items. Never mind, I'll scare him first and then figure it out. After a long thought, he replied, as you can see, my current situation is quite difficult. If you assist me, of course, I won't refuse. He replied, feeling tense, understood, I'll give you a soldier's combat pack. Shenyu couldn't believe the situation turned around so easily, secretly rejoicing. It really worked, thank you. Please tell me your name, I'll repay you later. He replied swiftly, Roman. Just then, a cavalry troop was approaching. Someone shouted loudly, make way for the Baron. As soon as Warren arrived, he said, Roman, you've lingered here for too long. Are you intentionally missing the battle opportunity? He hurriedly explained, it's not like that. I met a scout outside the ruins of the secret passage. The Baron immediately heard and urgently ordered, secret passage, scout, guards, seize this scout. I suspect he's a spy for the undead. But Roman quickly intervened. Wait, he has a nightshade sword in his hand. Warren didn't let him finish and started scolding. Shut up. Of course I know that anyone who can wield a nightshade sword hasn't sold their warrior soul, but I want to know what his mission is. Shenyu, brave and capable, looked straight into his eyes and retorted, who are you, and by what right do you question my mission? Warren bared his teeth and chuckled. I am Baron Warren of the Southern Eagle Fortress. A mere scout like you dares to ask my name? Let's see, first I'll strip you, give you 20 lashes, and then uncover your secrets. Shenyu sneered, Warren, you damned pervert, I'll remember you, door. He roared, giving orders to his soldiers. A mere scout dares to threaten this Baron. Go to hell. When the guards brought down their batons, he had already vanished. Looking at the empty ground, the group asked each other, "Where is he? Strange, he vanished. How is that possible?" "Baron, there's no secret passage or trap under the ground." Roman then calmly folded his arms and stated, "I heard that some assassins, operating under assumed names, are also participating in this campaign. They are skilled at hiding in the shadows, masters specializing in assassination missions. Warren, you were quite brave just now, revealing your name." Upon hearing this, he immediately broke into a sweat. Specializing in assassination missions, the battlefield is unpredictable. What if he assassinates me amidst the chaos? So Warren had to quickly retreat. Damn it. Let's go. Shenyi had returned to his room by this time. He tiredly slumped to the floor. Damn it. Baron Warren, huh? He strikes without hesitation. I'll remember him. Luckily, I had already opened the door under the ground beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. That skeleton, damn you, that mask is problematic. Didn't you see that guy signaling me? Felon calmly defended himself. You can't blame me. I don't know the intricacies of the human military. Besides, didn't you return safely? A notification appeared. This time, opening the door received an evaluation item. One of us, an excellent green tier item. Evaluation, a common human. The highest tier item you received was white, but in a situation where you couldn't defeat anyone, you used external force to attack, resolved a difficult situation, and escaped back. This is why you were specially granted this item. Shenyi frowned. Why is it another green one of us item? The system issued a warning. Attention, this is the second time you have been specially granted this item. A special event is underway. If the next evaluation item you receive is still the green one of us, you may receive the special honorary item Ordinary Person for being specially granted the same evaluation item 3 times in a row. This honorary item will unleash a powerful resonance, summoning a hidden ability. You only have one chance to gain this hidden ability. Proceed with caution. He looked a bit distorted. Receiving 3 identical items can activate a hidden ability? That means if the next item I receive is still one of us, I can successfully activate it, but if not, I'll lose the chance to gain the hidden ability. He had to accept it anyway. Shenyi checked his backpack, wondering how to get the next green tier one of us item. According to the item's instructions, one needs to be in a situation of using external force to attack, resolving difficulties, and escaping. He recalled previous instances, thinking carefully about the 2 times he had received one of us. Whether it was the elf village or the undead battlefield, he was always on someone else's home turf. At the same time, he was in a life or death predicament, and ultimately, he made others abandon their hostile attitudes, even willing to protect him. That's right, these are the unlocked conditions. Shenyi was a bit flustered. This requirement was too high. It was like dancing on a knife's edge, and he only had one chance. No, walking in the dark too often leads to trouble. If the situation becomes too dangerous, he'd rather give up the hidden ability. His life is the most important thing. Suddenly, an electronic chime rang out. A mechanical voice delivered a reminder. Mr. Shen, you have a visitor. She claims to be Fei Chuan's family. Her identity has been verified by the corporation. There are no issues. Would you like to meet her? Shenyi blinked, shifting into focus. Officer Luo's family. Officer Luo died tragically investigating his case, and even after his death, he saved Shenyi's life. His family wants to meet him. No matter what, he couldn't refuse. Thinking this, he spoke. All right, the system immediately responded. A reception room has been arranged for you on the 50th floor. Shenyi secretly thought, I hope I can do something for his family. He gathered his courage and stepped out to meet her. Excuse me, are you looking for me? Meng Yu stood against the moonlight, looking at him. Then she spoke, Shenyi, you are honest. Suddenly, Shenyi saw something in her eyes. Above her head, the words punishing swordsman appeared. She extended her hand to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Meng Yu, Fei Chuan's younger sister. I'm here this time to clarify a few things with you. Shenyi flustered, shook her hand. An item. He had met many people, but even Shan didn't have an appraisal item. In the nightmare world, There were countless races. Undead, even high-level elves didn't have items. Only the elf grand priestess had a long string of items. This young girl was the second person he had ever met with an item. He suddenly realized that she was the one who made the previous manager's expression change when speaking. Mengyu explained, "My brother found the assassin who was hunting you, the man wearing sunglasses. When they fought hand-to-hand, his weapon was ineffective, and he was killed by the assassin. I also found those who tampered with the weapon. They were two of his classmates, motivated by jealousy over the honors my brother received." Mengyu's tone was flat. "I killed all of them." Shenyi froze. His voice involuntarily trembled, but the previous manager said the culprit was just captured alive yesterday. She replied nonchalantly, "That's right, so I killed him." Shenyi was traumatized. "And you also killed the two who tampered with the weapon?" She stated plainly, "That's right." He felt his worldview collapse. To say it so lightly, is this what a great swordsman is like? Mengyu's expression was momentarily downcast. "My brother was a person of limited talent, so I recommended him to a pretty good school. I waited for him to graduate, find a good job, and then marry a gentle woman to continue the Luo family line. Originally, everything was progressing as I imagined. I hoped he would be protected and live a peaceful life." Shenyi felt something was wrong. "No, I always thought Fei Chuan was a prodigy. How did he become a person of limited talent according to his sister?" She continued, "However, his end was to be plotted against by villains, tied up, and hidden in a locker." She noticed his strangeness and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Is it only allowed for people to bully my brother, but not allowed for me to avenge him?" Shenyi waved his hands repeatedly. "No, I was just thinking, if you kill people like that, won't anyone come to rescue you?" Mengyu's expression remained normal. "So that's how it is. Although you bear the Shen surname, you've never lived in a prestigious family, so you wouldn't understand. No matter how ordinary my brother was, he was still a descendant of a prestigious family, yet he died shamefully at the hands of an assassin. I represent the Luo family to seek justice for him, and no one dares to say a word." She added, "Also, my mother's surname is Xiao, so I use my mother's surname." Shenyi looked like he was listening. "I understand. Please continue." Mengyu continued, "I asked the assassin's name. He didn't know who wanted to kill you, nor did he know he had killed a descendant of the Luo family. Now they're all dead, and the clues end here." She was serious. "This time I came to you because I want to ask you regarding the person who wants to kill you. Do you have any clues? Do you have any suspects? Even a vague speculation would do. Can you give me a few names? As long as there are names, you can leave the rest to me." Shenyi honestly revealed everything. "To be frank, I don't have any clues about the mastermind behind it, but by killing those culprits, you've already avenged Officer Luo." Mengyu interrupted, "Not enough." Then she drew her sword, her eyes cold. "I must find the person who hired the assassin to kill you. An assassin killed my brother, so I will wipe out both the assassin and the mastermind behind it." Her clear voice rang out. "Using this to comfort my brother's soul in heaven." The sword energy sliced through the sky. Shenyi's mouth hung open. Did she just slice that? I didn't even see her draw her sword. Mengyu gently brushed her hair. "Shenyi, please think carefully. Is there anything special or any other overlooked details? You are a descendant of the Shen family. Have you ever made enemies or held grudges with other prestigious family descendants before? Please don't give up the investigation because his power is strong or his influence is great. You can ask for my help anytime." Shenyi gave a helpless smile. "Our family's relationship with the three ancestors' Shen family isn't very good. We barely interact. Occasionally when I went back, I only joked around with kids my age. I didn't offend anyone." He suddenly exclaimed, "That's right. Now that you mention it, it seems the first time I was attacked, there was a faint scream of panic in the hospital. Could someone have witnessed it?" Mengyu immediately seized upon this. "Investigate immediately. Wait for my news." She came and went like the wind. "This is how you can contact me. Thank you, Shenyi. I'll be going now. Farewell." He waved dazedly. "Be careful on your way." Immediately after, a voice of exclamation rang out behind Shenyi. What a terrifying sword strike when she arrived. I deliberately asked her if she had laid hands on you. I was afraid she would take out her anger on you because of Fei Chuan's death, but it seems the outcome is still very good. Aryushin seemed to know Meng Yu very well. She is the most outstanding descendant of the Luo family in this generation, among the major prestigious families. She can also be called a distinguished talent. He rattled off a series of questions. Is she still in school or is she already working? He said, she will also take the high school entrance exam this year, the same year as you. Just hearing that was staggering. Aryushin comforted him. Don't be discouraged. Descendants of these prestigious families all have secret inheritances. They've been trained since childhood, so their abilities far exceeding their peers are normal. If you had grown up in the Shen family since childhood, you wouldn't be much worse than her. Shenyi yawned, not really caring. I'm more than happy about this. Now that she's on my side, once I find the mastermind, she can help. He chuckled softly. Go on. Tomorrow I'll arrange for some teachers to introduce some important points for the exam. He quickly returned to his room, collapsing as soon as he got back. As expected of a prestigious family descendant, she's too strong. Prestigious families, these are the highest tier existences in human civilization. What if it really was someone from a prestigious family who wanted to kill me? They could just flip a coin and use people from the Assassin Alliance, easily buying my life. Shenyi encouraged himself. I need to quickly learn some offensive moves. After all, I won't always have a great swordswoman on my side. He shouted, hey, big skeleton, do you still have any crystal nightmares, the kind with skills? The lesson learned is, in the end, people still have to rely on themselves. Shenyi asked again, skeleton, do you still have any crystal nightmares, the kind with skills? Fallon whispered, my place is full of necromancy skills. You're not a necromancer, so you can't use them without soul fire power. He didn't give up. So where did the Moonlit Deer's Walk skill you gave me before come from? It coldly explained, that was picked up by chance. Shenyi fell silent. Do I really have to wait until I reach level 3 to learn attack skills? But I can't wait that long. Not to mention, someone's hunting me down, and I'm about to take the exam. Those noble descendants probably aren't easy to deal with. He suddenly remembered, that's right. I haven't had a chance to check the soldier's combat pouch that human officer Rowan gave me. Shenyi rummaged through his inventory bag. Dry rations, first aid kit, nothing interesting. He joyfully took out a glittering stone. I have one of these crystal nightmares. Then he eagerly used it, hoping for a good skill. The moment the stone was crushed, a message was transmitted. Brothers of the Shadow Hand, establish an intelligence transfer point at the main army's encampment. If you see a tent with 3 vertical swords, you can go there to submit the mission. The Shadow Hand awaits your news. Shenyi immediately deflated. What is this? It's not a skill. Fallon scoffed. It seems that human named Roman considers you a member of the Shadow Hand. He had to find another way. I've already received a quest today, so even if I go to the Nightmare World again, I won't get a similar quest. This is a good time to go explore. Shenyi thought of something. Skeleton, where did you pick up the Centurion's mask you gave me? Can we find that place? It was puzzled. It's near the secret passage. I don't remember the exact location. Why are you asking this? He spoke quickly. The Undadare outside the secret passage has been captured by humans. I want to disguise myself as a human soldier and go to the Nightmare World again. Do you have any human equipment? Fallon pondered. Let me look. A moment later, Shenyu was fully equipped. He was now disguised as a human soldier at the border of Jai territory. See the mark of the Infernal Hound on the shield. That's your symbol. The humans in Jai territory have been wiped out by us undead. You're disguised as a fortunate survivor, so no one will suspect you. Shenyi asked, so what is this crystal for? Fallon explained, this is a distress letter from the Lord of Jolly. It also serves as a token. You'll need it when you go out later. He was surprised. That's rare. Why are you suddenly so concerned about my affairs? It sheepishly said, because you saved me last night. I have to repay your kindness. It's a shame you saw through it. To be honest, otherwise, I'd dry out your calcium supplement solution. Fallon was forced to admit, I need to help you gain a certain status in the nightmare world. Only then can you buy some high-level ingredients to treat my injury. Shenyu was pleased. Now that's more like it. Sparse trees under the moon, a desolate and deadly scene. A soldier shouted, someone's injured here. Others, come quickly. Shenyi hid behind a tree. Watching, they encouraged each other. Hang in there, brother. Stay conscious. Headquarters isn't far. You'll be treated soon. Shenyi observed his surroundings. There are still some soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. I can't act recklessly. What if I run into the group from last time and they recognize me? That wouldn't be easy to handle. He moved quietly. This place is full of corpses. I need to find them and gather intelligence. Behind him was a corpse. It's huge. This is a giant undead. He whispered, hey, big brother, wake up. I have something to ask. Gloomy undead speech activated. Shenyi held something out. Big brother, do you know the origin of this mask? The giant undead was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know. He frowned. All right, you rest. Then he ran around asking each of the dead, brother, have you ever seen this mask? Never. Seen this mask before? No. Seen this mask before? Never. For a while, there were no clues. He sat down, leaning his back against a rock. Damn it. Searching like this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. He felt his hand touch something furry. Shenyi's eyes lit up. A werewolf. This is great. Werewolves' noses must be really sharp. Maybe it can help me find it. He used a similar technique. Good dog. Have you ever seen or smelled anything similar to this mask? This time he got information. I've seen this mask before. It belonged to a centurion. He's right over there. Only one arm left. Also, I'm not a dog, I'm a wolf. He didn't care. Good dog, you've done a great job. You can go back now. The werewolf tried to correct him. It's a wolf. Shenyi approached the arm the werewolf pointed to. This kind of condition means it was hit directly by a large-scale spell. Only one arm left. Is my gloomy undead speech still useful? Brother, are you there? The arm trembled slightly, then made a beckoning gesture. Shenyi was excited. This is a symbolic movement of the shadow arm. Looks like I found the right person. This person is the owner of the mask. Brother, is there anything you can tell me? The arm pointed in another direction, and Shenyi followed its gaze. There's a boot over there. Shenyi walked over and picked up the boot, immediately choking. This boot stinks. The stench is overwhelming. Wait, it seems there's something inside. Amidst the terrible stench, something fell out of it. The system's congratulatory message rang out. You have discovered multiple special items, unlocking the item interpretation auxiliary ability. You can now see interpretations of special items. Shadow Knight Metal. Excellent blue item. The metal is engraved with profound runic rays of magic. It can activate a designated weapon. Without a synchronized weapon, it is a useless item. Shenyi looked bewildered. Weapon. Could it be? He took out the sword, and the item was immediately absorbed. The sword glowed with a brilliant blue light. The item upgraded. Nightshade became Night Veil. The sword's information also changed. Night Veil dagger set. Belonging to human assassins. Excellent blue grade. Advanced sharpness attribute. Advanced blood draining attribute. This is an assassination dagger set. It has also received the shadow blessing from the Brotherhood of the Shadow Hand. Only high-level assassins can wield it. Shadow Blessing. This sword emits a special energy wave, representing your identity and enabling you to complete missions for the Brotherhood of the Shadow Hand, receiving worthy rewards. Shadows protect those who uphold justice. Shenyi's eyes welled up with tears of joy. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. The Nightshade sword upgraded to the Night Veil sword. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Oh, right? There's also a letter here. Opening the letter revealed dense writing regarding a mandatory investigation into the abnormal fluctuations of the undead, brothers and sisters. The Human Empire and the Elf Kingdom have jointly issued a large-scale mission. Any intelligence regarding abnormal undead activity can be exchanged for generous rewards. We urge everyone to go to the battlefield. The survival of our people requires you and me to fight with all our might. May the shadows protect us both. Shadow Hand. Shenyi still couldn't stand the smell, so this is a mission from the Shadow Hand. He then remembered the Nightmare Gem. Roman Crystal told me that the camp with 3 vertical dagger emblems is where the Shadow Hand resides. That's right, Roman must also be a member of the Shadow Hand. Seeing my mask, he decided to help me out. He laughed loudly, exchanging intelligence about undead abnormalities for generous rewards. That's too simple. Then he pointed at a corpse. Tell me intelligence about the undead abnormalities. It mumbled, I don't know anything. Shenyi didn't give up. Alright, you, and you too, tell me information about the undead anomalies. They all repeated the same thing. We don't know anything. Common soldiers only have combat orders. Shenyi frowned. How annoying. A weak voice rang out, actually, I can provide you with intelligence. Shenyi immediately caught on. That's right. Isn't there an undead here already? But you're an undead, yet you're actively selling intelligence about your own race. Aren't you trying to set a trap for me? Fallon chuckled. The undead are indeed my kin, but they all have ill intentions towards me. He felt it made sense. That's right, this guy's situation among the undead doesn't seem too good. It asked again, what kind of intelligence do you want? Earth-shattering intelligence, or just the usual kind? Shenyi made a request. I can't ask for overly shocking intelligence because I'm just an ordinary person once earth-shattering intelligence is presented. Others wanting to verify it will surely put me at risk. Fallon said, then I have a piece of intelligence, just enough for you to exchange for some items. He was curious. What intelligence? The undead race is implementing new fortress components, which can increase the power of the undead soulfire cannons by 20% and their firing rate by 10%. Hearing that, Shenyi frowned slightly. Is the value of this intelligence perhaps high? It replied, not necessarily high. Actually, with the outbreak of war, I believe the high-level management of the human race already has suspicions. They just haven't confirmed it yet. He didn't ask for more. This intelligence is good. It can bring benefits without attracting too much attention. Following Fallon's lead to a place, that's where the main army is stationed. The Shadow Hand's mission reception is in there. But how should I get there? It suggested, aren't those humans looking for injured people? You can disguise yourself as injured and they'll take you there. Shenyi got excited. That's a great idea. What about the medical standards of humans on the battlefield? The two discussed. The healing effect of human sacred art is the best. Even elves can't compare to humans, provided you have money. Do you need money on the battlefield too? Of course, as long as you can pay, you can even regenerate severed limbs. What about the undead? Its tone was regretful. We usually throw dying beings outside to let them fend for themselves. Shenyi also felt uncomfortable. Is there no treatment at all? Fallon sighed. It can be treated, but it's very troublesome. It recalled, we need to use special incantations, materialize a sacrificial altar, then imprison a group of undead or living beings, drawing power from them. This method can help us recover instantly, but the price is the life force of other beings. Only undead of extremely high status can do it, and they must also understand the secret techniques involved. He slumped, so the quality-price ratio of humans is still higher. Too bad I don't have money. Fallon exclaimed, I do. Who knew it was a trick? Turns out we have money, that's great. Shenyi approached the giant undead's corpse. I have an idea. He used his ability to lift the huge hammer, boosting his strength attribute. Fallon was confused. What are you doing? Shenyi smirked. If I can't scream when the time comes, remember to find a way to help me. It asked again in surprise, hey, are you serious? Then Shenyi let go, allowing the hammer to completely crush him. He was in so much pain that he coughed up blood. Fallon exclaimed, why such a huge investment just for a supporting role? He struggled to say, playing a dead person isn't even that difficult, let alone a supporting role. Shenyi grabbed a stone and hit the shield, trying to shout loudly, someone, help. Is anyone there? Save me. Save my life. Immediately, someone nearby heard, someone's calling for help. They mobilized people. Hurry here. There's an injured person here. Hang in there, we're coming right away. Shenyi was taken to the soldiers' camp, where a priest began a healing song. A green light surrounded his injured body, and soon his wounds were healed. The priest stepped aside and bowed. "My lord, the healing is complete. His wounds have recovered." The noble blonde person nodded. You may withdraw. Someone will compensate you shortly." Shenyi, in a daze, asked, "Where am I?" The other person helped him up. "My child, it's safe now. You are in the human encampment." He asked, his eyes half closed. "Who are you?" The man said, "I am Prince Not." "My child, there's a fierce hound emblem on the shield you carry. Tell me, are you from Lord Rai?" Tham Da feigned sorrow and handed over the stone. "Finally, I found you. Rai has been invaded by the undead. Please send aid quickly. This is the message my lord told me to deliver." The wizard behind him immediately took it and cast an interpretation spell. A voice came from the stone. "Great lords of the empire, I am Lord Rai Lauren. Whoever can lead troops to rescue our Rai territory, I am willing to pay 300 gold coins, along with a favorable land contract. Please, you must come to our aid." He nodded, confirming. "That's Lauren's voice, and the crystal is fine too." Node's eyes were filled with sorrow. "My child, you truly are from Rai, but there's something I must tell you. Rai has been completely destroyed." He shared, "The undead have taken over the territory, and it seems you are the only fortunate survivor." Tham Da was surprised. His eyes read, "What?" He buried his face in his hands and sobbed. "Father, Mother Zelos, Grandma Kai, Little Lu, are all of them gone?" "No, I don't believe it." Not tried to comfort him. "My child, you've endured many hardships along the way, and you still survived the giant undead stone mace. That truly is an extraordinary feat. You are the last ember of Rai. Just rest for now. Don't worry about anything. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to go to the Empire's rear to find a safe place to live out your life." Tham Da didn't forget his main goal. "I still need to find the Shadow Hands camp to turn in the quest for a skill. I can't just be sent away like this." He pleaded, "Thank you, my lord. Please let me stay on the battlefield." This surprised Not. "Why?" Tham Da grit his teeth in anguish. "I want to avenge everyone. I will never forgive those undead. I want to fight them, drive them out, every single one of them." The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. His eyes were filled with pity. "So young, yet so brave. Lord Rai must have chosen you for this important mission because you possess unusual abilities, didn't he?" He tried to show off. "I'm very fast in all of Rai district. No child my age can run faster than me." The Trunai node from a family member grants a full agility attribute increase. As soon as he finished speaking, the system announced the harvest. After that, Shenyi enthusiastically rushed out. "My lord, watch me run." He took a running start and shot off like the wind, then made a turn. Shenyi turned back in just a few seconds. He braked hard right in front of them, then gasped for breath. With eyes full of anticipation, "My lord, do you think I can stay on the front lines?" Everyone was amazed. "This kid is amazing, my lord. Let him stay and take revenge with us. Let him come to us. I'll take good care of him." Not also praised him. "Your speed is truly astonishing, my child." Julia suddenly pulled up his wrist. "My child, where did you get this bracelet from?" Only now did she notice that it was an item of the elves. Shenyi explained without hesitation, "An elf named Lanny gave it to me." But in his mind, he secretly thought, "I exposed the undead's plot, so the elf tribe will owe me a favor, right? They surely won't cause me trouble." She gently touched the bracelet. A screen appeared. "Excuse me, who is using elf magic to summon me?" Julia spoke up. "Lanny, I am Archmage Julia of the Royal Court. Why is your bracelet on a human boy?" Lanny joyfully, "You've met him? Where is he?" Shenyi broke into a sweat. "Lanny, wasn't that magic trick great?" She cheered excitedly. "It really is you. When will you come visit our village again?" Julia interrupted. "Lanny, answer my question." She honestly recounted. Previously, an undead spy infiltrated the village, and he exposed their plot. That made the High Priestess owe him a favor. Speaking of which, The High Priestess has been looking for him. Enough information. She cut the connection. Got it, I'll contact you later. Julia placed her hand on his shoulder, smiling faintly. Prince Not, this boy is young and agile. He has survived many dangers and has interacted with our elf tribe. I suggest he come to the imperial capital to study. Not readily agreed. Alright. It's rare for a human to be valued by your elf tribe. So it's decided. Someone, give him identification papers and arrange a place for him to rest for a few days. Scribe, record this matter and relay it to the Imperial Military Academy. He asked kindly, what is your name, child? Shenyi felt awkward. Oh, I don't know the customs and naming conventions of Rai District. To avoid revealing any weaknesses, I'll just pretend to have amnesia. He suddenly clutched his head and sat down. My head hurts so much. The midge stepped forward and declared. He must have been hit by the ghoul giant's bludgeon, causing a brain concussion and amnesia. Not showed regret. So that's how it is. Shenyi secretly rejoiced. Thanks for playing along, old man. Note's hand helped him up. It's alright, just rest and recover. He smiled kindly. We'll meet again, boy who survived great peril. Immediately after, Shenyi received a notification. You have gained a certain reputation. You have a certain probability of creating a keyword, boy who survived great peril. He turned pale. Boy who survived great peril. What kind of keyword is that? I don't have a lightning bolt scar on my forehead. Do I? Is there any way to get rid of this forming keyword? The system said, an unformed keyword needs to be continuously highlighted to be constantly praised in this world to fully form. If you want to reject this keyword, there are two ways. First, become a recluse. As time passes, you will be forgotten by everyone, and then the unformed keyword will disappear along with that. Second, do things completely opposite to the meaning of the keyword. Of course, people will no longer look at you with the same eyes, and the keyword will change accordingly. Shen's mouth twitched. Great, after everything here is over, I'll just go into hiding for a while. The female warrior waved to him. Goodbye, boy who survived great peril. Shenyi could only scream internally, don't call me that. He sent a voice message to Fallon. Skeleton, what's Prince Note's background? Why did my reputation increase so much just by talking to him for a few sentences? It explained, Prince Not is the eldest son of the royal family and is also the future heir to the throne. In other words, he is a prince. Why would a person of such stature come here? The Undeed's offensive was repelled by the human and elf coalition he led. In your opinion, why is he here? He exclaimed, so that's it, how incredible. The midge nodded. That young man just now was quite interesting. Julia asked curiously, did you notice something? He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. He had a high-level token of the shadow hand on him. To have reached this point at such a young age is truly remarkable. She just realized, you mean that short sword? Not also agreed. That's right, I saw it too. That's the Night Shroud, an item only high-level assassins possess. I didn't expect to accidentally discover such a genius during a random stroll. It truly is a stroke of luck. In my name, request a Medal of Valor for him. His subordinate obeyed. Yes, at this moment, Shenyi also acted on his own. He found a tent. I found it. This is the intelligence transfer point of the Brotherhood established at the encampment, the Shadow Hand's tent. He said, hello. The person inside remained silent. Shenyi blushed and gestured, may the shadows always protect us both. Only then did the other person turn and make the exact same gesture. Brother, do you have any news? Shenyi threw a stone to the uncle. I obtained this from the Soulfire cannon at the Undead battlefield during this campaign. Their artillery is much stronger than before. The other person caught it accurately. Excellent. This item is indeed very valuable. What do you want in exchange? He immediately asked. What do you have? His cheeks flushed as he vaguely replied. I have so many things here. I guarantee it will open your eyes. The tent owner placed a knife on the table. This is a tactical camouflage dagger, coated with a special poison. Just a small lick will induce feigned death. especially suitable for assassins to use on the battlefield. The poison was freshly produced. It has a 2-year shelf life. If you can't sleep at night, you can lick a bit and you'll definitely fall asleep immediately, ensuring you'll feel refreshed the next day. Shenyi examined it, then pouted. Is there anything else? He took out something else. Is that not enough for you to handle the situation on the battlefield? Then take a look at this. After saying that, the tent owner took out a whistle and blew it loudly. The horse outside suddenly neighed loudly. It suddenly stopped short. Then it collapsed to the ground. He explained that horses can feign death. Just wink a signal at it, and it will collapse and pretend to be dead. Shenyi felt something was very wrong. Are the horse and the dagger both part of a set? You have sharp eyes. Anything else? The tent owner offered a pair of glasses. This still hasn't managed to impress you. Alright, then try these light penetrating glasses. Its function is embedded with 2 dark lenses. Anyone who wears them can see the money and treasures on another person right through their clothes. He gaped at the 2 muscular men showing off outside. You've trained well, now mine is bigger than yours. Shenyi felt his lifespan was being drained. Do you have nightmare glass? I want to learn some skills. The tent owner said, recently the war has been urgent and resources are scarce. Currently, I only have 2 of these. You choose one. The red stone on the right. Bloodletting master level. This is a move that makes the opponent bleed continuously. Weapons like swords, blades, and daggers can all use this move. I only provide its basic skill knowledge. The blue stone on the left. Bone Wind, beginner level. Kicking skills and recoil moves can send enemies and their weapons flying. Have you learned these 2 moves before? Which one are you missing? Shenyi gritted his teeth. Missing both. Suddenly, a voice entered his head. Human, choose Bone Wind. He stopped short. That voice was. The gloomy voice echoed softly, choose Bone Wind. This stunned Shenyi. This voice was the mysterious person who had previously guided him and given him the Nightshade Sword. To the tent owner's confusion, he asked, why choose Bone Wind? The voice replied, because it is not a technique of this world. Next, you need to figure out how to obtain the Shadow Arts Yunthud of the Undead tribe and the Thunderfield Latring of the Beast King tribe. Once you acquire them, combine Moonlit Stridingite HALAC Han, your Bone Wind, and you will unravel the true secret. Shenyi was extremely puzzled. Learning a skill can reveal a secret? Oh well, I'll just follow its advice. Then he held the gem in his hand. I choose Bone Wind. The tent owner generously extended his hand. Alright, take it, it's yours. Suddenly, the object in Shenyi's hand emitted spiritual energy. In an instant, phantom images of various martial arts techniques appeared in his mind. The tent owner thoughtfully asked again. Bone Wind is just a basic kicking skill, but the value of your quest reward is higher. Do you have any other requests? He replied softly, not yet, so he offered a small bag. Alright then, I'll use this gold to compensate for the price difference. Shenyi hesitatingly reached out to take it. Thank you, thank you. And then he solemnly departed as the tent owner waved goodbye. Hey, skeleton, did you find a skill from the Undead tribe? Fallon's voice rang out. I told you, Undead tribe skills require soul fire to be cast. You! Shenyi immediately interrupted. Shadow Arts. These words surprised it a little. How do you know this spell? He began to channel his spiritual energy again. You don't need to care why I know. Just tell me if you have it or not. I need this spell now. Fallon slowly replied. Yes, I do. But this spell is the most basic phantom art. It's pretty useless. You only need enough agility and spiritual power to cast it. Phantom art requires 3 points of spiritual power, 5 points of agility. Description: projects a shadowy image to confuse your opponent. Shenyi held the flow of chi in his hand and calculated. Currently, I have 7 attribute points. If I put 3 into spiritual power, I'll have 3.9 spiritual power. Distributing the remaining 4 points into agility will also bring it to 6.9, meeting the requirements. Fallon added, according to your will, attributes have been reallocated. Shenyi pretended to walk deep into the forest. He needed to find an uninhabited place. If anyone discovered he was using necromantic spells, he'd be done for. He carefully looked around, and finally, Shenyi felt assured enough to clasp his hands and cast a spell, releasing a strange, soul-like phantom image, phantom art. However, the thing that had just been created quickly fell to the ground. He looked at the gradually dissipating phantom image in frustration. Is this phantom art? It seems, apart from startling people, it has no other purpose. Fallon, however, took the opportunity to tease him. Do you like this kind of trashy spell? I thought you had good taste in choosing spells, but it turns out I was completely wrong. Shenyi seriously raised his head. My business? You wouldn't understand. He thought to himself, now I've mastered Deer's Gate under moonlight. Frostwind, phantom art. I only need lightning palm now. Let's see what happens after I gather all these skills. Suddenly a soldier ran over. We finally found you, boy who survived a great calamity. These words made him a little awkward. Don't call me that. The soldier solemnly held a box in his hand. Congratulations. Thanks to your heroic performance, His Highness Prince Nod has decided to award you a Medal of Valor. And also this letter of recommendation. Although his mind was filled with confusion, why am I receiving a Medal of Valor? Shenyi still proudly saluted. Thank you, Your Highness Prince. I will certainly strive diligently and contribute to the nation in the future. The soldier added, you can either return to the imperial capital with the troops, or go back on your own. In short, take this letter to enroll at the Imperial Military Academy. Understood? He immediately replied, understood. The soldier still had something to say, and this, boy, do well. With thoughts swirling in his head, Shenyi gave a slight smile. Thanks to the prince's kindness, with this money, I have enough living expenses in this world. And then he walked through the dark forest again. The gold he had just obtained from Shadow Hand could conveniently be used to help with household expenses. This journey to another world has achieved its goal. It's time for me to go back. The high sun shone brightly down on the tall building. A system notification appeared. Mr. Shenyi, the gold was exchanged for a total of 65,440 for yuan and has been transferred to your designated account as requested. At this moment, Shenyi stood in front of the screen, card in hand. Thank you. When suddenly his phone rang. As soon as he answered, his mother's worried voice came through. Xiaoyi, why did you suddenly transfer so much money to me? Where did you get the money? He calmly walked. After I joined the company, they gave me a subsidy. I transferred it for you and Dad to use first. But Shenyi's mother asked, this much, aren't you going to use it? He explained without any hesitation. It's fine, I live within the corporation, so I don't need to spend money. Alright, that's enough talk. I'm heading to the cafeteria to eat now. Then Shenyi looked at his phone in surprise. After a trip to the nightmare world, he hadn't checked it, and he didn't expect so many messages. The mechanical notification sound from the device began ringing incessantly. Congratulations, Shenyi, on successfully signing with the Human Martial Arts Corporation. Shenyi, you're our pride, hubby. On the screen was a message from Yi Bing. It's all my fault, Shenyi. Please forgive me. Can I go see a movie with you tonight? Along with it was a picture of her. He blushed, staring at the screen, then quietly sighed to himself. She really is beautiful. What a pity. Then he typed a reply. Face reality. Bing bing. I'm a swan's meat you can never eat. Suddenly, another message rang out. Brother Yi, congratulations on signing with the Human Martial Arts Corporation. Want to celebrate tonight? This made him realize something. That's right, I always said I'd have a meal with Hao Yu. Shenyi fell into deep thought for a moment, but now, I'm facing assassination from the Assassin Alliance. It's not safe at all to recklessly leave the corporation and go out. But Hao Yu genuinely wants to congratulate me. The intimate bond between the original owner of this body and his friend flashed in Shenyi's mind, although the original spirit is dead. The friendship between him and Hao Yu still flows in this body. I can feel the pure affection of playing together since childhood. This is a feeling I've never experienced in my previous life, even though the distance between us is growing. If I have the chance, I still want to cherish this friendship. Another message was sent, startling him slightly. Brother Yi, today, take me on a tour of the Human Martial Arts Corporation. That's my dream place. Just let me see a little bit. Shen thought to himself, that's right, the corporation allows outsiders to visit, and the interior of the corporation is very safe. It can satisfy Haoyu's curiosity, and we can celebrate together. So he generously replied, come on over, we can grab a meal together too. Of course, the person on the other side of the screen was very excited. Okay, I'll be right there, 10 minutes tops. Shen Yi concluded, I'll wait for you in the lobby. A group of people were queuing in a long line, not far from where Shen Yi stood, which startled him slightly. In his sight now were individuals with a heavy, ominous aura. This made Shen Yi a bit tense. The presence of these people was completely different from ordinary folk. Are these the professionals the former manager mentioned? Suddenly, a tall man noticed him. He looked down at Shen Yi. Are you a new recruit this year? Shen Yi had to look up. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry. Should I not have been staring at you? The other man smiled casually. It's fine. When I was chosen to come here as a new recruit, I also stood here looking at the corporation's internal professionals, just like you. Hearing this, he nervously probed, were you longing for the future? The man quickly denied, no. The very next second, he tilted his head and licked his lips with a dark and dangerous expression. At that time, I felt they were very arrogant. I wanted to tear them all apart. Shen Yi was so terrified he couldn't speak. Is this what a professional looks like, relying on great power with such a bizarre personality? Suddenly, that tall man noticed something. He waved to the person who just walked over, making Shen Yi surprised and tilt his head. Oh nah, are you on duty today? Want to grab dinner tonight? However, the person who was just called angrily pointed a gun at his face. Scram, if you bother me again, I'll skin you alive. Just like I skinned the ghost corpse a few days ago, the scene before him made Shen Yi's face turn even paler. So he dejectedly covered his face and left. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Why be so fierce? Oh nah then spoke gently to Shen Yi. Shen Yi, a male student named Haoyu is looking for you. His identity has been verified. Should I let him in? Shen Yi's voice was a bit hesitant. He's my classmate. Please let him in. Hearing this, she quickly left. Alright, stay put here. I'll bring him over right away. Shen Yi suddenly rushed after her. No need for the trouble. I'll go get him myself. At this moment, Ona touched her cap and turned around with an intense glare. No, little brother, the manager has already given instructions. It seems you're in a bit of trouble right now, so we have to protect you. So he reluctantly complied. Alright. By then, Haoyu had entered and exclaimed, this place is so magnificent and grand. My eyes aren't enough to take it all in. Brother Shen, you've really hit it big. He eagerly put an arm around Shen Yi's shoulder and clenched his fist. Brother Shen, this is awesome. Signing with the Human Martial Arts Group. You don't know how big of a sensation it caused at school. Shen Yi merely chuckled softly. If you want to come in the future, you can find me here anytime. He calmly pressed the elevator button. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come, I'll take you to the group's cafeteria. But Haoyu's excitement was still overflowing. I'm not hungry yet. I want to see your living quarters. Shen Yi agreed without hesitation. Alright, let's go. When the elevator doors opened, there were already quite a few people inside. He carefully squeezed his way in. 105th floor, Haoyu exclaimed again upon hearing it. Nice, a step up to heaven. Suddenly, Shen Yi's phone vibrated. The message was from Mengyu. When you were attacked by the anomaly at the hospital, there was indeed a nurse who witnessed everything, but she's disappeared. I only found a body with a completely different face, but it wasn't her. The specific identity is still being confirmed. The message didn't stop there. I also found this. Take a look. And then she sent a video clip. Shen Yi's eyes widened slightly. Mengyu added, I suspect this body was silenced because of you. In the video, a figure was looking around furtively. Then that dark figure secretly did something. The person stealthily walked along the empty corridor. Then the message continued. So I investigated everyone around you again. Shen Yi's eyes widened even more. The video clearly showed Haoyu's face. The other side of the phone added, "Yesterday morning, this person was acting extremely strangely at school as if looking for something." The elevator announced, arriving at the 80th floor. Despite the crowd gradually leaving, he stared blankly at the person in front of him. "It's Haoyu. Is he looking for me? What was I doing yesterday morning?" At this moment, he was still amazed, looking at the view behind the glass. "It's so high." And then Shenyi remembered, "That's right. I went to the nightmare world." That's why in this surveillance video, Haoyu searched all over the lecture hall but couldn't find me. What was he looking for me for? At that moment, Haoyu tilted his head and saw his tense expression. His face was still very calm. "What's wrong?" "G-Ij." Finally, the elevator chimed, arriving at the 105th floor. Haoyu excitedly ran out, ignoring Shenyi's pensive expression. "The 105th floor. I've never been anywhere this high in my life." "G-Ij, you live here every day. That's amazing." He eagerly urged, "Come on, G-Ij, where's your room? I'm dying to see the view from up here." He quietly replied, "It's the one at the end of the hall ahead." And then he pointed at the open door. Oh, here it is. Here it is. It's this one." Suddenly, Haoyu decisively turned around and attacked with a sinister expression, right? The attack hit his head directly, stunning Shen Yi. He painfully watched the pen pierce his forehead, but his body suddenly blurred and gradually vanished. That sight made Haoyu grit his teeth in surprise. "It's an illusion. How can it be? Does that kid have such advanced footwork?" A foot from behind kicked him hard in the face, leaving him no time to react. Shen Yi, with immense force, kicked him, sending blood flying far, and he landed steadily amidst the shattered debris. He continuously allocated attribute points, casting 3 skills: Moonlit Deer Stride, Phantom Art, Frost Wind. From that, he temporarily performed the technique Frost Moon Shattering Heaven Remnant. The Moonlit system's effects are as follows. 1. Definitely repels the enemy. 2. His phantom illusion takes on his appearance. It's deceptive. 3. His movement speed increases by 30% for 10 seconds. With dense spiritual energy around him, Shenyi sternly questioned, "You're not Haoyu. Where is he?" The gloomy sound echoed within him again. By successfully casting Frost Moon Shattering Heaven Remnant this time, his body was trained more than usual. His strength increased by 0.1, agility by 0.2, and spiritual power by 0.1. At this moment, Haoyu's face changed. He manifested pen energy. Then he flashed a sinister smile. "He's dead." He discarded the mask. The arrogant assassin rushed towards him. "Soon you'll also go down there to keep him company." Shenyi raised his knee with a dangerous look in his eyes. As soon as the assassin rushed over, he was met with a powerful kick from Shen Yi that seemed to tear through the air. The assassin easily blocked the kick with his hand. "Your kicking technique with such little strength, I can block it with one hand." Suddenly, the force from the foot intensified, surprising him. He swung his leg fiercely and decisively, determined to repel the opponent. Activated, the opponent was sent flying. What? The next second, Shenyi pulled out a gun again. This is the hidden secret within the skill. Who would have thought that combining several low-level skills could create a powerful new one? However, the other guy easily dodged the bullets. He arrogantly activated his magic power and approached Shen Yi, whose weapon was now out of ammo. "This bastard is too cunning, isn't he? I can't believe he hit a gun. Too bad your gun skills are terrible. You didn't hit me." The building's alarm blared. "Warning, warning, gunshots on the 105th floor. Professionals, quickly go investigate the situation." Shenyi calmly threw the gun behind him. "I didn't do that to hit you." Various devices outside the building were chaotically scanning. "Gunshots on the 105th floor. Professionals, quickly go investigate the situation." Killing him at the police station, impersonating a police officer to trick him into giving information, and trying to deal with him all failed. So today, I'm taking matters into my own hands. "Warning, warning, gunshots on the 105th floor. Professionals, quickly go investigate the situation." And then the assassin's limbs were quickly torn apart by a volley of gunfire. At this moment, Ana emerged from the dust and smoke, coldly holstering her gun. Damn illusionist, he actually tricked even me. Shenyi couldn't help but be surprised. Ms. Ana, so fast. Her tone was still full of anger. I clearly checked his body. I can't believe this guy used a pen as a weapon. Ana fiercely slammed the assassin against the wall with her arm. Speak quickly. What is your purpose? Who sent you? Why do you want to kill Shenyi? Otherwise, I'll skin you alive, making you wish you were dead but unable to die. Despite blood flowing from his mouth, the assassin gritted his teeth mockingly. You won't get anything out of me. She angrily watched the person in front of her, whose mouth was frothing. Damn it. He bit the poison hidden under his molars and destroyed himself. Annoying. I should have knocked him out and then dealt with him. Ana helplessly rubbed her head. I've never heard of anyone being able to train the art of illusion to this extent. I can't believe he tricked the defense system's intelligence, and even tricked me. It's over. I even killed him. This time I've caused big trouble. We'll just have to wait for the autopsy to see if any clues can be found. At this moment, the crowd outside also rushed in. What happened? Meanwhile, Shenyi quietly stood in a corner observing. I must be careful. Absolutely don't make Ms. Ana angry. A calm voice echoed in the morgue. My lady, the technical department has completed the autopsy. This man is a master skilled in the art of killing. He had no items proving his identity, and the AI's database found no relevant information. Ana pursed her lips and stepped back. Your subordinate is incompetent. Manager Jin slowly patted her shoulder in comfort. You are not to blame for this. His illusionist techniques were exceptionally advanced. Even the corporation's security system couldn't uncover his true identity. Let's go. This corpse no longer holds any value. But Shenyi still had no intention of leaving, surprising the two. Everyone go ahead. I'll stay for a moment. Seeing this, Newsom quietly closed the door. Alright, then come find me on the top floor later, he thought to himself. This kid can sense death. Perhaps he can feel something. His expression unchanged. He replied, alright. Shenyi's eyes glowed with green magic. That magic seemed to connect with the corpse under the cloth. Get up, speak from the shadows, answer my questions. Along with the flickering spiritual energy in his eyes, the stitched-up body trembled and sat up. You can talk to spirits? But then he laughed heartily, but it's no use. I won't tell you anything. Fallon's dark, mocking voice suddenly rang out. Interesting. I've never seen a shadow-bound corpse so defiant. Shenyi's expression grew stern. What if he doesn't speak? The voice quickly replied, I don't know, but I'm sure there's a good show to watch. Suddenly, the corpse was pinned to a giant iron table, the space behind it glowing red as if in hell. He watched as dried-up bodies began to emerge and cling to his own body. What is this? And then the corpse writhed in pain as it was torn apart and burned by the raging inferno. The furious flames seemed to swallow him whole. When the fire died down and the smoke cleared, a dry skeleton appeared. But the skeleton was quickly ray-covered by flesh and bone. The corpse looked confused as he was once again trapped. What? The fire erupted once more, filling Fallon's voice with excitement. I remember now, defiant, shadow-bound spirits will be continuously tormented by curses. This burning fire will last for 100 years, but this is just the prelude. It seemed to imagine the scene of miserable bodies being tormented in the inferno. Next, a round of 3,600 types of punishments will be carried out, each lasting 100 million years. After that, the punishment will change until the sinner's soul speaks. If it still doesn't speak, more powerful evil spirits will be summoned. For this stubborn type of soul, I'm sure those evil spirits will be very interested. Each of them is clever and resourceful, capable of keeping the soul awake and intact while enduring torment. That's right, only the punished gets to enjoy this long, drawn-out time, billions of years for him, or just a mere moment for us. Immediately, the corpse painfully begged for mercy, even though his body hadn't fully recovered. Enough! Stop it! I'll tell everything. The fierce fire gradually vanished, and the space returned to normal with Shenyi facing him. He calmly opened his phone amidst Fallon's voice. He's back. Looks like he's given in. Just like that, Shenyi commanded over the ringing of his phone. Tell me everything you know from start to finish. A few minutes ago, on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, a female student stood amidst the sunset. Mr. Han sent a message. How are things being handled? She honestly replied, I followed your instructions. Unfortunately, Shenyi wasn't fooled. He signed a contract with the Human Martial Arts Corporation. I'm just a small middle school student. Any action wouldn't be effective. Another notification was sent from Mr. Han. Tonight at 8 p.m., the guest house in Maple Forest, West Suburbs. Don't be late. Did Bang hesitated a bit. Should I go? The phone suddenly rang. She carefully answered, Hello, who is this? Her tone gradually became excited. Really? I got a direct admission offer to a key high school. That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much. Debang was so happy she shed tears. Thank you, Mr. Han. I will definitely be at the meeting place on time today. Suddenly, Mengyu appeared from behind, startling her. Give me your phone. Who were you just talking to? Debang quickly turned to face her. Who are you? Are you crazy? Standing silently behind people? That's my business. Why should I tell you? She decisively swung her sword. Debang looked terrified as the sword was held against her neck. The other person coldly threatened, Debang, I know what you're most proud of isn't your achievements, but your looks. I'll say it again. Give me your phone, or I can cut off your nose first. Reluctantly, she gritted her teeth and threw her phone away. No matter who you are, this cannot be overlooked. You just wait to be caught by the police. Mengyu easily caught Debang's phone amidst its ringing. She answered the call while looking at the retrieved phone. Hello, Shenyi, new intel. His voice was clear. I caught an assassin here, currently interrogating him. He's already confessed. Hearing the conversation, Debang's face darkened and she backed away. Shenyi, you're hired by Shenyi to take revenge on me. Mengyu paid her no mind. What did he say? He sternly turned to the corpse. Keep going. The corpse obediently spoke. We are assassins from the Assassin Alliance. Not long ago, we received a joint mission. The main objective of this mission was to kill you, but to make it look like you died in an accident. We set up the scene to look like a disaster at the hospital. My teammate was responsible for the action. Initially, I killed Hao Vu, disguised myself as him, and lured you to the hospital. Once the thing was activated, logically, you should have died in the hospital. But not only did you not die, there were even witnesses at the scene. This led to us not only having to kill you afterwards, but also to figure out why that spell was ineffective and to retrieve the artifact used for the spell right then. A police officer found us, but he was too young. We took advantage of him, found out the relationship between you and him, so we used his own plan against him. Shenyi's face darkened. The body of the missing police officer. You hid in a locker at the police station. Where did you hide Haoyu's body? The corpse quickly replied. Haoyu's body was hidden in the school's sewer system. On the other end of the phone, Mengyu also said loudly, Shenyi, the body I mentioned earlier was found in your school's sewer system. The phone in his hand was crushed by him. Shenyi frowned angrily and said, Who hired you? Shenyi questioned the skeleton. He stiffly replied, with a surge of magic swirling in his eye sockets. Only the mission's general manager knows all the information about the mission. His eyes were extremely stern. Who is the general manager, and where is he? The corpse's next words echoed along with the lavish palace scene. He's known as the Skinner, a highly renowned assassin in the underworld. The spell on me was cast by him. He's at Fong Lam Hotel, near the western suburbs. Because the nurse, who is a witness, is there, he wants to kill her. Now Shenyi stared intently at the corpse in front of him. What kind of assassin is the Skinner? What are his weaknesses? The one opposite quickly replied, His strength is unfathomable. I can't see any weaknesses in him. But he was a bit confused. If he's that strong, why didn't he come to kill me himself? From the corpse's gloomy voice, one could imagine a dangerous figure with eyes flashing with murderous intent, hidden by shadows. With his status and position in the assassination world, personally killing a middle school student would be a stain on his career. He believed that covertly overseeing the entire assassination plan was already showing great respect to the mastermind behind this mission. Shen Yi continued to question, "Doesn't he have any distinctive features? Tell me everything you know." The one in front still spoke in a chilling tone. "If I had to say, he has a peculiar taste." The next words made his face tense. "He eats human flesh." Meanwhile, Mengyu was still listening intently over the phone. She furiously yelled, "I'm going to confront this Skinner." Hearing this, he hastily stopped her. "Mengyu, wait." However, the phone had already hung up, leaving Shen Yi helpless. She hung up. The corpse laughed excitedly, "Although I don't know who the girl on the other end of the line is. But if she goes to find the Skinner, the outcome won't be good. The Skinner likes to eat the flesh of girls, especially young and pure girls." No sooner had he finished speaking than a brutal punch landed on his face, shattering teeth and splattering blood. Shen Yi directly sent the corpse flying upwards. His face was filled with furious murderous intent. "Don't answer if you're not asked," and the spiritual energy gathered in its eyes gradually dissipated and vanished. He coldly spoke again, "Get out." At the 5-star Fong Lam Hotel, the person skillfully used a knife and fork to cut a piece of bloody meat. Amidst the dim candlelight, a man and a woman faced each other in the dark space. The man held a glass of wine in his hand, casually closing his eyes to enjoy it, putting it into his mouth. It's smooth but not watery. If chewed carefully, it has a slight sweetness. But after swallowing, the tip of the tongue is a bit tart. It seems that the period of hiding has caused her quite a bit of stress. My sincere apologies. Then he brought the glass to his mouth, savoring it. Behind the woman's back, he continued to muse, "Extremely rich, subtly delicate. The most amazing thing is the perfect balance of sweet and sour. It has a cherry-like flavor. This blood cocktail coincidentally harmonizes the tartness of the meat. It's very ingenious." Before the man now was the girl who had lost an arm, one eye, and a meal that seemed to be made from those lost parts. "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such high-quality delicacy. You've truly moved me, nurse." The man still had something to say. "Because of this emotion, I'll taste the next part." The words he was about to say were cut short by the ringing phone. With an annoyed look, he wiped his mouth and picked up the device to check it. "I'm truly sorry. There are always some rude people who like to interrupt our meal. Life is always full of surprises and helplessness." The message arrived, full of requests. "Mr. Han, we hope you can personally eliminate the target." He gave a slight smile. "So they really want me to do it personally, huh?" But inside, he sighed tiredly. He'd just received a message. His assistant was dead. 3 assassins dead in a row. This meant the opponent wasn't just a normal middle school student. So he messaged back, "I can do it, but what can you offer me as payment?" The other side immediately replied, "Mr. Han." A little girl, the man, whose name was called, gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. "A little girl? I'm not some perverted scavenger. You should know, my aesthetic standards are very high." The other party immediately sent to beautiful, hard-stirring photos of Debang. Mr. Han stared wide-eyed at the screen. The very next second, he placed the phone on his chin and trembled with excitement. "What a pure, beautiful lamb." Mr. Han reached out to touch her image. "Just by looking at you, I can smell the innocent, tender scent on you. Thank you for arranging such a wonderful chance encounter. This truly moves me. I will personally eliminate that kid." The notification message read, "Mr. Han, at 8 o'clock, that little girl will arrive." He walked past the nurse, checking his watch and getting ready. "Time is running out. I need to prepare a bit for a perfect date tonight." Mr. Han hurriedly took off his clothes. "The perfume I'm wearing isn't quite right. I need to take a shower first. The tie also needs changing. These socks too. I must brush my teeth thoroughly. Otherwise, I can't truly kiss and taste." Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly as if remembering something. "Oh, right?" Mr. Han looked at the nurse still sitting there. "I almost forgot the most important thing." With a cold expression, he shot countless thin threads from his fingers, which wrapped around her body. Mr. Han skillfully controlled the threads, cutting the body behind him into many pieces. "Can't have her scaring my guest." Tham Na stood bewildered in front of the glowing barrier. A ding sound rang out with the message, fingerprint matched, brainwave matched, face matched, identity verification complete. Please say a phrase. This phrase will be your unique activation sound. Speaking it will activate me. Hearing this, he began to speak. 10 steps to kill a man, traveling 1,000 miles without stopping. New Sun praised him, giving a thumbs up. Good poetry. The eggshell-like barrier gradually vanished. Tham Na looked at the object that appeared before him in awe. A motorcycle. Huh? The old man affectionately put an arm around his shoulder. Amazing. When I was your age, if I had a bike like this, I wonder how many girls I could have wooed. He was still astonished. What features does this motorcycle have? Hearing this, New Sun rattled off a long list of knowledge. A 4-stroke, water-cooled, 2-cylinder engine. It can automatically change the horizontal suspension system. The frame is made of lightweight alloy. The exhaust pipe is classic stainless steel. Wireless electric motor, entirely handcrafted design. It also has an iconic angel wing flight system. It can switch between automatic and manual driving, and the flight time can be up to 30 minutes. Tham Na was so excited his face turned red. It can fly? New Sun smiled lightly, of course, but you haven't learned how to fly yet. When flying, it's best to leave it on autopilot. Hearing this, he immediately grew curious. Power consumption. Huh, what kind of charging? How are the payment costs handled? He chuckled and explained. You just tell it and it will automatically find a charging station, link to your personal ID, and automatically deduct the cost. With that, Shenyi coolly got on the vehicle. If it were red, it would be even more eye-catching when driving, like a raging fire. Who knew? As soon as he spoke, the vehicle changed color, and there were sparks of electricity around it, surprising him even more. It can even change colors. New Sun explained again. The car body is made of brand new chameleon material, an intelligent transformation as you wish. But Shenyi sighed, leaning against the vehicle. This motorcycle is cool. It's true, but I thought you'd give me a cultivation technique. The person opposite slowly remarked. The Kunlun family vehicle believes your situation is extremely dangerous, so it's giving you the latest motorcycle for convenient escape. He said sternly to Shenyi. Once the electric jet mode is activated, it'll be like a rocket, so fast you can't imagine. It can save your life when necessary. Shenyi's eyes widened in surprise. If Kunlun already thinks my situation is dangerous, then it must know who wants to kill me, right? But New Sun had a helpless expression. Even if it knows, it won't intervene for such trivial matters. It must constantly concern itself with the survival of human civilization. Unless you demonstrate corresponding value, it will only give you an exchange code or provide you with appropriate rewards from your perspective. Now, Shenyi could only press his lips together in tension and fall into thought. Value. That's right. If people in this world have no value, whether they live or die, no one cares. Officer Lack 2. How Vutu, I wonder how Mingyu is doing. Has she encountered that skin stripper yet? A soft voice echoed in the late night scene covering the building. Tonight, you'll rest at the corporation. Don't go anywhere. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the examination center. The examination center has masters from the 3 major schools stationed there, which can ensure your safety to the highest degree. Shenyi obediently replied, Elder Jin, rest assured. I won't go anywhere tonight. He instructed further, tonight, the floor you're on has been completely sealed off. No one is allowed to leave. We'll go tomorrow morning. 2 pairs of feet appeared in the space enveloped by darkness. Mengyu and Yibing were now both looking towards the brightly lit hotel. Unlike Mengyu, who had a resolute expression, the other person was extremely worried. I've brought her here. I wonder if Mr. Han will be angry. And she seemed to be able to see dark energy converging before her eyes. There was murderous intent, cleverly concealed, almost undetectable. Mengyu's tone was emotionless. She told her online friend to provide her with a large amount of high-grade elixirs and nutritional supplements to help her improve her grades and also help her get direct admission into a key high school. Is that how it is? Yibing nervously admitted. Yes, that's right. As long as I led my classmates to oppose Shen Yi, slander him, and attack him, I could get everything the other party provided. She leaned slightly, speaking, Shen Yi signed with the Human Martial Arts Group, which means your mission has completely failed. Yi Bing, do you know what your fate will be? The person next to her was not to be outdone and pointed her finger defensively. You're controlling and threatening me. Do you know what your own fate will be? Finally, Meng Yu just quietly lowered her eyes. This was just a young girl from an ordinary background. She regarded the things she did to Shen Yi as a transaction that could be exchanged for benefits. However, she had no idea that this transaction would drag her into an abyss. Oh well. Amidst the heavy atmosphere, she spoke up resolutely. Yi Bing, I'll give you two choices. First, you hide around here. Wait for me to finish things on my end. Then come out as a witness and prove everything you know. Second, tonight you've never met me. Go straight in and meet your benefactor, and I'll also pretend I don't know you. Yi Bing resentfully gritted her teeth. She decisively ran forward, leaving the other person to indifferently close their eyes. And then Meng Yu slowly drew her sword, while the other person's figure had already entered the hotel. The night wind gently brushed across her skirt. The lifeless butler opened the door, while Yi Bing, behind him, was extremely nervous. Mr. Han quickly turned his head and glanced. He looked elegant, holding a rose in his hand, which surprised her. I finally met you, Bing Bing. Please allow me to call you that. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever met. You are also the most gifted young lady. I'm willing to recommend you for direct admission to a key high school in the province, and I can even sponsor your education. Yi Bing shyly accepted the flower and sank into thought. Is he Mr. Han? He's much friendlier in person than online. Her tone was a bit soft and shy. Thank you for your kindness. I don't know how to repay you for what you've done for Shen Yi. The man gently said in a low voice, don't worry about him. Hearing that, Yi Bing hooked her arm through his and asked, I don't need to confront him anymore. Will he seek revenge on me later? Mr. Han reassured her. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, he won't be able to get revenge on you. Hearing that, she rejoiced. Really? That's great. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind blew in from the window, surprising Yi Bing. So she took the opportunity to hug Mr. Han and cooed, it's so cold. His expression became serious amidst the illusory scene of surrounding sword energy. The man gently draped his coat over Yi Bing. Watch out for the wind, my lady. But he had already realized something in his mind. An extremely pure sword intent was coming from outside. It was aimed at him, but the person next to him innocently looked up and exclaimed, his clothes smell so good. The space was enveloped by countless streams of spiritual energy, making Mr. Han ponder. It seems someone is targeting me. I must speed things up. Yet, outwardly he remained calm. Bing Bing, you are not only very gifted, but also have a kind heart. I've decided to recommend you to 3 major high schools in the world to participate in their entrance exams. Do you agree? Hearing that, Yi Bing joyfully exclaimed, oh my, 3 major high schools in the world. Is that true? Mr. Han, but now the person next to her had only one thought. This extremely romantic accidental encounter must not be ruined. The night sky was strangely silent and gloomy, despite the spiritual energy circulating in the air. Yi Bing excitedly walked beside Mr. Han. 3 major high schools, those are the dream schools of countless young people. They represent supreme honor. Once I study there, I'll soar to great heights and no longer have to associate with ordinary people. Her tone was full of excitement. Mr. Han, you're telling the truth. He calmly spoke. During an archaeological expedition this year, I made a great contribution, and Kunlun gave me this cipher worm as long as it's used. My research successor will be eligible to participate in the joint entrance examination of the 3 major high schools. Then Mr. Han gently touched her hand. I'll give you this slot now. Yi Bing looked at her phone, confused. But my ability? The other person interrupted again. It's fine. I'll help you improve your ability. Now you just need to enter your information on the phone. He thought to himself, excellent. Still on time. She looked in surprise at the text on the screen. Zhao Yibing has received eligibility to participate in the joint entrance examination of the three major high schools. The man continued his calculations. Before the sword energy could affect the girl, Yibing suddenly threw herself into his arms. "Oh my, Mr. Han, thank you so much." But outwardly, the man remained gentle. "Are you happy, Bingbing?" She happily shed tears and placed his hand on her face. "Yes, I'm very happy." He gave a profound smile. "It's harvest time." And Mr. Han used both hands to take Yibing's head. He separated the head from her body and kissed it passionately. "It's here." Then he excitedly threaded thousands of strings through the girl's body and head. "I'm very happy too, Bingbing." Mr. Han's face was filled with infatuation, and his vital energy surged as Yibing was fully reassembled. "We have completed this great work of art together." He was so moved that he knelt, trembling, looking at the puppet before him. "Just looking at you, I can't help but be so moved that tears well up. So perfect, so captivating, stop right at the moment the flower blooms." Suddenly, a sword light flashed through the darkness. He was covered in tears amidst the surging power behind him. "I'm so eager to taste your nectar." The entire hall flashed, exploding as if to tear space apart. Meng Yu's figure appeared in the thick dust and smoke. She advanced towards Yibing while the residual energy of the sword had not yet dissipated. Meng Yu thoughtfully looked at the person in front of her, who had become lifeless. "Still one step too late. I thought my sword intent would make him wary, but I didn't expect him to be this insane." Suddenly, countless strings shot out from the dusty space. "No, don't touch her." Mr. Han, surrounded by red threads, rushed out. "She's mine." Meng Yu, without hesitation, slashed her sword. The spiritual energy-filled blade was close to Yibing's neck, much to his astonishment. Mr. Han frantically compromised. "Enough. Don't hurt her. You can have anything you want, just don't hurt her." She sternly questioned the man. "Stand still. Don't move, or I will destroy this body immediately. Answer my question. Who is your employer?" Mr. Han pondered for a moment. "You use the Luo family's Lingbo sword art. If I'm not mistaken, you are the rumored outstanding talent among the younger generation, Xiao Mengyu." By now, he was confidently floating above, looking down. "Miss Xiao, look around you. My silk threads have surrounded you. Trust me. You cannot break through the encirclement of my silk threads." Mr. Han dangerously retracted his hand. "Nicely returned Bingbing to me. For the sake of the Luo family, I can spare your life." Suddenly, his eye twitched violently in surprise. Meng Yu firmly held the sword, which was surging with dominant power in her hand. That power gradually enveloped her. "Let's see, between you and this corpse, who can withstand my sword strike more." Tears had streamed down Mr. Han's distorted, ugly face. He desperately clutched his face. "Bingbing, we just met by chance, and now we have to be separated forever. You're clearly such a perfect work of art, yet I haven't been able to taste your sweetest flavor." He grew deranged in his monologue, enveloped in a gloomy space with a broken puppet looming behind him. "Although I couldn't taste Bingbing, Meng Yu seems much more delicious and appealing than Bingbing. Can I have you? When you enter my mouth, I'm afraid you won't be as happy as Bingbing. Huh, so Bingbing is truly the most perfect girl." And then Mr. Han's eyes flashed, becoming dangerously terrifying. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. Never mind. No matter what, I will devour both of you." Seeing this, Meng Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. It seems neither threats nor death can make this assassin speak. So she clenched the sword energy in her hand and spoke. "How about we make a deal?" The enraged puppet reached out from the dark aura towards Meng Yu. "A deal?" She calmly pointed her sword forward. "If you just tell me who the client behind this is, I won't only return Di Bang to you, but you can also try to kill me, and my corpse is yours to dispose of." Mr. Han, enraged within the demonic energy, confirmed, "Even without this deal, I can still get your corpse if I kill you." She glanced and raised the sword full of power in front of her. "Do you feel my power? Perhaps you can defeat me, but if I don't agree, you won't get my intact corpse. What's more, I guarantee that whether you succeed or not, I won't rely on the Luo family's power, nor will I let the Luo family seek revenge on you." He fell silent as if thinking, Then the dark aura around Mr. Han dissipated. You're serious? As he trembled standing on the ground, the power on Meng Yu's sword also dissipated, of course. Then Mr. Han put his hand on his forehead and laughed heartily. It's really a headache, betraying the client. That means destroying the rules of the Assassin Alliance. After this, I'll face pursuit from the Assassin Alliance as well. She looked ahead with sharp eyes. Are you scared? Immediately, Mr. Han twisted and hugged himself, denying, how could I be, lovely maiden, to have you? I'm willing to make such a sacrifice. Just thinking about holding you tight in my arms and giving you kisses as passionate as the sun excites me beyond measure. Meng Yu coldly ended his fantasy. My sword will cut you to pieces. However, the opponent courteously bowed. That's another kind of splendor. Just hearing your voice already excites me so much. What a beautiful night to be able to acquire to perfect works of art. Please allow me to thank you. Then he lifted Di Bang in his arms with a dark, deranged look. The moment I say the client's name, our love will begin. Before then, please allow me to take her to a safe place. After that, I will dedicate all my time to you, my love. The gloomy sky cast a shadow over Shen Yu's worried face. Leaving the bare motorcycle behind, he muttered to himself, I wonder how things are with Meng Yu. She's not answering her phone. Meng Yu surely isn't a match for the flare, that assassin's corpse. Is she really in danger now? Shen Yu narrowed his eyes at his hand, which was emitting spiritual energy. Old man skeleton, how many chances do you think Meng Yu has against the flare? Fallon quickly replied, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Shen Yu spoke without hesitation. Of course, the truth. Why would you lie? Its voice echoed across the sky. To tell you the truth, Meng Yu is sure to lose. I'm afraid if I say it, you'll impulsively rush to help, leading to both our deaths. After hearing this, Shen Yu's small figure was filled with panic. No way! Didn't you see her sword strike earlier? It even split the clouds in the sky. Fallon coldly retorted, clouds don't know how to dodge or avoid. Even my fart can break them apart, although I'm not familiar with the assassins in your world. But after all, the flare possesses the cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen demons. His experience and power are definitely superior to whatever Xiao Yu's is. His expression grew tense. You have a point. I'm afraid Meng Yu is in danger. The deep voice rang out again. Don't overthink it. Just go to bed and sleep obediently. Then Shen Yu frowned, pondering his friend's situation and Fai Ziyan. I originally intended to rely on Meng Yu's power to investigate the truth, but instead, I put her in danger. Her brother is dead, Hao Vu is dead, and the witnesses are probably dead too. He sadly lowered his face slightly. How many more people have to die? She's the only one working so hard for this. Shen Yu's thoughts continued to drift. I've decided not to let her die. Suddenly, the phone rang, startling him. Seeing the caller ID, Shen Yu thought, unknown number, not Meng Yu. He still answered, hello? The voice on the other end inquired, excuse me, are you Shen Yu? He quickly replied, yes, I am. The caller was a girl. My mother told me that if I couldn't reach her, I should come find you and go to the police with you. Hearing that, he hesitated slightly. You are. The girl's voice continued, my mother is the nurse who saw you encounter a ghost that day. Shen Yu's eyes flickered. Where is your mother? At this moment, he was racking his brain. It's the witness's daughter calling. That's right. When my predecessor went to the hospital, he registered contact information at the nurse's station. The other person's voice grew more and more choked up. My mother told me to go to Fanglan Hotel in the western suburbs of the city. She would wait for me there, but now I can't reach my mother. So Shen Yu rushed towards the car. Where are you? The girl replied, I'm at the fast food restaurant opposite Fanglan Hotel. Hearing that, he instructed, okay, don't go anywhere. I'll be right there. Oh, and report to the police now. Meanwhile, Fallon worriedly shouted, hey, you're not really going. Are you? Be careful, it might be a trap. Without hesitation, Shen Yu used his spiritual power to shrink the car into his hand. Her mother is probably dead. I don't want her to run into trouble too. Whether it's real or fake, I have to go check it out. Help me put the motorcycle into the ring first. Hearing that, it asked in confusion, is it worth it? It's so safe hiding here, why go looking for trouble? But he still gazed firmly at the sword in his hand. I can hide once, but can I hide forever? By then, if the situation is unstable, I'll still have the Hellfire motorcycle and a door that can lead them to escape together. Carrying the night veil, Fallon tried to stop him. It's too dangerous. What if you die? What will I do? Shenya was unwavering as he steadily walked to the door. Don't worry, I won't die. Besides, with the decisive and resolute nature of these assassins, only by using the dark undertongue can I extract information from them. In other words, to uncover the truth, I can only rely on myself. Seeing him walk out with such a determined aura, it let out a cold snort. It's useless. The former manager has ordered the 105th floor sealed. You can't get out. Hey, what are you trying to do? His foot decisively pushed off the ground. Shinya stood on the windy edge of the rooftop, listening to the skeleton's astonished tone. Don't tell me you're planning to fly away on the motorcycle. That noise will make the entire building hear it. Shinya seemed to have a plan, distributing all his attributes to agility. The dark voice immediately responded, according to your will, attribute points have been fully distributed. Agility attribute is now 10.1. Now Shinya's entire body was enveloped in swirling spiritual power, making Fallon exclaim in disbelief. You're not going to jump, are you? I'm telling you, at this height, even if your agility reaches 30, it's useless. You'll definitely fall to your death. Shinya just smiled lightly and looked up at the sky. There are some things we simply must do. The dark clouds and lightning filling the sky are my best cover. The skeleton watched in horror as the other person jumped off the rooftop. Ha, you! Despite its terrified shouting, Shinya's expression didn't waver even as the wind howled. Help! He simply let himself fall freely. A night rain was coming. Shinya tore through the night wind as he fell. Fallon roared angrily, you idiot, if you die, I'll definitely use necromancy to revive you as a brainless zombie. He still maintained a solemn expression in his charging posture. Then Shinya reached towards a door that suddenly appeared in midair, surprising Fallon greatly. He tumbled through space and rushed towards another door. And then he exited the doorway, continuing to fall. Shinya entered another door right below him. As long as he opened a door at a safe height to land, he could consider the nightmare world as a platform in midair to reduce the force. Then he exited it again. Countless scattered doors stretched from above, repeating like this would be like creating countless stopping points in midair. Finally, Shinya landed safely, touching down steadily. Fallon exclaimed in surprise, you're crazy. I almost thought I was going to die in your barren world. Shinya carefully looked around. Even though you're scolding me, in reality, you're secretly astonished by my actions, aren't you? Of course, the skeleton didn't admit it, saying, nonsense. He didn't argue further and ordered, hurry up and get the car. We'll be very busy tonight. With that, Shinya sat steadily in the fiery red car. He calmly spoke, 10 steps, kill 1 person, travel 1,000 miles without stopping. Immediately after, a sound rang out, confirming the command was successful. Then, both the person and the car sped so fast that the afterimage of the lightning couldn't dissipate in time. In the western suburbs of the city, Shinya looked up from the car at the lit-up shop. This is the place. As soon as he entered, he eagerly asked, did you call me? The person opposite nervously replied, yes. Amchurn anxiously clasped her hands. Have you seen my mom? I can't reach her. Holding his phone, he reassured her, I'll go look for your mom right away. Oh, right. Have you called the police? The little girl honestly recounted, I called, but no one answered. So he decisively said, let me call. The persistent ringing made Shinya puzzled. No one's answering. That's strange. What's going on? Amchurn grew more and more anxious. Is my mom still alive? Can you help me find her? Her tone was filled with unease. Mom's room number is 707, but I don't dare go. Shinya asked again, where's your dad? The other person sadly replied, he passed away a long time ago. My mom and I only had each other. After a moment of silence, he decided, how about this? I'll take you somewhere safe first. I'll contact you once I find your mom. Shinya turned towards the car and ordered, Ghost Fire, take the girl to the warrior's house building, then come back for me. It immediately acknowledged the order. Planning the route confirmed, we'll depart immediately, we'll be back to you in 5 minutes and 40 seconds. At this moment, Turton's eyes were already brimming with tears. I'm scared. I want to see my mom. Shinya gently soothed her. Don't be scared. I'm taking you to a very safe place. His face was filled with determination as he comforted her. I will definitely find your mom. Then we'll go look for your mom together. Before that, could you wait a moment at the warrior's house building, okay? The little girl looked up with sparkling eyes and obediently replied, okay? The car started roaring as if spewing fire. Shinya waved goodbye while watching the person being driven away. Fallon's annoyed voice suddenly rang out. You don't really intend to go find her mom, do you? He immediately replied, of course. It immediately scoffed, what a waste of time. This little girl has nothing to do with you, and it's highly likely she'll get you into trouble. I don't understand why you want to help her. Shenya's face was resolute. Her mom is innocent. These things happened because she was implicated by me. The skeleton scoffed upon hearing that. Being soft-hearted and lenient won't lead to great accomplishments. Suddenly, it asked, you still haven't noticed anything unusual about this neighborhood, have you? At this moment, Shenya cautiously noticed something was off. He said, well, I really do have an uncomfortable feeling. Night fell over the quiet surroundings, with only Fallon's voice saying, you're so distracted by that girl that you can't sense your surroundings. I can feel the life flames of living beings, but ever since entering this neighborhood, I haven't seen a single flame except for that little girl. Shenya slowly walked, his meaning was. He stood in the deserted street, contemplating amidst its voice. That's right, there isn't a single living person in this neighborhood. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Shenya turned to look into the distance. Skeleton, do you hear anything? Fallon replied, the sound of explosions during a fight. It came from the Fenglin Hotel. It seems they are engaged in a fierce battle. His tone became urgent. Can't wait any longer. Shenya hurried forward, instructing, Skeleton, I want to rush into the hotel now. Keep an eye on our surroundings for me. If anything happens, immediately tell me to run. Shenya entered the large, gloomy room. A polite girl approached him. Hello, do you have an appointment? Seeing this, Fallon immediately warned, be careful, she's dead. Shenya quickly retreated, drawing his sword energy with flashing eyes. How did you die? Why can you still stand here? Gloomy imperial language. With strange green spiritual eyes and red threads around her body, the girl cheerfully explained, to live more comfortably, the master killed me. He used special threads to sew our bodies together and used sorcery to control our souls, ordering us to do every action. He shouted in confusion, why aren't you attacking me? She calmly extended her hand. We are programmed to wholeheartedly serve guests. The master has encountered a strong enemy and is busy fighting. He hasn't given us new orders yet. Shenya continued his interrogation. Besides you all, how many other dead people are here? The girl spread her arms wide. Everyone. He asked in shock. What do you mean, everyone? Her eyes surged with bloody demonic power, and her expression became utterly terrifying. In this neighborhood, everyone is already dead. Shenya's face was filled with astonishment. Suddenly, the space shook, making him look up at the ceiling. They're fighting all the way to the rooftop. Good opportunity. Quickly get to room 107. Shenya hurried past the girl. He walked closer to a large door, found it. The young man forcefully kicked the door open, and then his eyes widened, filled with surprise and bewilderment. Inside the dark room were countless naked corpses surrounded by countless red threads. Shenya was so horrified that sweat poured down his face. Why are there so many corpses? Fallon also spoke up. I can sense the corpses. The other rooms are exactly like this one, even more packed with bodies. He said loudly and helplessly, damn it. Does any of you recognize me? Are there any living people around? Dark Imperial speech. Now Shenya was surrounded by chilling whispers. I don't know them. I don't know them. Never met them. They're all dead. No one could have survived. I don't know. Suddenly, a corpse spoke, surprising him. I know you. You are Shenya. The little girl's mother spoke up, her neck covered in blood. I was on duty when I saw you encounter the ghost. His expression suddenly became heavy. Shenya guiltily clenched his fists. I'm sorry. You died because of me. The other party's tone held no resentment. I'm already dead. This no longer matters. Besides, it's not your fault if you are willing. She and the corpse next to her both wore expressions of resentment. Then please avenge us. Shenya decisively furrowed his brows. Don't worry, I will definitely get revenge. As for your daughter, I'll do my best to help her grow up healthy. Please rest in peace. But the corpse seemed a bit confused. Daughter? He carefully explained to the other party. It's the one who called me. His words were cut short as the space shook once more. Rocks and debris crushed the corpses, and an explosion occurred as if to destroy everything, lighting up the night. Shenya struggled to shield himself from the chaos. What's going on? Fallon calmly explained. This building is under attack. From the angle of the explosion, it doesn't seem like the two people upstairs caused it. Suddenly, an enraged roar tore through the thick dust and smoke. Who dares to ruin my good deed? Fallon announced. Among the two fighting upstairs, one person with an extremely weak life force is falling towards us. And then that shadow gradually emerged, appearing. Shenya jumped high while spreading his arms, calculating. The voice that just roared was a man's voice, so the person falling is. He caught the person squarely in his arms, Mengyu. Her face was filled with surprise. Why are you here? In the chaotic space, Shenya was flustered. It's a long story, but in short, I came to save you. Mengyu was silent for a moment, then mocked. With your meager ability, you dared to come here to help. You're such an idiot. He interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. You'll be fine. She tiredly closed her eyes, lost in thought. It took a lot to control my injuries and breath to appear weak. The flare is about to take the bait. I thought success or failure depended on one move to lure the enemy into a counter kill, but I didn't expect this young man to suddenly appear and save me. Indeed, man proposes, God disposes. Well, even so, I still have a backup plan. Mengyu feigned helplessness. Alright then, for your sake. However, a hand carrying spiritual power swiftly struck the back of her neck, startling her. Shenya stared at the person in his arms, Mengyu. My apologies, Fallon's gloomy voice rang out. According to your will, all attribute points have been allocated to strength. Current strength, 8.3, and he thought to himself, she's a great swordsman. If I give it my all with one strike, I should be able to knock her out. Mengyu's expression gradually became hazy. And so, Shenya placed the other person onto a stone slab. Sorry, I just don't want you to see my secret. Then he rushed into that mysterious space door. At this moment, Mr. Han dangerously stepped out of the dust, gone, escaped. He licked his lips with interest, playing hide and seek with me. How interesting. Then he slowly walked through the severely damaged room. I guess you guys don't know yet. Do you? My eyes and ears are everywhere in the hotel. Then I'll play with you guys. Now I'll start the countdown. 10, 9, 8. The door burst open with a terrifying cloud of dust that hadn't dispersed yet. Shenyi, who was carrying Mengyu in his arms, was surrounded by countless strange items. Skeleton, you're a junk collector on the battlefield. Quickly find me a suitable set of armor. Fallon replied discontentedly, I'm a quartermaster on the battlefield, not a junk collector. You shouldn't joke like that. Look at the trash you've brought out, and you still say you're not a junk collector. It still argued, oh come on, assembling a complete set of equipment isn't as easy as you say. That figure appeared on the barren land at night. Shenyi in armor was struggling to hold Mengyu, who was in a revealing bunny suit. Holy bunny battle armor, blue blood quality. Strength +1, agility +2, moves like a white rabbit, smooth and shiny, seems to have no use in combat. However, the more brave and skilled a swordsman is, the more they prefer this type of equipment. Special effect, the lighter the equipment, the more strength and agility it adds. He staggered forward and then shouted indignantly, "Damn it, don't you have any other equipment?" Fallon calmly explained, "I only found a set of clothes suitable for a girl." Hearing that, Shenyu wanted to shout even louder. "Why would you pick up something like this on the battlefield?" The skeleton retorted, not giving in, "You should ask your fellow humans why they bring such things to the battlefield. I even stripped it off a man's corpse." The resounding cry attracted the attention of those people. "Help me! Someone come quickly! She's about to collapse." They excitedly pointed at him. "It's him, the boy who survived a great disaster." Shenyu's face darkened when he heard that. This keyword is getting harder to change. But then the crowd quickly laid Mengyu down and examined her injuries, quickly put the injured person on the bed. Even with severe injuries, she still radiates a chilling aura. She's wearing the Holy Bunny battle armor. She must be a very powerful swordswoman. The wound is very serious. It requires some rare holy runes. Shenyi frantically pulled out a bag of money. "I have money. Quickly save her. Treat her." He recalled the scene of his previous encounter with the soldier. "These are the coins the prince gave me last time. It should be enough, right?" Someone took the money bag and examined it. "This money is the tuition fee that His Highness the Prince gave you, right?" Shenyu was surprised to hear that. "How do you know?" He looked closer at the bag. The money bag has a special royal emblem. This is a testament to royalty. This money bag alone is worth many coins. Let alone. Shenyi screamed in panic, startling the crowd. "Stop babbling. Take it all. Quickly treat her. I'm afraid she won't make it." Immediately after, they responded tensely, "All right, we'll do our best to treat her." He watched intently as the people in front of him channeled their spiritual energy together. Only now could Shenyu relax. So many people treating her. Indeed, the human race is still trustworthy. Suddenly, Fallon spoke, startling him. "On the tumultuous battlefield, coupled with your disappearance without a trace, you gradually became unnoticed, and your fame keyword slowly disappeared. But at this moment, you return to the battlefield, immediately save a compatriot, carry her back to the camp, and even spend your tuition money just to save her. You paid with royal gold coins. Each coin's value is 100 times that of ordinary gold coins, which means you spared no expense, investing a cost several thousand times the normal treatment cost to save a girl. From now on, everyone will discuss your noble and generous character. Congratulations, you're hot now, boy who survived a great disaster." Shen's face was distorted with horror. What have I done?" At this moment, those people happily turned to look at him. "The treatment is finished, boy who survived a great disaster." Shenyi stiffly asked, "How's the situation?" The other party excitedly replied, "Extremely good. We used the best healing spell. Her health is rapidly recovering. She'll wake up in a few minutes." And Fallon slowly affirmed, "I can feel it. Her life force is incredibly strong, worthy of human healing magic." At this moment, Shenyi, carrying Mengyu, bid farewell to the group. "All right, thank you. We still have a mission. We need to take her away." In reality, he secretly thought to himself, "It cost a fortune. If it wasn't strong, I'd be furious." The medical staff enthusiastically waved. "We welcome you anytime, boy who survived a great disaster." So he hurried along. "We have to get back to the main world before she wakes up." The soldiers, seeing Shen's retreating figure, quietly sighed with emotion. "That's great. It seems that girl is his girlfriend." Another person interjected, "No kidding. Otherwise, who would be willing to spend so much gold to save someone?" "You're right. If I had that much gold, I could win over dozens of wives." Endless night covered everything. At this moment, visibility was a bit hazy. Mengyu finally woke up and the rabbit costume was gone. She looked in surprise at Shen Yi, who was gently smiling. "You're awake." A sword flashed quickly. Mengyu's sword was at his throat, probing. What did you do to me just now?" Shen Yi calmly explained to her, "A type of healing spell. It only works if you're unconscious." Hearing that, she stared blankly at her palm. "My wounds are really healed." So Mengyu, flustered, withdrew her sword and stepped back. "I misjudged you." Shenyi asked, "I'm sorry for suddenly knocking you out. That guy will be here soon. Can you still fight?" He was a bit surprised by her mumbling voice. Mengyu's whole body exuded a golden light, full of energy. Great swordsman, Saint's arm. She said solemnly, I want to kill him. Your healing spell is very powerful. I've never felt such a surge of power within myself before. That power couldn't help but surprise him. Saint Baptizer. What kind of keyword is that? Did the healing just now give her a special buff? Timjia excitedly instructed, remember to ask about the mastermind behind this. Meng Ing affirmed, I already know. Suddenly, a sound made him weary. Who is it? A voice from the shadows echoed. Found the two of you. Both immediately realized the unusual situation and simultaneously got ready for battle. He appeared, bringing several streams of dark red energy. Oh, Timjia, it's truly better to arrive at the right time than early. The situation became dangerous. Meng Ing turned and said, if you don't have powerful combat skills, I advise you to run. He silently sweat as he looked at the enemy in front of them. Well, she felt some doubt. Before, I underestimated him. Does he still have some hidden combat abilities? Without hesitation, Timjia quickly conceded, waving goodbye. You're right, at this level of fighting, I really should run right away, he said, then turned and fled, not forgetting to shout. Good luck, Meng Ing. She watched him silently, but quickly regained her composure. Meng Ing looked at Mr. Han and thought to herself, so his talent is in healing. Alright, I can handle this alone. Anyway, as for me now, he appeared right in front of her with his sinister smile. My dear Tu Ing, are you deliberately waiting for me by not running away with Timjia? Meng Ing gripped her sword tightly, bent her knees, leaned forward, and began her attack. She unleashed a powerful sword strike, a dazzling light tearing through the darkness, aimed directly at him. Meng Ing swung her sword with a golden light that seemed to split both space and the floor, her heart radiating a majestic aura, already far beyond its peak. The sword strike not only shattered the enemy, but also destroyed part of the building, causing everything to collapse. The man named Han, buried in the rubble, was also astonished. No way. One side of his head was injured. Mr. Han was stunned, barely able to believe it. You were clearly very badly wounded. Meng Ing ignored him, coldly looking at her opponent and muttering to herself. He still managed to dodge. Standing beneath the falling giant rocks, he laughed to himself. So that's it, was it Timjia? First, he unleashed a monstrous strike, blowing up half the building to relieve her, then healed her, nullified curses, and repeatedly failed assassinations. That boy is indeed extraordinary. This surprised Meng Ing. Timjia, he blew up half the building. No, it wasn't him. Mr. Han, with blood streaming down his face, didn't care, revealing his twisted side. Anyway, it's fine. Nothing captivates me like Tu Ing. Your resilience and murderous intent overwhelm me. Look, the wound you gave me is pulsating with euphoria. Let's entangle ourselves like this forever. The scene shifts to a small camp under a peaceful night sky, with faint lights glowing from some tents. A group of people had stopped and gathered here, excitedly discussing. It seems His Highness the Prince values him greatly. I can't believe he gave him so much royal gold. He spends so generously, giving us everything for a friend. Do you think we're being too greedy taking it all? The medical staff member patted his chest and laughed heartily, replying confidently, don't worry, during the treatment, I secretly stuffed the leftover gold into your friend's combat gear. I only took 1 coin from him. This is what we deserve. The friend standing next to him thought with some doubt. Stuffed it where? Then he proudly puffed out his chest. You should know, I also gave his friend an additional blessing of strength, lasting 3 hours. Consider it my expression of respect. The whole group immediately buzzed and shouted in unison. What? The other friend was also startled. What's wrong? One by one, they began to reveal. I gave your friend a blessing of agility. I gave a blessing of resonance, and me. I gave her a blessing of perception. I gave a blessing of spirit. I gave. After a moment of them talking over each other, the medical staff member stammered. You mean all of her blessings are complete? The others nodded in confirmation. When all blessings are cast upon one person, it transforms into the highest level amplification magic. He and a team member were stunned upon hearing this information. Saint Baptizer, capable of doubling the effectiveness of all blessings, lasting 3 hours. Immediately after, one person in the group whispered worriedly, "That's a supreme royal magic only accessible to royalty. Unauthorized use is a serious crime if others find out." The medical staff member immediately cut him off. "Shush." He sweated but still tried to confidently clear his throat and hold his head high. Our divine medical team rarely gathers completely for this major operation, and rarely unleashes all blessings. Consider it establishing a deep friendship with the boy who miraculously survived great danger. Outwardly, he was calm, but inwardly, he was on tenterhooks. Luckily, I returned some of the gold. I hope he doesn't mention this outside. Returning to Meng Eng, she was in a very fierce battle. In a series of decisive and lightning-fast movements, Meng Eng gracefully attacked, defended, and dodged her opponent's moves. Her thoughtful voice echoed in her head. The speed and force of the silk threads grew stronger and stronger. Compared to the beginning, his attack was twice as powerful. Why? Why could he increase his strength? Since earlier, there's always been a buzzing noise. What is it exactly? This must be related to him strengthening his power. Meng Eng's eyes quickly scanned the room, then suddenly discovered the direction the sound was coming from. She confirmed it, decisively slashing her sword at the wall, from where the sound resonated. Inside that crack was a horrifying sight. Dozens of distorted, blood-soaked, and despairing human faces were revealed. Meng Eng's cold, sharp eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. Before her, blood-soaked faces appeared, piled one upon another. Mr. Han's deep but equally mocking voice rang out. "Oh dear, you found the gift I prepared for you." He looked at Meng Eng, tears streaming down as he offered a melancholy smile. "Listen, they're singing to congratulate us." Hundreds, thousands of pained faces emerged from the wall, mouths open as if screaming. Mr. Han knelt, holding up a ring box with both hands. "This is the song of our wedding." Tangling red threads connected to tens of thousands of suffering expressions on the wall. It is the blood demon myriad lives curse. Tamjia quickly lifted his feet and immediately ran away. Suddenly Felon spoke again, saying, "Finally, you're smarter this time. Take advantage of this moment. We must leave the building and escape to a safe place." He hurriedly ran down the stairs, urgently shouting back, "Are you kidding me? We're just one last step away from the truth." Hearing that, he startled and asked, Aren't you running downstairs to escape?" Tamjia decisively kicked the door next to him, searching for something, and said loudly, "Look around, old man." All the corpses suddenly began chanting a spell. The skin peeler must be up to something. We need to figure out how to help Meng Eng. Seeing his meddlesome nature, Felon was startled and panicked. You can't participate in a battle of this magnitude. That pervert is relying on countless blood demon incantations, constantly increasing his strength. Listen to me and run away now. However, Tamjir remained resolute, saying, "You're right, in a battle of this magnitude, if I rush in, I'll die instantly." "But we can provide indirect support," Felon asked confusedly. "How can we provide indirect support? And what exactly are you looking for?" At this moment, Tamjia suddenly burst open a room and exclaimed, "Found it! It's right here." He looked at the empty room before him, somewhat bewildered. "Is this what you were looking for? What good is it?" He didn't answer but walked over and picked up the loudspeaker with extreme confidence. "Now's the time to test the true strength of your world, my friend." Felon was stunned, stammering incoherently. Could it be that you want to?" Meanwhile, at the villa, Mr. Han suddenly presented a ring, knelt down, and smiled. "My dearest Tiu Eng, let me use these threads." He used the red threads to envelop her, saying with delight, "To weave a wedding dress just for you." The red threads continuously appeared in greater numbers, causing Meng Eng no small amount of worry. She hurriedly swung her sword, cutting through these red threads. However, she suddenly froze and stared to the side in astonishment. The sword had been wrapped by those threads and held firmly to the ground. Meng Eng panicked, thinking, "My sword is trapped." At this moment, Mr. Han suddenly appeared before her, saying, "Let me put the ring on you personally." His speed terrified her. Too fast. The man named Han immediately seized the opportunity. While his opponent was still bewildered, he quickly pulled her hand and held out the ring to put it on. Meng Eng reacted quickly, yanking the pommel of her sword to pull out a small knife and cut the red thread. Then she fiercely lunged with her sword, stabbing straight towards him. The sword grazed Mr. Han's face, yet he casually uttered, "Is there another sword hidden within the sword?" She glanced back silently, listening as he calmly and slowly spoke to himself and chuckled. But what a pity. Chanting a spell while mocking, within this endless blood demon evil curse, intact, I am invincible. Immediately, red threads incessantly wrapped round Mr. Han's body, and he excitedly laughed, saying, "Struggle. Little Ing, the more complex the process, the sweeter the fruit will be in the end. The outcome is already decided." At this moment, Meng Ing lowered her head with a grim face. Her right hand, holding her sword, made a powerful slash. Not necessarily. She gently picked up two swords and rubbed them against each other. The friction helped the two swords' powers harmonize and become sharper. Meng Eng bravely swung out with two swords in her two hands. The man named Han smirked excitedly. "This is." He observed carefully and assessed, sharpening the blade, left long, right short, using chi to subdue. "This is called La Fu Nuyet Gig. I didn't expect you, still so young, to have mastered such a profound sword technique. You truly are my love. What a pity that divine sword isn't in your hand. Otherwise, today, we'd surely be intimate." "What a shame." Meng Eng glared coldly at the man named Han. "Go to hell." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed forward like a gust of wind. In just a few moments, she was right beside him. Seeing this, the man named Han was overjoyed. "That's right, excellent. Keep attacking like that." He gently waved his hand, and red threads instantly shot towards Meng Eng. "Great bloodthirsty two-headed serpent demon, sacrifice the fresh blood of 10,000 dead here. Respond to my summons." The man named Han looked at her figure getting closer and couldn't help but feel happy, secretly calling out, "Little Ing." He frantically stretched out his hand, unleashing countless red threads, joyfully muttering to himself, "Just like that, struggle within my embrace." It was then that Meng Eng realized the situation was not good, thinking in a panic, "Oh no, this is the demon he summoned. I can't dodge it in time." Seeing the demon approaching, she only had time to take out two swords to block it. Just then, Timjia's booming voice rang out, "Hello everyone here. How are you?" The man named Han was stunned when he heard his voice. Meng Eng also immediately paused at this familiar voice. The corpses round them suddenly began to wail wildly. At this moment, Timjia raised his voice and continued, "If you can hear me, scream loudly in response." Mr. Han hastily chanted a spell, gloomy whispers, "Oh no, despair, pain, it hurts so much. I'm in so much pain, save me." But before he could finish the incantation, the demon he summoned failed to take effect and collapsed. Mr. Han asked in confusion, "Why is my blood curse interrupted?" While he was still stunned, Meng Eng seized the opportunity and charged forward. With cold eyes and a chilling attack, she powerfully swung her sword and slashed him. Mr. Han coughed up blood from Meng Eng's slash, in endless agony. Finally, she gently sheathed her sword and spoke calmly, "It's over." But to her surprise, he burst into laughter, his cold laughter echoing, "No." The swirling red threads on his body intertwined tightly into a powerful crimson armor. "You can't kill me." Witnessing this, Meng Eng's eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't help but think, "A sword strike I put all my strength into, yet it couldn't finish him off. Does that armor protect him from damage?" At this moment, the surrounding corpses suddenly all raised their heads and chanted continuously, making her whisper in panic, "Oh no, the corpses are starting to chant again." Mr. Han slowly stood up, a cruel smile on his face, and said, "I was interrupted by that kid just now, but it's okay, let's continue." Just as we reached the important parts, Timjia's booming voice appeared again. "Oh, departed ones, do you all know how to sing happy birthday? Shall we all sing happy birthday together?" Hearing this, the gossiping corpses arrogantly replied, "Yes. Why wouldn't we know? Who doesn't know how to sing happy birthday?" Encouraged by their enthusiastic response, His voice grew louder and more passionate. Then let's sing. Say goodbye to all worries. 3 to 1, everyone sing along. Those corpses actually immediately started singing. Say bye-bye to all worries. Say hi-hi to all joys. Seeing this harmonious scene, Mr. Han asked in confusion, What exactly is going on? Damn it, my blood curse. However, contrary to that look of confusion, the corpses were still deeply engrossed in this birthday song. Dear friend, happy birthday. May every day be wonderful. The singing continued endlessly. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Hearing these hoarse voices, Manu tried to suppress her laughter. The strange singing echoed throughout the villa. Today is your birthday, I send you my wishes. A special day with bright smiles, we gather together, bringing abundant love and care, wishing you always good luck. By now, Mr. Han was completely infuriated. Damn it, Shen Yi, I'm going to kill you. Without waiting, he took a running start, lunged forward, and sped off to find him, cracking the ground beneath his feet. Meng Yu whispered worriedly, Oh no, he's going after Shen Yi. The scene shifted to his side. Felon suddenly urged him, Run, quickly, I sense someone running towards you, it must be the skin stripper. Shen Yi hurriedly left. But before leaving, he managed to grab the earphones. He walked and spoke into the mic. My departed friends, do you remember your favorite song? All of you, sing for me, one song after another, don't stop. The corpses immediately obeyed without question. The first time I became like this, how could I deny it? Thunderbolt, this heavenly cultivation, the sky falls and the earth crumbles from the golden mace. David, oh David, forgot to wrap the dumplings, that. At this moment, Mr. Han, radiating an overwhelming aura of death, suddenly appeared before him, making him turn pale. He coldly raised his eyes and looked. His hoarse voice spoke, I found you, Shen Yi. At this moment, a bright sword strike suddenly cleaved down, splitting the space between the two of them. Meng Yu quickly appeared, speaking solemnly. I'll block him, you run quickly. Seeing this, Shen Yi quickly turned and left, running while saying, You got here fast, I'll leave him to you. Go for it. Mr. Han immediately uttered a threat. Listen here, you brat, if you dare to run, I'll kill your parents. But Meng Yu said, Ignore him, run quickly. Seeing their defiant attitude made him even more furious. Fine, I will definitely kill your whole family. I want to eat them right in front of you. Before leaving, Shen Yi even brazenly gave him the middle finger, making the man named Han extremely enraged. A harsh voice rang out, I want to skin them, I'll go right now. In a frantic state, Shen Yi kept pacing back and forth in the room. What should I do now? What should I do? So Felon was forced to speak up to reassure him. Brother, I know you're very angry, but you haven't learned any combat moves yet. How can you interfere in their battle? If you make a wrong move, you'll surely die. Besides, that ominous whisper was just luck. Don't overestimate yourself too much. It made sense, so he could only sigh in frustration. You're right. Shen Yi held the blue ring in his hand. He questioned doubtfully, Now, if it were you, could you defeat the Skinner? His pride flared and he announced loudly, Who are you looking down on? Their fighting skill is no different from children playing war. If I were in my prime, I could crush him with one hand. But talking about these things is meaningless now. I'm too severely injured. I can't take action, or should I say, of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi came up with a different idea. That's good, it seems we can talk about something else now. Felon timidly and suspiciously exclaimed, What are you planning to do now? Ignoring his attitude, he continued seriously, We have a trade agreement, don't we? Without hesitation, he immediately nodded in confirmation. Yes, what exactly do you want to say? Shen Yi resolutely demanded, I want to make a deal with you. He firmly proposed an agreement to Felon. I'll help you restore your power, and you help me deal with him. How about it? This sudden plan made him jump up in shock. Help me restore my power? He reasoned without wavering. Last time on the battlefield outside the secret passage, didn't you tell me how to heal you spirits? You use a special spell, then take a specific object to create a sacrificial altar. Then you trap a bunch of spirits or living beings inside, drain all the power from them, and you can recover instantly. The standard method he presented truly made it undeniable. That's right, this method can instantly restore one to their peak state, even if they only have one breath left. Don't tell me you're planning to use the dead people in the hotel. Shenyi glanced around, then hesitantly spoke. Do these dead people meet the conditions for your healing? Felon quickly considered the percentage of success. All the spirits here were trapped inside their corpses by the flare using magic, just enough to perform one high-level energy extraction. But I've lost all my power. I can't force these corpses to chant my sacrificial spell. If there's a chance, you try to seize it right away. Let me think of a way. It cautiously reminded its master, the entire spellcasting process will take some time. Once that guy finds out, he'll frantically try to stop you. You're definitely trying to kill him, aren't you? Things were already tense, and Felon kept nagging, so Shenyi flared up, blah blah blah. So what? You're scared. It retorted bluntly, I'm afraid you'll trip and die right there. That's what. He delivered a cold, decisive statement. If I really die, then use necromancy to turn me into your servant. This tempting offer immediately entranced Felon, making him go along with it. Well, you should have said so sooner. Let me add this to the contract, then it's a deal. The scroll of the covenant was clearly written by it as follows. Party A, Shenyi. Party B, Felon, real name. Both parties agree amicably. Party A helps Party B restore their power. At the same time, after Party B restores their power, they must fight on behalf of Party A, confronting the man nicknamed the Flare. If Party A dies during this period, Party B has full authority to dispose of Party A's body and soul. Shenyi read it through once, then quickly put his fingerprint on it. Deal, the agreement then takes effect immediately. He pulled out his phone, applying information technology to the fight. Alright, now recite your incantation. I'll record it and play it for those spirits. Felon pouted unhappily and grumbled. Normally we'd go there in person to chant. Do you really have to use such a bland, emotionless method? Having lost all patience, Shenyi warily explained to it, Look, brother, I know you're angry, but I'm telling you, you only have one head now. You can't get involved in their fight, or you might get your head smashed and die. Recording is the safest way. Don't overestimate yourself. Faced with this argument full of risks, Felon could only begrudgingly comply. Alright, for the sake of restoring my power, I'll endure it. The recording was quickly and efficiently carried out. It enthusiastically cheered him on. Next up, your performance. Shenyi nodded in agreement towards the target. Now, focus all attribute points on agility. His legs were activated to maximum speed. The professional system displayed a confirmation message, as per your wish. Attribute points have been fully allocated. Agility has reached 10.1. Shenyi shot off like an arrow. As he sprinted quickly, he loudly announced into his headset microphone, Oh, all you dead people, please be quiet. I'll play an auditory comprehension test. Please listen carefully. After listening, please repeat it together. Pay attention. Don't miss a single word. Oh, wandering specter of the abyss at the bottom of the underworld, use the power of our skeletal spirit's vows to form an altar, helping you cross the line between life and death. On this abundant and bustling feast of souls, let us merge to form an endless skeletal throne, begging for the mercy of the Most High, O dark bone mother, O king of the ghouls, O Lord Miklin Texistekel. Please grant me your blessing, so that I may spread your majesty among all beings. The listening test is over. Can everyone recite it now? Let's repeat it together. And so, Shenyi successfully activated the somber whispers. The corpses collectively responded to his summoning. Oh, wandering specter of the abyss at the bottom of the underworld, transform the power of your skeletal spirit's vows into an altar. Mr. Han was astonished, realizing Shenyi's scheme. This is an incantation. That brat is controlling the corpses. We must kill him immediately. Feeling the overflowing power, Felon cheered joyfully. It worked. The soul fire is erupting. He was still running at full speed, hastily asking it, Do I have to wait until I finish reciting the incantation? Felon urgently reminded him in detail. Yes, this is just the first step, but it's also the crucial one. Now, you must evade that flayed guy. He'll definitely try to stop you at all costs. The incantation was loudly maintained by the corpses, helping you cross the line between life and death on this abundant and bustling feast of souls. Felon constantly gave directions. Follow these spirits up to the rooftop. That's where the soul fire converges. Without hesitation, Shenyu sprinted at full speed. Got it. He furiously chased, trying to kill him. You damn bastard brat, what are you doing? He glanced back once, then took off running. That fast? With Shenyu's efforts, the incantation continued to echo seamlessly. Let us merge to form an endless skeletal throne. Mr. Han, filled with rage, roared loudly. Don't even think about escaping. Suddenly, he noticed someone else charging from the left to block his way. Dreamfish rushed out to cover him. Her sword decisively aimed directly at his neck, unleashing a strike. Dreamfish's single strike hit the target, drawing blood. But Mr. Han, despite spitting blood, adamantly refused to give up chasing his foe. She urgently thought to herself, this is bad. He's solely focused on chasing and killing Shen Yi, completely neglecting to dodge her attacks anymore. He's even using the force of this slash to propel himself forward faster. The incantation, chanted in unison by the corpses, still slowly echoed with his every step, begging for the mercy of the Most High. The moment Shen Yi touched the door leading to the rooftop, the man named Han furiously yelled, "You won't escape!" Shen Yi quickly ran straight into the room in front of him. Mr. Han quickly followed closely behind. He looked around the room, frantically yelling, "You wretched brat, where did you hide now?" Surrounding Mr. Han were corpses everywhere, loudly chanting the incantation, "O Dark Bone Mother, O King of the Ghouls, O Lord Mictlantexistekel, please help me." Taking advantage of the chaos, Shen Yi met with Dreamfish. "I'm leaving it to you." She got into position and quickly nodded, signaling him to rest assured. He flew into a rage, angrily threatening, "How did that happen? You dare play me? I'll chop you into pieces." The incantation still spread widely everywhere. "Let me spread your majesty to all living beings." The spell formation manifested, making Felon rejoice and cheer. It's a success, it's a success. Now, I need the willingly departed to pour their power into me. I'll be able to restore my strength. Just as expected, Shenyu raised the ring high, proclaiming loudly to everyone, "Everyone, it's time for revenge. You only have this one chance. Give me your power. Oh, lost souls, gather here, let's together." Suddenly, Dreamfish's voice shrieked a warning. It turned out that Mr. Han was desperately charging to assassinate him, to kill him. He disregarded all consequences. Mr. Han's eyes blazed with intense hatred. His long spear pierced directly through his chest. Her face turned pale and she shrieked in agitation. But then Mr. Han's astonished expression was the real talking point. His body gradually dissolved into nothingness, making him realize he had been severely tricked. The real Shen Yi was right in front of the spell formation. "Oh, lost souls, heed my call." Mr. Han shrieked in dismay. When did this happen? His voice still resoundingly called for all the corpses to unite. Shen Yi firmly pronounced a death sentence on his crimes. The corpses, shedding tears, responded indignantly. The power restoration spell formation was quickly filled with soul fire. The ring where it resided gradually glowed intensely. Determined not to give up, he laughed loudly and lunged to kill. "Kill me? What kind of joke is this? You think you can kill me? Die!" But immediately after, Mr. Han's treacherous smile vanished. He was impaled by a bone sword. Through the fading dust, Dreamfish uttered in astonishment. Mr. Han lay motionless on the ground, spitting blood from severe injuries. Felon had completely regained his peak strength. "I wasn't joking. If I say I'll kill you, I will. Being a day late, a second late, it's all my fault." A heavy downpour broke the deadly silence of this place. Standing on the giant Felon's shoulder, Shen Yi majestically declared, "Now you die, right in front of all the people you killed." Han's eyes widened. Calamity? He can summon calamity. Felon's massive skeletal form made Meng Yu stare in astonishment, thinking to herself, "Calamity, so this is his trump card." Shen Yi, exuding immense dominance, sharply waved his hand and gave the order. "Finish him off!" It raised the giant bone sword high. Even though gravely wounded, Han still strained his neck and roared defiantly, "Don't even think about it." He summoned countless blood-red threads, frantically coiling them around Felon's body. It sneered contemptuously, mocking, "These threads are the power you're so proud of? Couldn't even withstand one blow?" Han truly couldn't believe his ultimate move was broken so easily. "What?" Felon taunted loudly, "For a wimp like you, I don't need to personally intervene. Countless spirits are wailing in my ears. They've been bound for too long. It's time to grant them freedom." With extreme power, it created a seal to activate the resurrection of spirits. The corpses were one by one blessed and brought back to life. They gradually regained their flesh and rose up. The number of reanimated corpses was so vast that Meng Yu didn't dare to move recklessly. Shen Yi excitedly cheered, "Oh, spirits, it's time for revenge." Han frantically used his corpse-controlling technique, but it was completely ineffective. "Damn it, I can't control them. Did you strip me of my technique?" He angrily cursed repeatedly, "Bastard." Seizing the opportunity, Han shot out a red thread and swung himself high up. His weak act of resistance made Felon snarl coldly, trying to run away. It opened its mouth wide and spat out a massive blast of fire. Han took the full impact of the chaotic attack, his tongue tied, "My body." Felon gleefully explained, "Don't be nervous. This is just a trivial soul-suppressing spell. It can temporarily shake the soul and body of a living being, stripping them of their ability to act without causing you any harm. After all, they are now just like you. They all crave your fresh flesh." Thus, Han was swarmed by the corpses, torn apart ferociously. They unleashed all their pent-up fury upon him. Wherever they could sink their teeth, they bit savagely. Before this perfect chaos, Felon merely continued coldly. Humans always think that by killing the culprit, they can sever hatred. But they don't know that the tide of hatred will not recede because of that. In the end, the dead will awaken and personally drag you into the abyss. Amidst the swarming crowd, Han's desperate screams echoed intermittently. "No! I don't want to die, save me. Oh great divine spirit, I am willing to offer everything I have to you." Suddenly, Shen Yi sensed something abnormal. Mr. Han's body was emitting a strange surge of power. It was dense like miasma and continuously surging. With a body reduced to mere fragments of flesh, he sincerely offered himself. "Thank you, great existence. Descend. Come, please descend. Take everything I have." But in return, he realized his efforts were futile. His face twisted in despair. "Why, great existence, why do you refuse me?" Shen Yi quickly gave Felon a command. "He's casting a spell. Quick, pin him down." Without hesitation, he desperately rushed down to suppress Mr. Han. "You're regretting it now, Skin Peeler. I want to use this sword to personally avenge Hao Yu." Meng Yu, standing from afar, urgently shouted, "Shen Yi, be careful." Mr. Han remained silent, letting himself be beaten, yet arrogantly thought to himself, "Foolish, though the great divine spirit didn't come in person, his shadow still protects me." He played a trick, controlling several black energy masses to slash across Shen Yi. "Die." He was unharmed, still on Felon's shoulder, watching the Skin Peeler's farce. Stupid, falling for the same trap twice. He glanced back in alarm. Damn it, another clone. Shen Yi raised his gun, the barrel ready. He loudly commanded, "Take this." He also shot the head, but it was the head of the zombie behind him. Mr. Han, unharmed, glared at Shen Yi. He was startled, drenched in sweat, speechless. Felon, still full of questions, turned to look. Shen Yi repeated the word "missed." He loudly ordered it. "Sorry, I've never practiced shooting before, so I missed, but that doesn't matter." "Go!" "Felon, use your flame attack. Kill him." It obeyed, powerfully lifting its hand to impale Mr. Han. He screamed in agony, his entire body enveloped in light, gradually withering away. Mr. Han couldn't resist, but still had a hidden trick, quietly drawing the black energy back into himself. Felon reacted quickly, shouting loudly, "Be careful!" His entire body glowed as he plunged his sword into the ground, entering the state of using the white bone support. Shen Yi, hiding behind Felon, wondered, "What's wrong?" It keenly noticed that the moment the Skinner stopped breathing, something sinister ran rampant within his body. Some unknown entity wanted to ambush you. If I hadn't used a defensive spell in time, you might have died. Suddenly, Mengyu, who was behind, excitedly pointed forward. Look! Innumerable wisps of black energy gathered around the corpse of the man surnamed Han, encircling him. That stream of black energy, carrying the man surnamed Han, flew out the window. She screamed in panic, "That shadow wants to take the Skinner's corpse." Mengyu immediately ran to the window, chasing after it. "Don't even think about escaping." Shen Yi couldn't react in time. It was too late to call her back. "Wait! Mengyu! Damn it, why aren't we chasing after them?" Felon, the most composed at this moment, offered an analysis. "If I put all my effort into running, I can't take you with me. If I left you here and that thing came back to kill you, I wouldn't be able to save you in time. I have to prioritize protecting your life first." Shen Yi understood and stopped complaining. "Alright, so what exactly was that black shadow? Could it be the same entity that blew up the building?" Suddenly realizing something, he thought carefully and analyzed it again. "No, that's not right. It helped the Skinner, so it definitely wasn't the one who blew up the building, because the one who blew up the building was helping Mengyu. Could there be another person here?" Felon calmed Shen Yi down. Its analysis stabilized the situation a bit. It wasn't too tense. "It seems the mysterious person helping Mengyu has no ill intentions for now. Why don't you try asking over the broadcast?" He was serious and a little restless. "You're right. Which friend lent a hand earlier? Please show yourself so we can meet." After a long wait, the space remained silent, with no changes. Felon concluded, "It seems this person doesn't want to show themselves." Shen Yi quickly sensed something else, glancing towards the balcony. He looked down and asked, "It's the ghost fire. How is it? Has that little girl been safely taken to the Mortal Martial Arts building?" The sports motorcycle reported the situation. "Mission incomplete. Mission target lost." He was startled. "What happened?" It recounted the whole event. "Midway, the target left me, safely set foot on the road, then disappeared. I don't know which way she went." Shen Yi was so agitated he didn't know what to say. "What?" Felon conducted a thorough analysis based on the information he had. The motorcycle was going so fast. The fact that she could jump off the bike midway proves she's definitely not an ordinary person. "I already warned you, don't risk helping a stranger. Luckily, she didn't lay a hand on you." Suddenly, a phone notification sound interrupted them. Shen Yi pulled out his phone and unlocked the screen. Meng Ying sent a message. He stared at the phone in disbelief. A video appeared on the screen. It was filming the back of a girl. A deep voice asked her. She leaned against the railing, her gaze distant. "Boyfriend, I've never thought about it." That voice was very enthusiastic about the topic. "Well, you can think about it now. After all, you're almost grown up. I wonder how many talented young men are eagerly watching you." Fan Dong paused for a moment, remaining silent. She thought for a long time before speaking. "I remember when I was little, I went to Shen Yi once. My sister and I were chased by a fierce dog. Only Brother Shen Yi stood up to block that dog. Brother Shen Yi is very kind. I always remember him." Fan Dong smiled slightly, her face blushing as she turned back. Midway through the video, nothing else could be gleaned. The screen went black, leaving only static sounds. Immediately after the static, a pair of black shoes appeared in the footage. The scene here was incredibly dark, completely different from the segment just shown. Continuous judgmental remarks rang out. "Who is that Shen Yi kid? We've checked. That kid is very ordinary. He won't have any contact with her. Did you clarify Thandong's intentions? What if she goes looking for him? You guys figure that out. I don't want to see that Shen Yi in front of my dear Thandong." They were eagerly planning without anyone knowing. "Don't worry, it's a trivial matter. This doesn't even require us to personally intervene. Hire someone to do it. like an accidental mishap. It's simple, just a matter of money. As these last words were uttered, the video also went black and turned off completely. Hire someone to mess with him. Just consider it a lesson for him. Shenyi was stunned, feeling like he couldn't process it, just staring at the phone in his hand. He lowered his head, his face hidden, but he could still feel it growing grim, contemplating the play. Shenyi remained rooted to the spot, burdened with a pile of worries. I had imagined many scenarios, once thinking that others were targeting Shenyi, or they wanted to strike at my parents by killing me, or my predecessor accidentally learned some secret. I even thought someone knew that a soul from another world was hidden in this body, so they wanted to destroy me, but I never imagined that the truth would be this absurd. The zombies behind were gradually approaching him. The leader, the butler, stepped forward to represent them, thanking him. Young man, following him, other zombies surrounded him, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for your help. You killed that devil-like man. We were no match for him. He killed us all. Only you avenged us. We witnessed his death with our own eyes. Thank you. But I really want to know, why did that devil-like man want to kill us? Shenyi was a little flustered, his eyes involuntarily glancing around. An indescribable sense of guilt filled his heart. This assassin was clearly targeting him, but he had implicated so many people. Shenyi stood solemnly in the center. He spoke softly and sincerely. Everyone, if possible, I hope you can choose another place to reincarnate, hoping that in another world, you can live with dignity, not like now, dying helplessly, disgracefully, full of lingering attachments, causing pain and suffering to your loved ones. Please don't worry and don't be concerned about anything here. One day in the future, when I have enough ability to investigate everything, I will find the mastermind behind this, and then kill him. Shenyi stood majestically on the high platform. He resolutely looked at those unjustly killed zombies. I swear I will do this. After speaking, he bowed his head in self-reproach, feeling dejected. He was too weak now, unable to keep up with Meng Yu's speed in chasing the shadow, and had to keep the skeleton here to protect him. Suddenly, a zombie reached out towards Shenyi from somewhere unknown. That zombie approached and placed a hand on his shoulder, then smiled in comfort. No matter what, thank you for being willing to avenge us. You must take care of yourself and live well. Other zombies also spoke up in encouragement and support, one after another. That's right, that devil is dead. We can also rest in peace. They came forward one by one, placing their hands on Shenyi's shoulder. You must live to 100 years old, free from illness and misfortune. We hope you gain greater power and eliminate the mastermind behind this. We will bless you from hell. Thank you. Sincere words continued to echo. Thank you, truly thank you, thank you. Ending these words of gratitude, hundreds of zombies simultaneously collapsed, completely lifeless. Fallon, watching from above, informed Shenyi that their sustaining spell had ended and they had returned to hell. Shenyi was surprised to see Meng Yu jump in through the window in the pouring rain. She then spoke. You're still here? Shenyi curiously asked, what was that shadow? Meng Yu calmly replied, it got away. Its power is beyond imagination. It's definitely not human. I suspect it's related to the disaster. Once it's provoked, the consequences are unimaginable. He then hesitated. Disaster? She explained further. The power of the disaster can easily destroy a city. That shadow revealed some abnormal force field. Just like your friend, the surrounding force field is exactly the same. Your power lingered on me, bringing me many insights. Thank you. Shenyi, after this is over, I want to find a safe place and start enhancing my power. He secretly encouraged her, thinking, the pure arm user keyword will still last for a while. I hope she can make a breakthrough. Shenyi continued speaking. I watched the video you sent me, but some things are still unclear. Can you explain them to me? She lowered her eyes, deep in thought. Then she slowly explained to him, I've already investigated this matter, but it's very complicated. We can't get involved. Shenyi pressed, who are those people? Meng Yu turned her face and calmly advised, you should leave quickly. I won't tell anyone you were here. He persisted, who are they? Her eyes saddened, some descendants of big families. I couldn't find out any more specifics. Shenyi retorted loudly, you also come from a prominent family. Don't you know who they are? Mengyu calmly said, there are differences even among prominent families. The Shen family, where you were born, and my Luo family are like small shrimp next to a bright moon compared to their families. He questioned back, are you just going to let it go like that? Mengyu tried to explain, I've exposed this matter. So many people died, they have to provide an outcome. Shenyi wondered, what outcome will they be executed? She tilted her head, avoiding his gaze. No, they'll be punished. Shenyi was surprised. Punished? Mengyu sadly said, a few scoldings, grounded at home, things like that. Afterwards, they'll probably apologize to you and my Luo family. He frowned and questioned, who are you kidding? If they made a move but failed to kill me, and accidentally killed your brother, then they'll try every possible way to get rid of you and me to avoid future trouble. She closed her eyes, calmly accepting, this is the price I have to pay to get to the truth. Those are the most powerful families in the world. Thandong is the focus of everyone's pursuit. I'm alone, there's nothing I can do. The Luo family won't help me either. Actually, I should be glad. This time, we just happened to encounter an assassin like the Skinner. He cared more about his own feelings than the mission. Mengyu remembered the image of the assassin carrying De Bang away. If it had been any other assassin of the same rank, we would never have known the truth. In any case, the entire assassin squad is dead. I think this is enough to comfort my brother's soul in heaven. It's time for me to take my leave. Be careful. She turned, preparing to leave. Shenyi hesitated. If you had the power to kill all those family descendants, would you do it? Mengyu stood motionless. Stop joking, their families are extremely powerful. They are the foundation of human civilization. Once I do something, my family will probably be. He cut her off. Don't talk about these things. I just asked if you're content with that. Shenyi growled angrily. My friend is dead. Your brother is dead. Tens of thousands of people in this neighborhood are all dead. Each of them had parents, teachers, friends, even siblings, children. They should have had their own lives. But after being brutally murdered, their bodies were controlled, suffering pain from blood magic. All of this, to them, was just a small lesson. At this point, Shenyi lowered his voice and asked, just playing? Then he yelled loudly, what do they consider human lives to be? I can't accept it. I will definitely make them pay blood for blood. Mengyu drew her sword at his powerful words. A surge of power rushed forth. He raised his hand to block the stones that were slowly falling. She calmly looked at what she had just done. Mengyu's tears slowly fell amidst the crumbling scenery. After that, only Shenyi remained standing there. Fallon appeared beside him. What are you doing? You made her cry and run away. He remained silent. Then he jumped to the ground. It's over. It's time for me to go home. It looked at Shenyi's back and asked, how are you going to handle this? He landed, casually tossing the earphones he was wearing. He said calmly, I thought someone had a deep grudge against me. Turns out it was just a game. So there's nothing to think about. The skeleton lowered its gaze. I don't believe you. He replied, humans, you know, being happy is the most important thing. It angrily said, I don't believe what you said just now. Shenyi patiently explained, you don't understand humans like us. We believe that living is already hard enough, so we must be happy. Fallon was helpless, but you can't just let others tear you apart at will. He immediately countered, this is our human desire. I will diligently seek this joy, striving to fill this life with happiness. It pressed, how do you intend to pursue that? Shenyi sat on the motorcycle and smiled. It's simple, if they want to play, then let them play. Until I kill every single one of them, using their lives as offerings to the innocent souls of today, and take revenge for myself, at that point, my heart will be filled with joy. And I'll even feel that this life was not lived in vain. Fallon laughed loudly, this, I believe. Shenyi slowly retrieved it into the ring. You go back into the ring first. You're so big, you'll easily attract attention. He waved and turned his head, looking around, thanking someone. My friend, if you don't want to show your face, then don't. Whoever you are, thank you very much. Looking down from above at where Shen Yi left, the little girl blew a bubblegum bubble, her feet swinging as she mused. Brother Shen Yi has grown up too. Yin Chen slowly stood up. Then a red stream of power enveloped her, gradually turning her into an adult woman. She smiled gently. Compared to when he was little, he's become more foolish now. Yin Chen stood silently in the rain. Suddenly, her demonic earpiece said sarcastically, "That kid, he really is foolish. But aren't you going to meet him once?" Yin Chen calmly said, "It's not time yet." It continued to complain, "He just saved you once, and even specifically gave you a ride on his motorcycle. These are all things your sister Thandong caused, yet she doesn't care at all. Instead, you rushed here to help, almost getting me exposed." Yin Chen lowered her head and advised, "Don't complain anymore. Didn't I almost get exposed too?" The earpiece warned, "Once your identity is exposed to sunlight, I'll see how you handle things behind the scenes." She brushed it aside. "Don't say another word. Later, I'll take you to eat beef noodles." It delightedly added conditions. "I want an extra egg, and I want a bowl of good wine." "Wait a minute. Do you need my help with something? Tell me quickly." She smiled happily, raising her hand. "You really understand me. Help me erase all traces. Don't let anyone know I was ever here. Especially my sister's people. Erase all traces of Brother Shen's battle too. Don't let anyone find out." It reminded, "There's still one more person who knows. That girl with the sword, if she talks about tonight." Yin Chen softly said, "She won't betray Brother Shen Yi." The earpiece slowly closed its eyes. "All right. I have to work now," and gradually transformed into a stream of power. Its glowing eyes shot the stream of power towards the castle, instantly erasing all traces. It urged, "It's done. Let's go quickly. I'm dying to eat noodles." The phone suddenly rang. She picked up, and the other end spoke. "Yin Chen, where did you run off to? There's a party tonight, and I can't handle it alone. Come back quickly." It transformed back into an earpiece and angrily cursed, "Damn it, your sister sent you a message. Now, do we go to the party or eat noodles?" Yin Chen put on her hat and replied naturally, "Of course, noodles. If I promised you, I must do it." It was deeply moved. "I'm so touched, but won't there be a problem if you don't go to the party?" The girl calmly said, "My sister thrives at parties like these. I'm not as good as her. After all, everyone knows Thandong's sister, Yin Chen, is a good-for-nothing who knows nothing." The earpiece laughed loudly and sarcastically. "You, a good-for-nothing? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." There were countless stakes plunged into pools of blood, with terrifying, interwoven drops of blood. A pile of corpses was hung over a bathtub, bleeding until the tub was full, and from within the bathtub, something began to emerge. Mr. Han, a horrifying flayed creature, rose up. I'm alive again." He stepped out of the bathtub, staggering. "Great deity, it is you. You resurrected me?" A voice rang out, "Foolish." Mr. Han prostrated himself, looking at the great existence before him. "Great, ineffable being, thank you for not abandoning your loyal servant. According to the agreement between you and me, I paid the corresponding price, but you clearly could have descended just now, so why did you leave in the end?" The other entity angrily cursed, "Mortal, are you questioning me?" A series of tentacles pierced through him. Mr. Han cried out in pain, denying, "I would never dare question you. I just had some doubts in my heart." He slowly withdrew his tentacles indifferently. "There's an inscrutable entity lurking in the shadows, so it's not convenient for me to reveal myself." He was astonished. "What?" Then he knelt down, trembling and pleading, "Great existence, please forgive me. I couldn't sense any other existence at all." He sneered, "Your power is as weak as a firefly's. It's normal not to detect it. Initially, I felt your world was extremely weak and insignificant, not worth mentioning at all. Who knew the wall of damnation of the king of 10,000 fallen demons that I bestowed upon you would be? Ackfire? Its power was completely stolen, and then you were defeated. Only then did I realize that your world is full of interesting things. There are even many existences similar to me descending here, lurking in the shadows to act. Mr. Han turned his head suspiciously. Great existence, where are you? Suddenly the door opened with a click. A girl with a blank face walked in. Did bang. He stammered in panic. How can this be? Clearly, she already no. That's not right. She raised her hand, letting her hair fall loose, surrounded by an evil, wicked light. It's you, great existence. He praised, your work this time is truly excellent. It just so happens I can use it. Mr. Han kowtowed, trembling with joy. This is my supreme honor, great eternal deity. I prostrate myself at your feet, forever serving by your side. The great existence commanded, my servant, lead me to travel your world. Show me what secrets your world ultimately hides. And while we're at it, I want to ask him, that boy, Tumdi, how did he break the cursed statue of the king of 10,000 fallen demons? That's power I've collected for countless years. I want it all back. He listened in horror as he continued, I traveled an immense distance to descend here, and then resurrected you. Now I need some souls to compensate for the losses. You must have felt it, haven't you? Your soul is enduring unspeakable pain. That's the flesh and blood puppet causing trouble. I used it as a vessel to resurrect you. A horrifying mouth on Mr. Han's stomach stuck out a hungry tongue. Once it's hungry, it will torment your soul. With the current strength of your soul, you shouldn't let it starve for too long, otherwise your soul will be annihilated by it. With soulless eyes, the great existence commanded, go hunt, kill 1,000 people. I need their souls to nourish myself. The remaining flesh and blood pulp belongs to you. He thought to himself, 1,000 people, then obediently said, as you command. Then he gleefully and madly enjoyed, this is great. I can finally eat my fill. Tumji skillfully braked the car sharply in front of the building. The guard stepped out and asked loudly, what was that noise? He explained sheepishly, I let my motorcycle fly around in the clouds. It's nothing. He reminded him, it's too loud. Don't do that at night, and it's not safe either. Tumji quickly said, sorry, I won't do it again next time. He sat down on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Then he suddenly realized, I can't believe the root cause of everything was the original host saving to little girls when he was young. So many people died, but to families like theirs. It's just a game. What a bunch of scum. Suddenly, his phone rang. Tumji was surprised to see the caller ID. Tumji's noble family is calling? The other end called, hello, Tumji. He replied indifferently, it's me. The man on the other end said, I'm your eldest uncle. He secretly assessed Tumji's eldest uncle, Thak Min, is responsible for overseeing the daily affairs of the Tum family every time he returns. He was the most indifferent, never paid attention to mom and me, sometimes even mocked dad. Why is he calling? Then he slowly said, hello, uncle. He asked warmly, I heard you were sick a while ago. Your dad came to my house for medicine then, but I wasn't home. Now I'm back. You can come get the medicine anytime. Tumji politely and coldly refused. No need, I've already recovered. The other end got straight to the point. That's good, actually. I have something to tell you. Do you remember? Every year when we return to the Tum family for TT, descendants of other powerful families visit our Tum family. He replied succinctly, I remember. Tumji was surprised to hear the other side rejoice. It's good that you remember. You didn't understand things back then and caused so much trouble. Wait for me to arrange it. In a few days, you'll come back and apologize directly to the descendants of those powerful families. He angrily clenched his fist. Apologize? He explained, this is all for your own good. When you were young, you offended to many people. Now you must publicly apologize to gain their forgiveness. That way, our Tum family will also look good, understand? Tumji silently and carefully considered the potential consequences. The impact after Meng Ing exposed this had arrived. If he truly went to apologize, it would mean admitting that everything was his own fault. The deaths of tens of thousands of people would no longer be related to the aristocratic descendants, and he would become the mastermind. The Tum family, on the other hand, could gain goodwill from those aristocratic descendants. Perhaps this uncle might even be praised and receive some benefits. As for the hunt targeting him, It wouldn't stop. In fact, his death would become legitimate, and it might even implicate his parents and the Hmong group. Tumji scoffed, "Is this what you call for my own good? I don't remember offending anyone. Or perhaps, uncle, you could tell me a few things. Who is the other party? How did I offend them, and when did it happen?" Thakmin impatiently said dismissively, "You don't need to worry too much about it. Just do as I say when the time comes." He slowly said, "Uncle, but there's a problem here. If this problem isn't solved, I can't follow your instructions." Then he ironically assessed the Tim family. If he hadn't known the truth, he might really have thought he'd offended someone. Fine, a 241 Tim family, willing to sell him out for benefits without hesitation. Thakmin angrily cursed, "What is it? Is it related to your dad coming for medicine later? Do you want compensation? So young, you haven't learned anything else, but you've quickly learned to be greedy. Speak up, what do you want?" Tumji calmly said, "It's not about that. Rather, I have a doubt in my mind. From earlier, this doubt has been preventing me from obeying your command." He grew impatient. "What doubt?" He enunciated each word mockingly. "May I ask, who the hell are you?" Thakmin yelled, "Tumji, I'm warning you, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He happily struck first. "It seems you're too arrogant and conceited. If you're so capable, why don't you personally go fawn over those people?" He couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "You know already?" Tumji scoffed. "Know what, eldest uncle? Do you really want to wag your tail in front of those people?" Thakmin angrily cursed, "You brat. You can't get your way in this. Can you really defy your grandfather's decision?" Tumji clicked his tongue. "Ha, already hung up. I wasn't finished talking." Suddenly, another call came in. The call connected. Several girls in bikinis cheerfully said, "Tumji, we're the Injis sisters from Phoenix Island. Do you want to come to our midnight bikini party?" He blushed and immediately had a nosebleed in front of the hot girls on screen. The girl in the pink bikini praised, "Tumji, you're quite handsome, aren't you? We have a lot of girls here. Everyone wants to meet you." Tumji awkwardly refused. "That wouldn't be very good, would it? It's already very late. It's not convenient for me to go out." Smoking a cigar, she coaxed, "It's fine. Consider it a favor to me. I'll send someone to pick you up." He resolutely refused. "No way. Boys like us can't just go out casually at night. We have to protect ourselves well." "Thank you for your kindness." A short-haired girl chided, "You're not showing any respect to Sister In at all. Do you know what a great fortune this is?" Tumji politely retorted, "No, there are so many women with you. I'm afraid you'll get me drunk and tease me. I need to go to sleep now, bye-bye." The girl angrily Tumji tossed his phone, turned, and walked into the house. The news from these powerful families is the quickest. They must have already heard about the entire incident. I'm afraid there will still be many similar calls. These people all want to see what kind of man Thandone, the heiress of the most powerful family, wants to marry. He lay down on the bed, thinking, calling so casually, so flirtatiously, they just want to invite me there to make a fool of myself, don't they? If I were a menace, who would still dare to order me around like that? The system's announcement sounded. Friendly reminder, 10 minutes until midnight. On a new day, the first time you enter a door, you will receive an evaluation keyword. Currently, there's a chance to obtain a special hidden ability. Tumji seriously asked, "Hidden ability?" The system enthusiastically replied, "Conditions for attainment. The third time you receive the evaluation keyword family member, it seems you have already received the evaluation keyword family member twice. During your actions, you will receive key reminders. Absolutely. Remember, this is your only chance to get a hidden ability." Tumji jumped up, muttering to himself, "In this world, there's no such good thing as sitting at home and being able to kill all enemies. Whether it's to resist family arrangements, deal with those powerful family descendants, or seek revenge for myself and the innocent, power is needed." He resolutely declared, "Power that sweeps away everything." The clock struck 12. Tumji thought, "I must seize this opportunity and figure out how to get the hidden ability." He loudly called to summon the hidden doors. He stepped into the gloomy, foggy forest. The skeleton emerged from the ring. Tumji was surprised. What are you doing out here? It replied succinctly, the time has come for us to part ways. He mumbled, oh right, you can move freely now. Then Felon made his own decision. That's right, I want to return to the Undead clan. I still have a lot of unfinished business. I can't continue to waste time meaninglessly. Tumji agreed. Alright then, we go our separate ways from here. It thanked him formally and gave him a gift. Thank you for helping me restore my power. Kid, I see you don't even have a tool to store things. This ring is for you as a memento. Tumji took it, both happy and sad. Okay, thank you. It's a shame I haven't prepared a farewell gift for you. Felon courteously said, no need, you've already helped me restore my power. Well then, goodbye. He also said goodbye. Its ethereal figure gradually disappeared into the thick fog. Tumji worried, I only raised it for a few days before releasing it into the wild. I wonder if it will survive? A crow's caw echoed in the pitch-black sky. Suddenly, a surge of dark power struck. Puzzled, he dropped to avoid the danger. What? From afar, a voice echoed, no. Tumji immediately recognized it. It was the skeleton's voice. He anxiously stepped forward to check the situation. Seriously, we just took a few steps and already ran into an enemy? No more sounds were heard. With the skeleton's strength, could it be that it couldn't withstand even one move? Tumji quickly realized this power. He had never seen such a terrifying move in the battle with the flare. So wouldn't it be in vain if I charged forward? The proverb says it well, avoiding a problem is better than solving it. I should just leave quickly. The system issued a warning, key reminder activated. You've been discovered. If you retreat now, it will affect your evaluation. You won't be able to obtain the keywords, family, third. He gave an embarrassed smile. As the proverb goes, when trouble arises, help your brothers. I should still go check the situation. After all, our brotherhood is deep. Of course, it's not because I covet the keyword family. A series of stakes fell straight down, surrounding Tumji. Suddenly, a bone cage dropped, trapping him inside. He slowly stepped onto the top of the cage. His tone was full of satisfaction. Today's harvest isn't small. He exclaimed in surprise, Farron. Tumji angrily shouted, what have you done to my brother Felon? Then he thought to himself, it's over. I can only try to get close to him first and then talk. Felon's skull, still connected to him, spoke. Last time you replaced me on the assassination mission to the elf village, not only did the mission fail, but you also got several other undead killed there. Now other undead have come to settle the score. With me, damn it. Tumji understood the problem and began to act. I see. Let me think of a way. Nonsense. My brother Felon once saved my life. I've resolved to follow him, vowing to overthrow the evil human empire. Farron sneered. Just the two of you want to overthrow the human empire. Do you think we're really fools? Go to hell. He quickly presented the medal of origin. The medal says, wait, look at this first. Felon and I are about to infiltrate the high echelons of humanity. This is the proof. He reached out to take it. Let me see what tricks you can pull. Farron stared blankly at the information displayed before him. This Medal of Valor is awarded to the last fortunate survivor of the Terran domain. When he holds this medal, it will display his achievements. Tumji confidently raised his head, awarded to the child who miraculously survived the catastrophe, the Holy Violet Empire, the next successor candidate for the human empire, Prince Not. His two subordinates were surprised, one exclaiming, a badge granted by Prince Not. The other replied, I can't believe what this human said is true. Farron urgently called out, hey, where did you get this? Speak quickly. A line of text appeared right above his head, self-inflicted. He thought to himself, no wonder, as expected, having a keyword is powerful. Then he continued, Felon and I have already discussed it. We'll infiltrate the human capital together to find an opportunity to assassinate the king. He immediately cursed, stupid, although this badge is real. Do you two think you can assassinate the human king? Tumji broke out in a sweat, muttering to himself, currently, I've seen 3 creatures with keywords, the elf high priestess, the dream fish, and the undead leader. Although the flare and they don't have keywords, but they're also very strong. even stronger than the dream fish that does have keywords. So what do these keywords mean? He held the letter and gave it to Firen, mischievously saying, "We have a way into the upper echelons of human society," then immersed himself in thoughts of manipulating someone. If you keep lying, others might not believe you, but they will definitely think you're a fool. Fools often speak the truth. A true fool thinks he can assassinate the king. He took it and read what was written inside, a letter of recommendation from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. It was also a handwritten letter from Prince Not. This handwriting was identical to the handwriting on Prince Note's seized arrest warrant. Firen asked in shock, "I can't believe it. Who exactly are you?" Shenyi boldly steered the conversation to another topic. "First, tell me why you did that to my friend." He didn't hide anything. "There's nothing to hide, so I can tell you. During the mission to assassinate the leader of the elf village, everyone was captured, but he abandoned the mission and escaped. This behavior must be severely punished." He laughed heartily with a very provocative demeanor. Firen reached out and tightened his grip, making Shenyi groan. He leaned his face close. "What are you laughing at?" He replied arrogantly, "I'm laughing at your stupidity." He was the only one who saw through the elf's trap and escaped the assassination scene, even saving me. "But you want to kill him?" he asked suspiciously. "What?" At this moment, the one lying in the corner spoke up. The female leader of the village wasn't there. The one in charge was the elf high priestess. "You're willing to kill all the assassins disguised as goblins?" He turned his head to look. "What evidence do you have?" He frowned mockingly. "Aren't you a very capable person? Go find out for yourself. My story is being spread everywhere in the human army camp. Everyone knows that I once appeared in the elf village, where the elf high priestess resided. That's where the mission took place." He let go. "Everyone knows you appeared in the elf village. Are you that famous?" He confidently patted his chest. "Nonsense. The prince even wrote me a letter of recommendation and called me the boy who survived a great disaster." Firen's two subordinates whispered to each other. The spiky-headed one doubted. Could it be true? The other one, also full of question marks, retorted, "Is it true that he just sensed the danger and retreated first?" He ordered his subordinates, "Go check it out." The spiky-headed guy quickly obeyed. "Yes." Then he warned Shenyi, "Hey, if you dare to lie to me, I'll make your life worse than death." He puffed out his nose, unafraid of death. "I'm afraid you won't check. Go check it out." Firen sweated as he looked at the person who feigned righteousness. "You have a lot of guts, so I believe a bit of what you're saying. But as a human, why do you want to betray humanity?" Shenyi said expressionlessly, revealing his feelings, "Because I'm tired of being exploited by capitalism." He was bewildered by the new concept. Capitalist? What's that? He calmly explained, "Let me put it this way. I am a poor person who doesn't have the tools to produce and earn money. The labor force must be transferred to the owner of the means of production, the capitalist, and produce the value of the labor force during the actual labor process, and then be completely exploited by the capitalists to barely survive." He and his subordinate were both stunned and didn't understand anything. Firen chided his subordinate, "I've told you guys to read more books. Now you don't even understand what others are saying. Isn't that shameful?" The two of them suddenly asked, "Boss, you can understand it?" He humbly said, "Nonsense. Otherwise, why would I be the leader and you wouldn't?" The subordinate looked on with admiration. "Oh my god, the boss is amazing." Firen hesitated. "So, how did those masters, called capitalists, torture you to make you hate them so much?" Shenyi replied concisely, "They 996 me." He panicked, 996? Oh my god, but what is 996? He began to lament, "I start work at 9 o'clock a.m. and leave at 9 p.m., with less than an hour for lunch and dinner breaks, totaling over 10 hours of work, and I work 6 days a week." Firen showed sympathy. "This is a bit cruel." Then Shenyi continued, "After that, I even had to go through 007. From 0 a.m. to 0 a.m., 7 days a week, no rest. That's called 007. He trembled and bit his nails at this profound account. "Oh my god." Then he gently hugged him. "Let me hug you." Shenyi was moved to tears. "Thank you." He looked at him with compassion. It seems I'm starting to understand you. I want to know how you survived and rose to such a high position in such a harsh environment. Shenyi's eyes welled up pitifully. I remember that day. It was snowing, I was cold and hungry, and I only had a box of matches on me. The system's voice rang out. The Spectres have decided to spread humanity's 996 and 007 crimes, and you will become the protagonist in this media war. Please note, your new term, the Little Match Boy, may originate from here. Shenyi immediately bristled with anger. The boy who survived a great disaster like a piece of sticky chewing gum that can't be separated, and now the Little Match Boy too? Absolutely not. Then he continued, when I was about to freeze to death, saved me, so he is my lifesaver. I absolutely will not allow you to slander him or arbitrarily deal with him. A subordinate ran over to report the situation. Report. We have investigated thoroughly. What he said is true. The great elf priest was indeed hiding in that village, preparing to capture all of our assassins. The subordinates were once again in an uproar. So he's innocent then? One of them exclaimed in astonishment. Not only did he escape the elf tribe's trap, he also managed to entice a human youth who possesses a hero's medal and is about to be sent to the Imperial Military Academy. This is truly a great achievement. Firen was utterly bewildered and seriously considered. The order from above was to kill him, but now it seems absolutely impossible to kill him. If I deal with him, it would be no different from displeasing all the soldiers. Sooner or later, I will be discarded by my superiors, using the excuse of appeasing everyone's anger to publicly deal with me. He glanced. The high-ranking specters above will gain reputation from it, while I become a stepping stone for them. But he's been beaten until only his head remains. Saving him would cost a lot of resources, no matter how I think about it. This deal isn't worth it. I won't spend money on that. Firen closed his eyes, cleared his throat, and coughed. Then he extended his hand towards it, presenting a medal of praise. Very good. It seems you are a brave Spectre warrior who has not forgotten your mission. This commemorative medal is awarded to you. This is the glory you deserve. He turned and smiled, giving Shenyi a thumbs up. And you, young man, from now on we will call you the Little Match Boy. This title can hide your identity as the boy who survived a great disaster that can't be escaped. The system continued to update. Your new term, the Little Match Boy, has begun to form. He silently groaned in agony. Damn it, in the end, I still couldn't escape. Firen closed his eyes and praised. Oh, I'm so proud of you too. Then he turned and left. We must report what happened here immediately. I'll leave this place for you to handle yourselves. Then he told his subordinates. Let's go. They all answered in unison. Understood. Shenyi called after them. Hey, you beat him up like this and then you're just going to abandon him here? Seeing no response from the other party, he immediately cursed at them. Damn it, they vanished in an instant. I told you, normally when we spirits are injured, we're just thrown out, left to fend for ourselves. Luckily, the power is still there, just sealed in my head. As long as the bones grow back, I can use it. Shenyu was annoyed. What's lucky about it? You don't even have a body left. It's worse than when you first came back. He asked, you didn't throw away that fish tank, did you? He replied, I paid money for it. I'm not stupid enough to throw it away. Wait a minute, when I get back, I'll order takeout and give you a calcium supplement solution. Grateful, thank you very much. By the way, do you humans really have such terrifying capitalists? He was indifferent, expressionless. Yes, but not in your world. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Shenyi was curious. Why are you worried about human affairs? Sternly, it seems you don't fully understand the situation of our world. Here, other races actually really like to learn from humans. If you humans have such capitalists, the spirit race will soon have such individuals. Just thinking about it is terrifying. He just spoke. Before he could finish, the familiar system voice in his ear said, You've triggered an important warning again. You've been discovered again. Shenyi was confused. Could it be that those spirits came back? Please note, this is a crucial moment for you to complete your third keyword yourself. You absolutely cannot avoid it. From afar, a group of people surrounded him, shouting, "Don't move." Soldiers equipped with weapons approached Shenyi, the traitor to humanity, who secretly contacted spirits and was caught red-handed, right? A voice suddenly said upon seeing him, "It's you." The boy who survived a great disaster. Shenyi broke out in a sweat looking at the person in front of him, His Royal Highness Prince Not. He coldly questioned, "Tell me, what is going on here? Don't even think about lying. Any lie will be instantly detected, and I will personally kill you." He raised his hand with a smiling face and said, "Prince, please allow me to introduce you. This is my informant, a battlefield collection officer from the 5th Squad, Skeleton Legion. He always trades with me, bringing information about the spirit race. We have a contract." Not was wary, a contract. How can a human have a contract with a spirit? The midge beside him closed his eyes and said, "He's not lying. I'm continuously using illusion magic to monitor his actions and soul." The soldiers whispered among themselves, colluding with spirits. Who would have thought that the boy who survived a great disaster that everyone talked about would have such methods? Just as the rumors say, truly miraculous. Julia appeared from nowhere and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You really received information about the spirit race from him?" Shenyi gave a forced smile. "Yes, I've already handed it over to the Shadow Hand." She said softly, "Your Royal Highness Prince, I trust him. I specialize in soul magic and am very sensitive to fallen souls. His soul is very pure, full of anger and firm belief. It absolutely cannot belong to a spirit." He curiously asked, "A spirit? Why would it establish a transactional relationship with you?" He stammered, "Well, he was treated unfairly by the spirits, and his life was extremely difficult." Suddenly remembered something, then blurted out to their surprised faces, 996, because I had to endure the 996 system. Not furrowed his brow in confusion, 996. It complained pitifully, "I suffered too many unfair treatments. Perhaps humans like you wouldn't know. In our spirit clan, capitalists exist." He asked curiously, "Are capitalists a new kind of spirit?" Remembering its own hardships, it replied, "That's right. Let me tell you, I am a poor spirit. Not having means of production and acquiring wealth, having to hand over labor to the owners of the means of production, that is a capitalist. At the same time, during the actual labor process, the value of labor power generated is completely exploited by the capitalists. Only then can one temporarily survive." The prince's wizard stroked his beard. "Immortal spirits, tireless, are truly the best targets for exploitation for producers." It immediately agreed. "That's right, they don't even need to eat. They can work continuously, so capitalists save a lot on labor costs." Not wondered, "Then what is 996? It pitifully explained, "Starting work at 9 a.m., finishing at 9 p.m., with less than an hour break at noon and evening, working a total of over 10 hours, and working 6 days a week." He closed his eyes somewhat sympathetically. "That's a bit cruel." Then it continued, "After that, I also experienced the 007 system. From 0 o'clock to 0 o'clock. Working 7 days a week without rest, often called 007. The soldiers listened, surprised, as the wizard and prince were deep in thought. "Oh my goodness." Not gently walked forward for a hug. "Let me hug you." It was touched and embarrassed. "Thank you." He empathized. "It seems I've come to understand you a little bit. I want to know how you managed to survive until now in such cruel circumstances." Eyes welling up, "I remember one day. Heavy snow fell from the sky. When I snuck out, I saw him. The boy, who survived a great disaster, was cold and hungry, with only a box of matches on him." Thamdog guiltily interrupted, "Everyone, don't mind that matchbox thing." It angrily replied briefly, "No." Then continued the unfinished story. "He lit a match, started a bonfire, and warmed me up. He helped me feel the kindness and warmth of humans for the first time, because he was moved by his warmth. So, made the decision to rise up and revolt with full confidence. I decided to resist. The system happily spoke. Congratulations, you and your comrades are denouncing capitalists. This has made the new keyword Matchstick Boy grow strong, standing alongside the boy who survived a great disaster. Thamda cursed inwardly. What kind of congratulations is this? Aren't there any more decent keywords? Not gently inquired this undad friend. How do you prove your identity? Do you have any evidence? Quickly presented the freshly awarded medal. I have a bone medal here. The wizard immediately took it and began chanting a spell to examine it. Then a data panel about the medal appeared, awarded to the battlefield collector of the 5th Army of Skeletons, battle general of the undead race. He immediately confirmed, only those who receive this medal can ignite soul fire. Your Highness, everything they said is true. Not frowned in thought, an undead betraying their own race, joining under the command of a human. This has never happened in history. This is what it feels like to witness history. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Thamda's shoulder, praising the boy who survived a great disaster. You were seriously wounded in battle, to the point of forgetting your original name. I am the prince of the holy son of the Roland Empire. I shall bestow a name upon you. The soldiers whispered in surprise, a name bestowal. Oh my, a name bestowed by the prince is an extremely great honor. After being named, as long as he lives in human lands, he'll never have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of his life. He's only in his teens. If he can achieve great deeds in the future, it's truly unimaginable. Not smiled, the boy who survived a great disaster. You shall be named Harry. Thamda immediately refused. No, Your Highness, please choose another. Absolutely do not let it start with. Consider this my most sincere request. He agreed. Alright, then the name will be Rally. He silently assessed. Rally is even worse than Harry. Not saw Shenya's awkwardness. It seems he doesn't like it much. In human history, there are 2 legendary children of God. It is said that when endless calamity strikes, they will appear in the world and rescue all devout people. One of them is named Rally, the other is named Pepper. Finally, he proudly settled on a name before Shenya's bewildered expression. If you don't want to be named Rally, then you will be named Pepper. He cried out miserably in his heart. Pepper is the brand of a pig-shaped hairdryer from my homeland Earth. Image of the pig hairdryer opening its door. Saint Pepper. A troop of soldiers stood upright, holding swords neatly and exuding a powerful aura. Not stepped forward and sternly told Shenya, swear, Pepper, from now on, you will never betray humanity. If you break your oath, your soul will instantly shatter. At this moment, you will make an oath. You will become a hero revered by all. Later, as long as you achieve merits, you will be canonized. Shenya stared in surprise at the wondrous scene before him. Canonization? Does that mean I'm a young saint now? Alright, this deal isn't bad. He placed his hand on his chest and loudly proclaimed, I, Pepper, hereby swear, no matter when, I will never betray humanity. A powerful surge of energy rushed directly into Shenya the moment he finished speaking. He suddenly felt the miraculous power. The mage standing outside spoke up. Congratulations, young man, the ritual is complete. From now on, you are no longer Pepper. Shenya rejoiced, no longer Peppa. Completing the ritual means I get a new name? He smiled, exactly. He excitedly asked, what is it? Tell me quickly. Prince Not, the Midge, and Julia all smiled in unison. Saint Pepper. Shenya froze for a few seconds, speechless at that strange name, Saint Pepper. He reminded him again, what happened today? I'll pretend I didn't see anything. You and your teammates must be careful from now on. Don't reveal any flaws. From now on, if anything happens, tell me first. If you achieve merits, I will not hesitate to reward you. Shenya bowed respectfully. Yes, your highness. Not pulled out a piece of paper and handed it over. Here, take this. He explained, this is a magic letter paper. Whatever you write on it will instantly synchronize with another magic letter paper in my hand. This is specially provided for royal intelligence. From now on, if there is any important intelligence or event, you can contact me through it. Shenya stood at attention and saluted, proclaiming loudly, swear to dedicate my life to humanity. He rejoiced, this time I've struck it rich. The big skeleton must have a lot of undead intelligence. The prince's party turned to leave. "We're going now, be careful." Julia stood close and whispered, "Saint Pepper, let me tell you, actually the name Pepper represents a secret." Shenya was curious. What secret? She began to tell. In legend, the divine child Peppa's weapon was ever-changing. Sometimes it's swords, sometimes it's spears and bows, and it can even transform into strange weapons unknown to humans. People with this name can always excel in the field of unique weaponry. He broke out in a sweat and forced a smile. "So, because the weapons are so strange, that's why they're called Peppa?" Julia exclaimed, as expected of Saint Pepper. "You understood just from a small hint. Remember this. You must also work hard and strive to become a master proficient in all types of weapons." Shenya asked skeptically, "Are there many people named Pepper?" She thought for a moment. "Not many. Among the people I know, there are only 5: Old Pepper, Little Pepper, Red Pepper, Big Pepper, and Fat Pepper." Julia patted his shoulder in praise. "Of course, you are definitely the most special. You are Saint Pepper, conferred by the royal family of the kingdom." Shenya felt awkward. "Well then, thank you." He secretly thought to himself, "I'm relieved. I'm not the only one with this name." Then she smiled encouragingly. "Keep it up. The prince values you greatly." The two waved goodbye to each other. It teased, "It's time for us to go, Pepper." Shenya said indifferently, "Do you want to die?" He angrily summoned the portal. "Don't call me by that name. Call me Shenya. Got it?" It looked curiously. "Why are you so angry?" Shenya was too lazy to argue. "Stop talking nonsense." It joked playfully, "All right then, Pepper." As he stepped into the door, he threatened, "You're done for. No more calcium supplements for you." The scene became strange like static. Shenya paused, gradually feeling something was off. He turned his head to look behind him, seeing it as if lifeless. Shenya frantically yelled, "Hey, what are you doing? What exactly is it? Who am I?" Suddenly, the system's voice echoed before Shenya's surprised face. "Congratulations, you've done it. You have successfully survived the encirclement and killing by spirits and humans. The spirits have abandoned their hostile attitude towards you, and so have humans. The bone metal left by the spirits grants you the nickname the Match Boy. The Prince of the Human Empire has conferred upon you the title of Saint Pepper. At the same time, they held a sanctification ceremony for you. This means that both major races consider you one of their own, worthy of trust and training." A surge of power surrounded him, evaluating, as a frail human, when caught in an enemy's encirclement, you used your wisdom to turn the tide, even transforming enemies into friends, having connections with both the underworld and the righteous path. This is the fundamental reason you could receive this keyword. Congratulations, for the 3rd time you have received the evaluation keyword, One of Us. You are a common person who has repeatedly broken through 3 times, receiving the same evaluation keyword. This is impossible, but you have done it. Congratulations, your portal has received a hidden ability. That surge of power transformed into a time-revolving clock. Time stasis, novice. Shenya was curious. Time stasis? The system explained, when you pass through this portal, you can make time on one side of the portal pause for 3 seconds. The other side remains unaffected after each activation. It cannot be triggered again within 1 week. It considers you the reference point for time. Shenya sighed, stopping time for 3 seconds, once a week. This ability is too weak. It reminded him further. Additionally, when you suddenly break through your evaluation rank and receive a blue level evaluation keyword, it's certain that, and above blue level, the door will receive a new ability. He realized, so it can level up. Does that mean there's a way to make it last longer? Everything returned to normal. The time stagnation ended. The system announced this time was a trial. It doesn't count as official use. Shenya turned to look at the ring it had become and complained, "It's over already? That fast, big skeleton. How do you feel?" It vaguely replied, "What?" He said, "Nothing, just kidding." Then he thought to himself, "Punish keyword, family member." The system's voice reminded him, keyword punished, received 3 attribute points. Current attribute points 10. Shenya lay down on the bed, yawning. Is it 6 o'clock already? That's enough for today. I'll try hard again tomorrow. So sleepy, I need to get some rest. Suddenly, his phone rang, making him frown. Who is it? It was the former manager's call. It's me, new son. Wake up. We're about to depart for the exam center by spaceship. The spaceship was flying amidst the clear blue sky. Shenya leaned back in his seat and dozed off. Suddenly, his phone rang again, annoying him. Can I just get some sleep? The other end was Yi Bang, who sent a message. Shenya, I also received the opportunity to participate in the entrance exam for the 3 major high schools. Let's meet up. He was surprised to receive a message from her, Yi Bang. How did she get the qualification to take the exam? Wait, I have a feeling there's something strange about her appearance. Is it because she dyed her hair purple? Then he asked New Sun, who was sitting opposite him, Manager Tian. Another female student from our school also received the qualification to participate in the entrance exam for the 3 major high schools. Do you know about her? He coldly read his book. Her name is Yi Bang, isn't it? I just found out myself. I heard she has extraordinary talent, which she's been hiding all this time, only to reveal it today. Who hid her? The Archaeology Association. Shenya suddenly fell into thought. The Archaeology Association. That's an extremely important organization in this world. That organization is responsible for excavating all kinds of ruins, searching for humanity's past, and even seeking inherited knowledge, weapons, and armaments left behind from ancient times. It holds immense power. But Yi Bang doesn't look like someone who would have such connections, does she? That's right, Mengyu has always been investigating this matter. She understands the whole situation better. I should ask her. Shenya was silent for a moment, then remembered the day Mengyu cried, but I made her cry last time. Does she still care about me now? He made up his mind and dialed her number. Oh well, I'll just call. If she's still angry, I'll apologize to her properly. The call connected and a voice on the other end said, Hello, Shenya, what's up? He awkwardly blushed. Mengyu, I want to ask you something. Do you know Yi Bang? Shenya was astonished to hear her say, Yes, she's dead. You arrived too late back then, so you didn't see. He was startled. Dead? She just sent me a message saying she also got the qualification to participate in the competition and even asked me to meet up. Mengyu immediately asked, Where are you? Shenya quickly reported the situation. On a spaceship, preparing to go take the exam. She quickly made a date. I also have to take the entrance exam. Let's meet up later and talk more. He hesitated. Okay, I'm about. Newsom coldly smoked a cigarette. We'll arrive in 10 hours. Mengyu understood the situation. Okay, I know. Shenya, you must remember what I told you. She warned him, never meet Yi Bang alone, at any time. She's extremely dangerous. He nodded, indicating he understood. Finally, Mengyu confirmed the meeting. Then we'll meet again at the exam venue. He elegantly read his book and smoked, asking, Mengyu, is it? Shenya replied, That's right. New Sun then said, at 3:25 a.m., on Bakjiang River, outside the city, a surge of sword chi shot straight into the sky. Investigation revealed that this surge of sword chi was unleashed by Luo family's Mengyu, and the AI determined she had achieved a breakthrough in sword techniques. Shenya couldn't help but be surprised. It seems she successfully broke through thanks to the enhancement of the Holy Arm. He continued after she broke through. She demonstrated 77 of 49 sword forms on the river, holding her sword, treading on the water, and drifting far away. He asked, why does she know how to use sword techniques so early? We're all in middle school. But only learned basic physical training. New Sun calmly replied, she's the daughter of a prominent family. Her family has inherited sword arts, so she started practicing from a young age. Shenya implicitly understood. So that's it. In the lives of ordinary people, only by passing the high school entrance exam do we get a chance to learn cultivation methods. But the children of prominent families start practicing from a young age. They've already won at the starting line. He casually added, children of prominent families start training their comprehension and resonance from a young age. You guys only get to learn about these subjects in high school. Not to mention the secret arts, elixirs, magic weapons, and inherited artifacts of prominent families. Comparing yourselves to them is meaningless. He angrily laughed. The disparity is too great. I have to compete with those monsters. New Sun comforted him. It's okay, Shenya. Actually, you're also a descendant of a prominent family. Then he glanced over. Even though you've never gained any benefits from your family, and have even been troubled by them, but with our mortal martial arts group here, we will do our best to help you pass the exam. The Mortal Martial Arts Group is your home. Shenya gave a forced laugh. Thank you very much, but he secretly cursed in his heart. This old fox, he's afraid I'll leave the group and return to my family, so he's intentionally saying that. He happily continued. After Mengyu broke through, she could tread on the river. It seems she also broke through in movement techniques. Indeed, the young excel the old. He yawned. I'm not talking anymore. I'm going to sleep. Call me when we arrive. Shenya's face fell at the sound of his phone ringing. He opened it to see a message from the other end. Shenya, I'm about to leave for the exam. How about we travel together? He irritably muttered to himself. It's Yi Bing again. Are you dead or not? I really want to sleep. Please stop sending me messages. You want to meet me? Use that old photo to trick her. Go find her. Shenya replied, you go ahead. I'm playing in Jiangbai. I'll leave the day after tomorrow morning. He raised his eyebrows, looking at the screen. Yi Bing calmly replied, what a coincidence. I'm also in Jiangbai. Where are you now? Shenya was surprised. Such a coincidence. No way. Then he politely declined. Oh dear, how inconvenient. My friend just picked me up. We're on our way to Nanshan Temple now. The phone immediately received a message. She wouldn't give up. Haha. I also plan to go to Nanshan Temple to burn incense, and I'm almost there now. How about we have a meal together? Shenya was startled. How could that be? Nanshan Temple is 100 kilometers from Jiangbai. She replied to my message just a few minutes ago. How did she do that? He was depressed and dazed by what Yi Bing said. Then he lay stretched out on the sofa. Whatever, I'm too sleepy. I'll just sleep and figure it out later. Anyway, she can't threaten me now. Yi Bing stared intently at her phone. Then she sneered, Shenya, do you think you can escape? In the desolate, crumbling temple, there was only Yi Bing and a flare devouring human flesh. What belongs to me, I will definitely take back. Beautiful images of young Shenya playing with fireworks. Suddenly, two sisters named Song, with frightened faces, approached, with a monster chasing after them. He quickly ran to stop it from getting close to them. The monster bared its fangs and attacked Shenya, leaving only a bloody trail. The sound of machines echoed in the hospital, accompanied by the doctor's voice. He's truly lucky to be alive. He has dozens of bite marks all over his body. If some of those bites had been slightly off, the boy would have died. He's temporarily out of life-threatening danger. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Shen's parents in front of him. Then the two Song sisters stood there smiling. Brother Shenya, this is a greeting card for you. Thank you for saving us. We have to go home now. We had a lot of fun with you during these days. Shenya happily took it and also gave a greeting card back to the two girls. I also prepared a greeting card for you too. He stood in the snow, watching the two girls in the car slowly drive away. Back to reality, the manager kept calling, Shenya, 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 wake up, I'm taking you to eat. He covered his face and distractedly agreed. Shenya mused, 10 years, I wonder what they look like now. The spaceship was still moving through the blue sky. In the dining room inside the cabin, Shenya gasped at the lavish dinner table. It's so lavish, as much as a mountain of food. No kidding. This is the most advanced and luxurious large-scale spaceship. He quickly ate large bites. This is great, thank you, Manager Jin. He said indifferently, eat slowly, don't act like you've never seen food before. A moment later, Shenya had devoured the food on the table, rubbing his belly. I'm so full, I can't eat another bite. From the cabin door, someone's voice echoed. Oh, Yunyi cheerfully, excuse me. Why are these skewers left over? Are they edible? He politely said, if you want to eat them, go ahead. She quickly picked up a skewer and ate it. Thanks. Shenya asked the manager, does the corporation not feed people enough? Look how hungry that kid is. It's not that bad, is it? He retorted, stop looking down on our corporation. On this spaceship, there are also people selected from 11 provinces besides our corporation. There are also newly selected members from the Hunting Equipment Research Institute and the Yongshang Sai. It's Federation. Yunyi, holding a half-eaten skewer. Hello, I'm from the Yongshang Science Federation. From nowhere, Tahai stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Yunyi, why did you run off to here? He stammered, team leader. He glanced at the person at the table. Isn't that old Jin? How did you get so lucky this year to recruit a new person? He was surprised. Too high. You recruited 7 people at once? Too high stared at Yushan. He looked back at him too. Then Yushan spoke first. Kids, go play. We adults have some things to discuss here. Shenyi understood. Okay. Yunyi happily led the way. Follow me. There's a lot of fun stuff on the spaceship. Follow me. The two moved to the play area he introduced earlier. I'm Yunyi. What's your name? He answered. Shenyi, do you want to play bowling? Yunyi waved his hand. No, this is just the only place where we can move around freely. Holding the card with a smile, earlier, when I asked you for food, I was actually playing this game. The back of the card displayed text. To obtain the exclusive card in the newcomer card deck, complete the following mission. Eat free food from 7 contestants. Mission progress, 3/7. Shenyi asked, what is this? He was surprised. You don't know. It seems your parents aren't old professionals then. It's okay. I can tell you. Come on. Give me your hand. The card was handed to Shenyi and another card appeared. He was surprised. That's some good magic. Yunyi explained. It's not magic. This is the newcomer card deck of the 3 great high schools issued by the Tarot Tower. Because you helped me complete a mission, I'm telling you this. Shenyi's card displayed text. To stand firm in the newcomer card deck and become one of its cards, complete the following missions. 1. Have at least 6 contestants participate in an activity you host without any prior promotion. 2. Have at least 12 contestants participate in other activities you host. He asked curiously, hey, why do I have a mission too? Yunyi closed his eyes. Complete the mission and you can become a reserve card in the newcomer deck. I'm working hard to do this right now. Shenyi was confused. What's the use of becoming a card in the deck? He was helpless. It seems you don't know anything, yet you dared to participate in the competition. I'm impressed with you. Then he slowly explained, the Tarot Tower is the officiating organization of this competition. This card deck is like an auxiliary system for the exam that they issued. You can get a lot of information about the competition through the cards. The cards will issue random missions like this. Completing missions can improve your evaluation. If your evaluation rank is on the card's leaderboard, there are many benefits. Not only do you get bonus points for the exam, but you also receive continuous attention from major organizations. You can also be more proactive in the exam and in choosing a school afterward. You'll also be more impressive in front of other contestants and can even receive advertising sponsorships, becoming a new star known to the public. Shenyi looked at the card in his hand, smiling foolishly. Tarot Tower. Interesting. Huh. Anyway, I need to figure out how to complete the mission and become a newcomer first. He looked at the mission displayed on his card and muttered, find at least 6 contestants to participate in an activity you host without making any requests. Shenyi looked around continuously, left and right. Then he looked up at the ventilation duct on the ceiling. He pointed up and asked, hey, do you see that ventilation duct? Yunyi looked up. Yes, I do. Shenyi suggested, it's boring just standing here. Let's see who can touch that ventilation duct. He didn't hesitate. It's a bit high. I'll probably have to give it my all to reach it. He feigned surprise. Really? I don't believe you. Yunyi challenged. What if I can touch it? Shenyi said, then I'll consider you impressive. He quickly replied, watch this. Yunyi took a running start, preparing to jump, and shot forward with lightning speed. He gradually propelled himself halfway up the wall. Then he pushed off hard, but he was still far from the ventilation window. Yunyi fell down. Damn it, almost. Shenyi teased, almost. Huh, you're still way off. He then said, that was just a warm-up. Again. He stopped him from running to gain momentum. Wait, this time it's my turn to touch. Yunyi agreed, okay, one turn each. Shenyi jumped up and scoffed. Your attempt was way off, now it's my turn. He retorted, the first time was just a test, but if someone can touch that high, that's really impressive. Yunyi interrupted, stop making excuses, watch me. People standing nearby watched the two of them, constantly chatting. Look over there, it seems like they're doing high jumps. The girl said, high jumps, that's so childish. The boy didn't pay attention. That spot is too high. It's very hard to reach. Another kid stepped out with a smirk. It's a bit high for you guys, but if I take a few running steps, I'm sure I can touch it. The previous boy said, touching with just fingertips doesn't count. I mean touching with your whole palm. He casually said, touching with my whole palm isn't a problem either. The person next to him laughed angrily. Who doesn't know how to brag? He confidently said, you don't believe me, huh? Back in the day, I used to train for this. His friend retorted, if you say fingertips, it's possible, but with your whole palm, it's definitely impossible. He walked away, leaving a remark. Narrow-minded, I'll show you. The girl stood there, blankly watching the two of them leave. What are they doing? I give up. What's so fun about this? The boy appeared out of nowhere. This is a kind of challenge. The girl looked at the person next to her. Xiao Yi, you want to go too? He confidently said, watch me closely. I will definitely touch higher than them. Someone ran past. You won't touch higher than me. A voice from behind said, I touched the highest spot. A group of people jumped up. Watch me, my turn. Shenyi stood holding the card, smiling. Boy's happiness is just that simple. A voice from the card. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have become a member of the rookie card set. Now, complete the second challenge. At least 12 contestants must step forward and participate in another activity hosted by you. He assessed this is a bit difficult. Luckily, this time the condition of no promotion or publicity was removed. He stood thinking for a moment, then came up with a new idea. Shenyi waved. Hello everyone, brothers, look over here. Our martial arts world group is bringing benefits to everyone. The excited crowd. Xiao Yi said, benefits? A chorus of whispers. Interesting, isn't it? He explained, to protect everyone, so that no one is deceived or hurt during the most beautiful youth of their lives. The junior CEO of Martial Arts World Group invited me to give a free lecture on preventing emotional fraud for everyone. Xiao Yi's and Yun's notes were different. You smell so good. Hug me, please. I don't need anything else. I just like this feeling. The two of them were curious. A lecture on preventing emotional fraud. What is that? What's written on these notes? Shenyi closed his eyes. Some ways men and women talk to each other. Xiao Yi panicked. Do you really have abs? I don't believe it. This line, a girl once said it to me. You were curious. So did you lift your shirt to show her? He replied, that's right. I was so naive then. After she saw it, she kept pursuing me relentlessly. Now I regret it so much. I just didn't know how to handle it back then. Shenyi pointed seriously. Remember this. Girls are not to be trifled with. You must be careful with this kind of talk. Don't casually show your abs. Also, be careful if she takes pictures of you with her phone. Someone panicked. Could it be that she did? Xiao Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Not just that, she took a lot of them. He scolded angrily. You must remember this lesson. Our bodies, as male students, are very precious. What if you get posted online? Then who will you talk to for reason? Do you want people to point at you for the rest of your life and say, I have pictures of him? He buried his face in his hands and cried, my life is over. Yunyi patted his back to comfort him. It's okay, life is long, and it's not your fault. Shenyi, moved to tears, said, brothers, it's because I'm too handsome that I have such experience. And you guys also stand out in a crowd. So in the future, you must pay attention to this aspect. You must protect yourselves well. Xiao Yi praised, so professional. Brother, what should I do if I'm constantly being pestered, like receiving messages online? I don't want to fall out with them. He said confidently, since you know them anyway, just reply haha. Oh my god, that's amazing. So good. Really? So that's how it is. He wondered, oh really, what if it doesn't work? Shenyi loudly pointed out the key. Just say you want to take a shower. The conversation will naturally end, but their eyes will be full of admiration. You genius. Everyone was moved and praised him one after another. Brother, in this situation, how should I respond? Your Adam's apple is moving. Can I touch it? It's too late to go home. What should I do? What about this situation? My ex-boyfriend hurt me too much. I don't dare to fall for you. She said this to me. Brother, your lips are so beautiful. They look very soft. Shenyi raised his hand, radiating light as he instructed, brothers, remember this. You must clearly distinguish whether she likes you for who you are or if she just wants your body. Moreover, even if you truly reach the step of defining a relationship, you must keep evidence. Otherwise, if she turns around and bites you, you'll never be able to clear your name as men. We must be responsible for ourselves. The whole group rallied with resolve. Well said. That's right. Brotherhood of handsome guys, we must be independent and self-reliant. I think Brotherhood of handsome guys doesn't sound very imposing. What do you guys think? Then how about Overbearing Brotherhood? What do you think? That name's good. It has an imposing aura. The girl standing nearby looked at them. What game are they playing now? The card displayed a notification. Congratulations, you have completed the challenge. You are now a member of the rookie card set. Shenyi happily thought it worked. From above, Tahai looked at them. These kids, why aren't they resting properly? And what are they doing down there? Are Yushen interrupted? Let the kids play. Once we arrive, there won't be any more leisurely times like this. It must be the Tarot Tower's rookie card mission. So nostalgic. We went through it too when we were young. He looked down at Shenyi, and it's the kid you're guiding who's leading them. Look at his joyful expression. He must have completed the mission. He's quite clever, isn't he? I remember among the rookies I've guided, the highest reached for stars in the tarot deck. I can't believe a lazy guy like you is also starting to guide rookies now. How is that kid? He laughed. He has hope of surpassing your 4-star student. And you, why did you suddenly recruit so many new people? Tuhai closed his eyes and recounted past events. 8 provinces in the southeast experienced an class disaster. A large number of masters died, and we only barely managed to seal the calamity. The rookies I'm guiding now are all descendants of martyrs, and their abilities are quite good. The government decided to let them try their hand, and if they don't succeed, they'll be directly admitted to key provincial schools. Aryushin glanced over. Those who can participate in this exam are the most outstanding students in the world, and descendants of prominent families are even more hidden dragons. Although the exam doesn't allow students to kill, the previous session still had all sorts of mishaps occur. What if they? He interrupted old Jin. I understand what you mean, but that's not something we can interfere with. I'm just following orders. He scowled. You're right. Outside the spacecraft, day had turned to dusk. You guys play first. I'm going out for some air. Shenyi stood outside, and an image appeared on the card. The card in his hand displayed the image of Fallen. This is Shenyi, a contestant from the Mortal Martial Arts Group. Backup card, 0-star rank. He gave a surprised, wry laugh. Why does it look like a villain? The card displayed an explanation. All new recruits joining the card set for the first time, backup cards. Your rating will be upgraded later based on your performance. When you reach 1 star, you will become an official card. Current benefits. You can check some basic information about rookies. You have become a backup card in the rookie card set. You can check all basic information related to this selection. He asked, what's the use of becoming an official card? The card replied, becoming an official rookie card and maintaining this status until after the competition guarantees selection by the 3 top academies. Shenyi suddenly understood becoming an official card guarantees selection, so it's direct admission. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be fighting tooth and nail for it? How many cards are there in total in the official rookie card set? It replied 50 for cards. He wondered 50 for cards, which means only 50 for people qualify for direct admission. How many people participated in this competition in total, and how many participated in this activity? The card said there are a total of 3,579 contestants in this batch, and 1,708 contestants became reserve cards. Among them, 1,603 are descendants of prominent families. All of them possess cards, while ordinary contestants number only 105. Shenyi sneered, the disparity between people is too great. 50 for spots. The competition is incredibly fierce. It's feared that those 105 ordinary contestants will never be able to break through the ranks of the aristocratic descendants to become official cards. Right, all the descendants of prominent families are card holders. So is she too. Mengyu's image gradually appeared. On the introduction card, Xiao Mengyu, descendant of the Luo family, strength level 5 stars official card. First in swordsmanship among all contestants, no doubt. The treatment for 5 stars. You'll only know when you reach 5 stars. He brightened 5 stars. How can she cross the river alone in a boat, wearing a hat and carrying a long sword, looking so cool, while I'm holding a skull? He was surprised. Can you even add friends? Add friend. The other party accepted the friend request. Now, if you hold the card and call them, you can speak directly. Mengyu, she initiated first. Shenyi, did you join the rookie card set too? Shenyi leaned against the railing. It's a bit boring on the airship, and since a friend showed me, I learned to play it. Mengyu on the other side said, this is a tarot tower item. It comes with some benefits. I was going to tell you when you arrived. Speaking of which, your card's image seems to be that evil villain type. He sighed awkwardly. I don't know why they gave me this image. I also don't know if I can change it. Mengyu comforted, this is automatically generated. By the way, I suggest that if you have time, you can check the rookie rankings to understand everyone's strength. We'll talk about the rest in detail when you get here. Shenyi quickly agreed, okay? Then I'll check the rankings first. See you later. Mengyu also replied, see you later. He curiously pressed the card. The rankings, the 50 for ranks of the official cards. Rankings 1 Nengongxi Rui to Wang Bingzhou, 3 Hishizi. For Niuzi Qiang, 5 Xiao Mengyu. Mengyu, with her unparalleled swordsmanship, is only ranked 5th. The one ranked first is Nangongxi Rui. Let's check it out. The card of the first place person appeared. Nangongxi Rui, eldest son of the Nangong family's current generation. Strong ancestral lineage. Strength level 6 stars, undisputed top of this year. He praised 6 stars. Girls nowadays are really amazing, all capable and beautiful too. He looked closely again, eldest son. Shenyi's eyes widened. Wait, the eldest son of the Nangong family, a son? He frowned. What's the point of a man looking that beautiful? And he's wearing ancient clothes, white, holding a fan. And beside him is a bunch of beautiful female attendants. Is 6 stars really that amazing? Looking at the leaderboard made him curse. Damn it, this guy is the only 6 star. The other 4 and 5 stars are all descendants of prominent families. I need to quickly figure out a way to upgrade my star rating. Shenyi racked his brain. Rating? I'm quite familiar with this. After all, every day I think of ways to go through the gate to earn ratings. That means, don't I have an incomplete set of Frost Moon Heaven Suppression? He stepped forward. Let's try practicing it once. Shenyi slowly closed his eyes. He gradually vanished bit by bit. Shenyi quickly practiced Frost Moon Heaven Suppression. He deftly drew his leg up, quickly moving into several motions. A perfect jump, Moonlight Deer Stroll. The card appeared, although there are some deficiencies, and it's a bit uncertain. It's an ancient lost technique. If this inheritance reappears in the human world, it will add many uncertain factors to this competition. He smiled. It worked. It really is effective. A new line of text appeared. You have successfully increased your star rating by 1. You have become an official member of the card deck, receiving 1-star treatment. You can refuse 1 challenge from others every hour. His card appeared. Shenyi, contestant of the human martial arts group, newbie card, 1 star. He was embarrassed. Hey, your smile is so punchable. Only 1 star and you're already so proud? Card notification. Received a friend request from Yun Yi, reserve card. Received a friend request from Xiao Yi, reserve card. Shen Yi said, it's those two, accept them. Yun Yi praised, Shen Yi, you're already 1 star, that's amazing, top tier. And Xiao Yi, with sparkling eyes, said, Brother Shen is so strong, when we get there later, let's explore together. He hesitantly agreed to both of them. Okay, but I have an appointment later. I'll contact you two afterward, okay? The two responded in unison. Then we'll get off the airship first, waiting for you. Shen Yi was helpless. It's only 1 star. Do you need to be that excited? Aryushin grinned widely, unable to close his mouth. You've become an official 1-star newbie? He had to say, that's right. Is 1 star really worth you being so thrilled? He laughed heartily. Of course. Just making it onto the leaderboard once, even if you're disqualified later, is enough to attract everyone's attention. Shen Yi asked, hey, do you want me to be disqualified that badly? Aryushin laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. For you to become a 1 star so quickly already exceeded my expectations. You did great. He smiled. Is that so? He praised, you truly are the talent I value. Then he pointed forward. Look, we're here. Shen Yi looked at the scene before him, suddenly surprised. A floating island. Where is that? How come I've never heard of a city like this? He was pleased. This place is Cloud Mountain Port. It once surrounded an ancient ruin. After the excavation was completed, it became a port city for entry and exit. Look over there. That's an ancient ruin that hasn't been fully excavated. It's full of countless unknown dangers, and the excavation difficulty is extremely high. One of the 3 most famous high schools in the world, Galam, is located within this ruin. Shen Yi was curious. A school in the middle of an ancient ruin? Aryushin replied, that's right. Otherwise, how could it be renowned as one of the 3 great high schools? The teachers and students of Galam High School are responsible for researching the ruins in the sky, thereby seeking legacy and history. The elites of humanity bear the responsibility of excavating history. There will come a day when history will tell us the true nature of the world, and where humanity like us came from. The two looked up at the sky full of sparkling lights. Suddenly, a series of light beams shot down towards them. He explained. These are examination passes. Once you set foot in Cloud Mountain Port, you'll receive an examination pass. And the invigilating teachers will place you within their observation range until tomorrow night. Banquet ends. You'll be evaluated based on your performance during this period. Those with high evaluations will receive some rewards and support during the exam. Shen Yi couldn't help but think, evaluations, how similar to my gate ability. Then he said, support and rewards. Are they powerful? Aryushin answered, of course. After tomorrow night's banquet, you'll be teleported to the examination venue. So, before then, you must figure out how to get a high evaluation that way. You'll receive rewards and achieve good results in the exam. Shen Yi asked repeatedly, what exactly is the exam format and how long does it last? He stroked his chin. It's hard to say. The exam format and duration change every year. Some years it's a written test, only 45 minutes long. Other years it's wilderness survival, which takes as long as 3 months. He complained. That's so hard to predict. Aryushin happily comforted him. Be a bit more optimistic. At least you're already a 1-star rookie. In the exam, you're sure to receive additional benefits, though what specific benefits they are can't be said yet, as they're different every year. Suddenly the card lit up, revealing he was already a member of the rookie card deck, now integrating with him. Shen Yi, contestant of the Martial Dao Human World Group. Rookie card, 1 star, received the first reward mission. Lead the Azure Dragon to the East Sea to enjoy the breeze, soaring among the clouds for 100,000 miles. He couldn't help but gape in astonishment. A dragon, lead a dragon? What kind of crazy mission is this? Making a rookie like me lead a dragon for a walk for 100,000 miles. You're overestimating me. The card chimed. If you wish to abandon the mission, swipe this card with your finger. Aryushan was relaxed. They rely on immense resources to complete some missions and raise their evaluation. He frowned. This isn't fair to ordinary contestants. Oh well, let's change to another mission then. Next mission, slay demons and eradicate evil spirits within 10 years, with no fewer than 3,000 demon heads. He said, 10 years. He was disheartened. Is there really no mission I can do? The card displayed another mission, combat training, when one battle to quickly upgrade your star level. This mission cannot be refused unless high-level authority is used. Shenyi regained his vitality. This one seems doable. He waved his hand. Don't even think about it. This mission, like I said, belongs to the family science. They use their family's best equipment to hunt down ordinary rookies like you and earn evaluations from you. Shenyi was furious. Why is it always family science? Aryushin closed his eyes and pointed. Look over there. Little Yi was lying on the ground, crushed unconscious. He was surprised. That's Little Yi just got off the spaceship and was already beaten unrecognizable. He scoffed. What are you looking at? I'm not even considered a rookie yet. I haven't gained any evaluation at all. How unlucky. Shenyi intended to rush down. Damn it, he's beaten like this and no one cares? Aryushin put a hand out to stop him. Don't worry. The medical team is on standby at any time. Normal injuries will heal quickly. It'll just be uncomfortable for a while. But if a murder occurs, it's different. Your eligibility to participate will be directly revoked, and you might even go to jail. He reminded him. So don't hold onto naive thoughts about fairness or unfairness. Your assessment actually started a long time ago. Only the strong can reveal their talent and earn respect. I didn't intend for you to come this early, but you're being hunted anyway. This test arena is strictly supervised. Compared to the outside world, this place is safer for you. Shenyi said, I understand. The card appeared showing the evaluation. Drowning person. Drowning person. You are in a situation where you could be killed at any moment without your knowledge. This is called a drowning person. He was startled and lost in thought. Didn't Director Jin say the test arena is strictly supervised and murder isn't allowed? Why did the card show this evaluation? I'm in danger of being killed at any moment. Who wants to kill me? Are the scions of powerful families coming to find me to toy with me? Could they possibly avoid supervision in the test arena and attack me? Or have new assassins infiltrated among the contestants? Damn it! The card announced, to Shenyi's surprise. Someone is challenging you. Challenger. Xiao Mengyu. Shenyi stared. Mengyu, why does she want to challenge me? From a distance, a girl waved at them. Over here. Mengyu smiled gently. Aryushin understood and quickly turned around. I won't be a third will anymore. I'll contact you later. He awkwardly explained, hey, your thoughts are dirty. We have a pure friendship, okay? She approached. Shenyi, thank you for healing me during the battle. That surge of power remained in me, helping me complete my breakthrough. He thought. Haven't seen her in a night. Her aura seems to have changed. The Saint's Blessing keyword above her head has disappeared, and the Great Swordsman keyword is very faint, seemingly transforming into a new keyword. Then he said politely, no need to thank me. You've become stronger. Shenyi was curious. But why do you want to challenge me? Mengyu suggested, let's find somewhere to talk. Follow me. They went to a combat room. They rented a small, soundproof combat room. Okay, go straight and then turn left to room number 9. Following her, he asked, what is this place for? She replied, the combat arena is used for cultivation. It can be used for meditation and reflection, or for practice and honing skills. It's fully equipped and quite soundproof inside. Suddenly, a girl was thrown out. Shenyi couldn't help but be surprised by the scene in front of him. What's going on? The girl slowly stood up and spoke. You know so many powerful techniques, and you even have good weapons, so why do you want to fight me? The other 3 laughed maliciously. I'm just looking for ratings. Who cares about her? My turn. It's so hard to find a 1-star person. Gotta get those ratings. Hey, go easy on her. Don't cripple her. I want to get ratings too. Well, that depends on her body. He looked at them. This guy, I've seen him on the card deck leaderboard. He must be a new 4-star, ranked 17th in the card deck. She, wearing gloves, pulled hard. Get up quickly, it's not over yet. The other girl struggled ceaselessly. Let me go. The fat woman glanced over. Then she rejoiced as if she'd found gold. Another 1-star. So lucky today. A sword flashed across her face. Meng Yu's expression was cold. She said, he's mine. She scoffed coldly. All right, I'll let you go first. Next, it's my turn. She gently repeated. Didn't you hear clearly? He's mine. The fat woman swung her fist, cursing. Want a beating? I'm telling you, you won't last long here acting like that. Meng Yu slowly drew her sword before the violent attack. She swung a powerful blow. She flicked her hand and sent her flying. Shen Yu was silent, while the two men behind him were surprised. Huh? He observed and assessed. Her clothes were shredded, but her skin was completely unharmed. After her breakthrough, Meng Yu's swordsmanship became increasingly subtle, sharp, and precise, like a surgical knife. Even small, intricate objects like this could be perfectly avoided without any damage. The fat woman, embarrassed, now covered her trembling body. So it's you. Meng Yu, ranked 5th. Meng Yu said indifferently. Scram! Then those people bolted, quickly fled. Damn it! Let's go! He hesitated. Hey, are we really going to fight later? She laughed playfully, threateningly. What's wrong? Scared? Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. Later, at most, you'll just be like him, naked all over. Shen Yi blushed. Huh? The girl in the corner now spoke softly. Thank you. Meng Yu turned her head and smiled. Just kidding. The main reason is that as long as you and I are in a battle, others can't challenge you. You sighed in relief, but it was mixed with no small disappointment. Meng Yu held the card in her hand. Look at your card. On it, the words currently battling are displayed. If the battle isn't over, others can't challenge you. Shen Yi gradually realized, isn't this a loophole? If everyone does this, they can all protect themselves. She interrupted. It's not like that. Others can also forcibly interrupt our battle, provided they defeat me. Shen Yi smiled foolishly. Then I'm relieved. The two of us combined have 6 stars. Who would dare to pick a fight with us? You looked at that pensive expression in alarm. Surely no one would actually come to challenge you, right? Meng Yu said. No, not that. This is inherently a bit shameless. Not all descendants of noble families would want to do this. You agreed. That's true. You also don't go looking for ratings. Then she continued. As far as I know, Nan Gongxi Rui, who is ranked 1st, also doesn't go looking for ratings. That guy is very arrogant and disdains doing such things. Shen Yi wondered, so what if someone who goes looking for ratings surpasses you too? She said nonchalantly, isn't that simple? Defeat them and take it back. You kept giving thumbs up. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. They had arrived in front of room No. 9. Meng Yu introduced. This is a private training room. No one else can hear what we say. Shen Yi exclaimed. These are really good conditions. Next time, I'll apply for a room too. She shattered your thoughts in an instant. This type of high-level battle room can only be applied for by descendants of noble families, professionals, or 5-star rookies. An ordinary person like you would probably be chased away immediately. You felt wronged. It's truly upsetting. Did noble families create this world? Meng Eng didn't argue about this issue anymore. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's get to the main point. It's about Di Bang. Tum Di swallowed, becoming serious again. You said Di Bang was dead, but she sent me a message. She explained. After Di Bang led me to find the flare, she was killed. Do you remember the shadow figure that took the flare's body? There's an 80 to 90% chance Di Bang's body was also taken by it. You were stunned. Di Bang is alive again. Then the flare must be. Meng Eng knew what you were about to say. It's very likely. And what's more, Di Bang is also coming to participate in the competition. You absolutely must be careful. You absolutely must stay away from her. She's definitely not human anymore. Tumdi felt a cold sweat run down his spine. This is already very serious, isn't it? We should report it to Kunlun. Aren't they in charge of these supernatural matters? She said softly. I've already reported it, but there's been no response. I advise you not to expect anything. After all, no one cares about the life or death of an ordinary person like you. Tumdi remembered the gloomy child he met that night, who had said, speaking of which, reporting it to the police last night was useless too. Meng Ying's face turned serious. Someone has reached an agreement with the Flare. In the areas where the Flare battles, all communication will be cut off to cover up the Flare's killing sprees. You were startled. Is the power of the noble family behind the Flare that great? She added. Not only that, this morning a few noble families came to our house. They want me to get engaged. Tumdi couldn't help but be surprised. Engaged? Meng Ying slowly recounted. The engagement is to an uncle from a major noble family, over 50 years old, whose wife just died. You asked in alarm. You won't agree, will you? She hesitated. I said I needed a few days to think. Shen Yi gasped. Hey, why didn't you refuse? Meng Yu smiled and explained. Because my strength is too weak, I can only use this excuse to buy time. Once I pass the entrance exam for one of the top 3 high schools, I won't go out until the day I'm no longer afraid of them. You sighed in relief. That's good then. Then, slowly rubbing the beads, he pondered. The Shen family forced him to apologize, but he didn't expect the Luo family to be even crueler, wanting to directly destroy Meng Yu. She's been studying kendo since she was little, and now has such achievements in swordsmanship, yet she still has to be deferential, while I don't even have a single self-defense skill. She suddenly asked Shen Yi, have you thought about which high school you'll apply to yet? Shen Yi awkwardly said, not yet. I don't understand anything about these 3 high schools. Meng Yu slowly drew her sword and said, then let's not worry about which school you'll apply to for now. Let me give you some pointers. You probably know that before high school, ordinary people don't have access to any cultivation techniques. But I can give you our family's cultivation technique. The blade flashed across his vision, making him gasp in surprise. Meng Yu sheathed her sword. This is our Luo family's Ling Bo sword art. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Shen Yi was startled and asked again, Ling Bo sword art? If you casually pass on the Luo family's sword art to me, won't it affect you? She was stunned by his attitude. Meng Yu couldn't help but ask, do you know? If I just reveal our family's cultivation technique, countless people outside would madly scramble for it. Yet you're here, idly worrying about me. He smiled as if helpless. I don't want you to get into trouble. That gentleness made Meng Yu turn away awkwardly. She suppressed her shyness and said, it's fine, there won't be any trouble. She was still grateful. If he hadn't helped me yesterday, I would have been humiliated and stripped naked. Now, I'm teaching him a cultivation technique as repayment, and he's worrying about me. What an idiot. The problem was solved, but Shen Yu was still a bit flustered. I really want to learn, but unfortunately, I don't have a sword. Meng Yu stared blankly and asked, huh? But yesterday, when you fought the skin peeler, weren't you holding a sword? Shen Yi stammered, that was just a decoration I picked up randomly in the hotel. I already threw it away. She didn't doubt it when she heard that. You're right. How could you have a good sword? If I had known earlier, I would have stolen a sword from my house last night. But now it seems it's too late. Going back would attract too much attention. It's not convenient. But Shen Yu was even more panicked when he heard this. No need to steal it. What if your family finds the precious sword on me and wants to kill me? Seeing this, Meng Yu had no choice but to say, you're right. We'll have to put that sword art aside for now. Luckily, I prepared other cultivation techniques. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. You have other cultivation techniques? She listed, there's Hong Jiao, 7-kill hand blade, lightning palm, 16-way shoulder bump. See if you want to learn any of those? He immediately grasped it upon hearing. Wait, did you just say lightning palm? Meng Yu explained, yes, The palm strikes as fast as lightning, and its power is as strong as thunder, so it's called lightning palm. Shenyi recalled the words the mysterious person once said, "Isn't lightning palm one of the cultivation techniques the mysterious voice told me to collect?" He still remembered the cultivation techniques mentioned. Next, they need to find a way to obtain the shadow art of the Undead clan, the lightning palm of the Beast King clan. Combine it with your Moonlight Deer Stroll and Frost Wind, then you will know the secret. Thinking this, Shenyi told himself, "I've already collected Moonlight Deer Stroll, Shadow Art, and Frost Wind. Now I just need Lightning Palm to complete it." But the Lightning Palm the mysterious person mentioned was a cultivation technique from the Nightmare World. So how did Meng Yu know about it? So he asked, "Where did this Lightning Palm come from?" "She didn't hide it. We found it in the Cha King ruins. I heard that when the ancestors of our great noble families excavated the suspended Giglam ruins, they discovered it in a long abandoned building." It seems you've also heard of the Lightning Palm's reputation. Hearing this, Shenyi became interested. Is Lightning Palm very famous? Meng Yu patiently explained, "It's famous for being difficult to master. If your comprehension isn't high enough, it's very hard to unleash Lightning Palm's true power. I used to memorize its moves and incantations. You seem very interested, so I'll demonstrate it for you once. You must focus on observing my palm technique. Try to engage your full comprehension." Shenyi immediately focused on observing. Okay, at the same time, the system also reminded him, because you have never developed or trained your comprehension, you only have the most basic. Original comprehension points. 1 point, you have added attribute points. Your current comprehension points are 1 plus 10 equals 11. With just a few moves, Meng Yu revealed the form of the Lightning Fist. The moves were fast yet steady, forming a complex fist and palm technique. Suddenly, she saw him follow along, even successfully forming the fist technique in a single attempt. This sight made Meng Yu freeze in surprise. She couldn't hide her joy. "My forte is swordsmanship. I've never studied palm techniques. To demonstrate for you, I quickly reviewed several types of cultivation techniques on the way here. I didn't expect you to keep up with my explanation and even find the issue. It seems your comprehension is indeed not bad. Here, take this. This is the Lightning Palm incantation. You can read it yourself." Shenyi immediately received it. Lightning Palm incantation. Grade, green. He opened the book and secretly marveled. Green means excellent. To directly give me a green grade cultivation technique. This Meng Yu is really not bad. In a flash, Shenyi had learned and comprehended. Lightning Palm incantation reached the preliminary stage. Requires 5 comprehension points to reach the minor accomplishment stage, 9 comprehension points to reach the major accomplishment stage, 12 comprehension points to reach the peak stage, 15 comprehension points. Only then did he understand. So, comprehension is used for this. No wonder the descendants of noble families can learn profound cultivation techniques at a young age. They must have started cultivating their comprehension from childhood. So, while reading the book, Shenyi also practiced the fist technique. Congratulations, your comprehension is exceptionally high. You have learned the Lightning Palm incantation to the minor accomplishment stage. Meng Yu reminded him, "It seems Lightning Palm suits you very well. You learned it so quickly. Quickly take out your tarot card and check. Your strength assessment will definitely have changed." Shenyi truly saw it change. You learned Lightning Palm in an extremely short time. It seems you have very high comprehension. Your star level has increased. You have become a 2-star rookie. Besides accessing basic information, you can also receive designated personal data, new hairstyles, new clothes, and your own slogan. Shenyi was excited. "I can even change my hairstyle and clothes? Let's try it." Unexpectedly, the card immediately transformed into a bald Shenyi dressed like Satan. He indignantly slapped the card. "What the hell is this?" Meng Yu laughed. "The card is teasing you. When you reach for stars, its attitude will get better and better." Teased, Shenyi annoyedly cursed, "Stupid card." She quickly advised him, "Be careful. If your attitude towards it isn't good, it might affect your assessment." Hearing this, he quickly picked up the card and flattered it. Sorry, you're my treasure. Suddenly, Shenyi took out his phone to check the time. Oh no, it's 11 o'clock. Ryushan told me to go find him tonight. Mengyu immediately said, you go ahead. I'll stay here and continue to comprehend swordsmanship. If you're free, you can come find me anytime. Before leaving, he remembered to ask, oh right, could I ask you to continue investigating the origin of the skin stripper? She naturally didn't refuse. I will continue investigating. Shenyi waved goodbye. Alright, thank you. Goodbye. When he arrived at Ryushan's building, the assistant informed him, Supervisor Jin is not here. He has business to attend to. This is your room card. Please go back to your room and rest. Shenyi replied obediently, yes. He returned to his room and exclaimed, I can't believe the corporation has a building at Vansenport. They're really rich. Since Supervisor Jin isn't here, I'll go back to my room and try out Thunder Palm to see if it's really the Thunder Palm from the Nightmare World. As soon as he entered the room, Shenyi immediately started practicing. He didn't expect to have already gathered all the techniques the mysterious voice told him about. I need to research what secrets are hidden within them. I'll execute them all at once. In a flash, he moved so fast it was as if he had two clones. The speed of his moves was dazzling. However, after performing them, nothing happened. Shenyi was disappointed. It seems this Thunder Palm is indeed not the Thunder Palm from the Nightmare World. Suddenly, the skull contacted him. Hey, I'm telling you, why do you always like to find such useless things to practice, even collecting the most trashy skills from several races? He asked, dumbfounded. Trashy? It explained, shadow art is so trashy that even undead wouldn't bother learning it, let alone humans, beastmen, and elves. The subordinate even chimed in, look, I know how to make clones. Felon immediately cursed, idiot. Then it continued, frost wine has no destructive power whatsoever. Moreover, if you encounter long-range attacks or numerous enemies, you can only wait to die. No human would ever practice this. It even showed Shenyi an example. You must repel them. Felon wasn't finished criticizing. Moonlit Deer Walk is merely the movement technique of common elven soldiers. Any elf who achieves military merits will learn more advanced movement techniques. The Beastman's Thunder Palm is also rarely learned. It's difficult to practice, has no destructive power, and beastmen are inherently afraid of thunder and lightning. I've lived for so many years and I've never seen anyone collect these useless things like you have. You should still figure out a way to go to the Imperial Military Academy and learn some truly advanced things. Shenyi trembled as he asked again, collected, wait, do you mean the Thunder Palm I hit was the Thunder Palm of the Beastman race in the Nightmare World? Felon asked back, obviously, what else would it be? But he still didn't understand. Why would the cultivation techniques from the Nightmare World appear in this world? It was speechless and showed its empty skull. I don't even have a brain. Why are you asking me? This left Shenyi puzzled. Strange. Felon said this is the original Thunder Palm of the Beastman. Why did nothing happen? Clearly last time, after collecting the skills, he comprehended Frost Moon Shocking Heaven, deficient. Suddenly, a vibrating pain hit him, making him stop. In just a flash, countless bloody holes appeared all over Shenyi's body. Felon also sensed something was wrong. Shenyi, what's wrong with you? Shenyi, he struggled and twisted his body. It became even more panicked. What's happening? Shenyi's eyes rolled back as he thought, what is this? Oh no, I can't breathe. My consciousness is starting to fade. This is the feeling of death. He couldn't respond to Felon's voice. Shenyi, damn it. Shenyi, wake up. But his consciousness was almost gone. I'm going to die. In his consciousness, Shenyi seemed to see himself falling freely. Then a dazzling ray of energy struck his body, making him regain consciousness. It was like an oxygen tank supplying air, helping Shenyi regain consciousness. What is this? This icy aura, it saved me. This is breathing. Did I learn a new way of breathing? This breathing method carries an icy aura, protecting my consciousness from the erosion of darkness. I have to maintain this type of breathing, otherwise I'll die. Gradually, Shenyi curled up in the space, and his body seemed to be reborn. Shenyi felt that this new breathing method was mobilizing every organ in his body. He could feel his heart, blood, nerves, cells, everything flowing with his breath. His body felt like it was floating along a refreshing stream. Shenyi just went with the flow, until he gradually comprehended everything. Shenyi's body felt like it was soaring into the clouds, heaven and man united. So my breathing, all this time, was chaotic and superficial. It could only maintain the basic functions of my body, with no other effects. This scene is strange. Clearly, this is the first time I've seen it, but a voice echoed in my heart. Before Shenyi's eyes, there seemed to be an entire universe. It told him, this place is the Dharma realm. In reality, Shenyi was still unconscious. The system announced, congratulations, you have mastered the Dharma realm I technique. His eyes shone brightly as the system concluded, Moonlight Divine Illumination. This I technique is a fundamental exclusive technique inherited from the Moonlight system. Description: the Dharma realm and all high-level spell power are revealed before your eyes. Nothing is hidden at this moment. Felon also felt him wake up. Shenyi, are you okay? You startled me. He was even more surprised. What exactly is this? The system explained, all your basic attributes have increased by 3 points, basic resonance by 8 points, and all Moonlight system inheritance resonance by 20 points. Shenyi felt surprisingly healthy all over. His body has recovered. Not only that, all attributes increased by 3 points, and he felt full of power. He checked the stats. His current attributes had increased astonishingly. Shenyi was even more amazed. What does resonance represent? Increasing by a full 8 points. But the benefits didn't stop there. The Dharma I had opened, and he received the following notification. When you increase all attributes to 20 points, you can receive the true person grade keyword. The more Shenyi read, the more confused he became. True person, a true person grade keyword. What is that? And illusions, Dharma realm, which he had seen in his consciousness. This world seems to hold countless mysteries. Finally, the system reminded him, Frost Moon Tremor, your deficiency has evolved into a complete form. From now on, you can truly cast Frost Moon Tremor. Frost Moon Tremor, first layer of the Dharma realm, Moonlight system inheritance, rare secret technique, purple. Shenyi was even more shocked. Moonlight system, purple, it even upgraded. Frostwind evolved into Frost Fang, Moonlight Deerstep evolved into Flowing Moon, Thunder Palm evolved into Thunderquake, Shadow Art evolved into Celestial Shadow. Frost Fang, kicking skill, kicks away enemies, weapons, and even enemy spells, carries Ice attribute, which can reduce the action speed of the struck object. Flowing Moon, movement technique, blends basic moves like evasion, thrusting. While moving, you can split into afterimages like a flowing stream. Thunderquake, palm technique, contains the power of heavenly thunder, capable of destroying all evil spirits, extremely destructive power. Celestial Shadow technique, you can hide in the shadow of a person or object, undetectable unless the opponent is skilled in shadow abilities. Special buff, resonance of all Moonlight system inheritances increased by 20 points. Power increased threefold. Shenyi covered his face with joy. He was worried about not having offensive spells. Unexpectedly, he suddenly gathered enough kicking skills, movement techniques, palm techniques, and other techniques under the enhancement of the Eye technique, Moonlight Divine Illumination. Their power was further boosted threefold. A rare purple secret inheritance technique. It's worth all the trouble of traveling back and forth between two worlds for so long. It's worth it, but who exactly concealed Frost Moon Tremor among the 4 races in this way? After testing, he didn't think much of it. Oh well, there were no clues, and thinking about it wouldn't help. This world is too complex. Time to wash off the blood. Shenyi went into the bathroom to wash the blood from his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, he was still surprised. It was hard to believe he was suddenly critically injured and near death, then came back to life after learning Moonlight Divine Illumination. If it weren't for these bloodstains, he would surely think he was dreaming. An Eye technique. My eyes seem to have more spirit now. As soon as he used the skill, two groups of fragments appeared before Shenyi's eyes. The system kindly explained, the keywords below have extraordinary origins. They can be obtained by completing a high-difficulty gateway mission, the boy who survived a great calamity. The matchstick boy, Shenyi pondered, now I can see the corresponding annotations for keywords. Is this the power of moonlit divine reflection? Suddenly he noticed something. Shenyi stared in astonishment at the red string tied around his neck. What is this? Round my neck. When did a red string get tied? When he saw it, information also appeared. Otherworldly divine spell. Description: when you appear within a 500-mile radius of the target, the target can sense your location and immediately teleport to your front. That evening, in a luxurious casino, several people were placing bets at a gambling table. The long-haired man hit the jackpot. My hand's pretty good this round. You guys are about to lose. Then he sighed. I'm clearly a supreme VIP of the Assassin Alliance. Yet they dared to be careless and sent an assassin who revealed the client's information. A blonde man interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. You've already lost a round. The failed assassination of Shenyi brought a lot of trouble to everyone. The long-haired man grew even angrier. In the future, when I'm in power, I'll kill everyone in the Assassin Guild. The blonde man waved his hand and folded. A bunch of incompetent servants. They can't do anything right. I'm out of this round. Consider it compensation to everyone. The other person was displeased. The trouble caused by the Assassin Alliance shouldn't be borne by us. Brain, call the Assassin Alliance headquarters. The smart AI immediately complied. Understood. I have contacted the Assassin Alliance for you. Soon, an old man's image appeared, smiling. Good evening, future pillars of the world. I am the general manager of the Assassin Alliance. You can call me Gong Wu. The long-haired man questioned. Gong Wu, what kind of business are you running? Your assassin revealed the client's information. The old man elegantly expressed his apology. I apologize. That assassin was originally the strongest in our alliance, but he was dedicated to pursuing some kind of romantic art, so he often forgot his missions. He has paid the price. I have killed him. The long-haired man's face darkened. That Shenyi has arrived at Mount Cloudport and is about to take the exam. Gong Wu, you won't fail again, will you? The old man bowed respectfully and replied, I assure you, I will make Shenyi disappear forever if the mission still has any oversight. I will personally take my head and bring it before you to atone for my mistake. Only then was the long-haired man satisfied, saying, then it's settled. Then he said to the others, someone from each house send a master to oversee this. We must ensure this matter is completed smoothly. A man in a hat crossed his arms disdainfully. Indeed, we must urge those assassins. They are not trustworthy at all. The blonde man volunteered. Let me go invite my house's grand concubine to act. She spoils me a lot. She definitely won't refuse. Hearing this, the long-haired man was even more delighted. He will act, then it's not a problem. He also thought maliciously, Shenyi, that trash who hasn't even flirted with a girl. Yet he still wants to lay hands on King Yun, and those commoners. They should have just stayed put. Instead, they conspire to rebel. We can only eliminate them by force like this. He looked at the gambling table as if victory was already certain. He felt even more confident. Those lowly, despicable people all deserve to die. At the same time, at the Assassin Alliance headquarters, the person named Gong Wu stood motionless like a statue. A red string was tied around his neck. In a flash, his head and body were separated into two parts, and the one who did it was Mr. Han. So brutal. The assassin's body was covered in wounds. Now that he was old, his injuries kept acting up, unlike these aristocratic descendants. From a young age, they were soaked in special medicinal baths, their bodies trained to be extremely flexible. Their flesh must be exceptionally fresh and juicy. Before him were numerous corpses bound by red strings, with a swirling vortex of blood in the center. The one who emerged from it was the great existence currently in Yi Bing's body. Mr. Han respectfully greeted, Master. He coldly looked at his subordinate. Did you make promises to someone just now? He sweated and replied, I just said it casually besides you. The great existence interrupted. No need to explain. My followers must keep their promises, even when impersonating others. Only sincerity can reveal the spirituality of things. Mr. Han immediately changed his tune. Yes, I will bring this old man's head to Van Sunport to fulfill the promise to them. The great existence slightly lowered his head in thought. Those mortals just said that Shen Yi is at Van Sunport. That will be our new hunting ground. Do you want to devour those true descendants of the great noble families? Mr. Han shivered, restraining himself. Very much so. So the great existence said, old rules, flesh and blood belong to you. Souls belong to me. I will also participate in this hunt. I need more souls to restore the power I expended when descending upon this place. Mr. Han was agitated. Master, I'm very grateful for your generosity. Actually, you don't need to act personally. I'm your servant. I can do it for you. But he refused. I heard just now, the spell I cast on him has been discovered. This indicates that there isn't just one spirit beside him, but also potentially someone not to be underestimated hidden there. To prevent being traced, I have lifted the spell. With your strength, if you encounter it, you'll instantly vanish into thin air, and even I won't be able to revive you. When I go there this time, I not only need to absorb souls, but also to see what kind of existence is behind Shen Yi. At the same time, Shen Yi also received a notification that the spell has now realized he has detected it. The red thread immediately broke. The spell was lifted. At some point, its master will use it again. The world he is in cannot yet comprehend this spell. He was alarmed. Damn it. It's clear at a glance that this thread is related to the skin peeler. He's indeed alive again. So this was the reason his appraisal card rated him as drowning man. Suddenly the card lit up. The card has changed. It shows a deer about to fall into a trap. Rating updated. Prey hovering before the trap. You already know your fate, and you have sharp claws and teeth. But can you escape the fate of death? Seeing the card change, Shen Yu is surprised. It's no longer drowning man. This thing is so spiritual, it can sense my state. Then the card changed, displaying an image. Then it showed him in ancient attire. Shen Yi, contestant of the Mortal Martial Arts Group, strength level, 5 stars, rank 11. Provisionally on the card's leaderboard. Rookie, the fastest improving contestant among all contestants, no doubt. Shen Yi read it with a start. It actually jumped directly from 2 stars to 5 stars. At the same time, he also saw the benefits and treatment for 5 stars. 1. The final evaluation before the competition begins will grant you special power. Provided for your use in the competition. 2. You can hide your rank. You can still show 2 stars to others. Special note, because you have awakened the Dharmic Eye, the system will ignore other performances and forcibly raise you to 5 stars. Only you can see this information. This made Shen Yi happy, rank 11, so this Dharmic Eye is quite powerful among the contestants. In short, I'll hide my rank first, better safe than sorry, since there's a bunch of aristocratic heirs who want to kill me. After he decided, the card changed again. After hiding, the system will use 2 stars as the basis for ranking your strength on the leaderboard. Done. Shen Yi still pondered. A trump card isn't meant to be shown off. Although, according to the card's ranking, very few aristocratic heirs can threaten me. But on an ever-changing battlefield, one cannot truly rely entirely on paper strength. Cases of the weak defeating the strong are countless. Furthermore, the revived skin peeler and the possessed Yibing could come knocking at any time. The urgent matter now is to figure out how to continue increasing my strength. Suddenly his phone rang again. Boss Jin called. Are you? Shen yelled. Shen Yi, what exactly are you doing? I couldn't reach you all day. If the system hadn't shown that you had entered your room, I would have long since called people to start a search and rescue for you. He was confused, only now realizing, what, so I've been unconscious for a whole day? Shen Yi quickly said, sorry, I was dealing with some private family matters. He didn't rebuke him harshly. It's good that you're okay. Come to the martial arts arena on the 63rd floor. I'll tell you some new information. Shen Yi quickly replied, okay, Boss Jin. At the martial arts arena on the 63rd floor. Are you? Shen explained. Your goal this time is to get into 3 high schools, so I need to introduce you to information about these 3 high schools first. The 3 high schools are Jialan, Gikshu, and Zhurong, respectively. Each has its own unique strengths. Jialan High School values combat power, located within the ruins of the Void Island. Gikshu High School pursues human history. Its location is deep under the sea. Zhurong High School combines both, and its location is deep underground. Shenyi curiously asked, "Are these 3 high schools the strongest in the world? Are there no other high schools?" Aryushin explained that these 3 schools developed from ancient sects, are long-standing and immensely powerful. No other school can compare to them. Jialan High School is the strongest among the 3 schools. They directly research the magic of deities and the Dharma realms, and it's also the most prestigious high school. The children and grandchildren of prominent families will all study at this school. Kwaikhvitan High School specializes in secret research and archaeology. It's said that before our era, history was once interrupted, and the relics of the civilization from before that period of interruption are all located under the sea. Therefore, students from this high school are all the most knowledgeable and talented individuals when they go out. However, this high school deals with prehistoric knowledge. So many students also become disciples of various churches after graduation. The high school, comprising vast lands, is situated atop a colossal underground tomb, which is where the origin of human history lies. This school style leans towards practical combat because there are many monsters underground, and they are also very terrifying. Of course, this is also the richest high school, because all parts and hair of monsters, as well as rare minerals and spirit herbs from underground, can be exchanged for large sums of money. Moreover, some ancient cultivation methods and equipment can be found, though very few people can use them. Most of them hold research value. Hearing this, you became curious why so few people could use them. He patiently explained, this has to do with resonance. Besides cultivation methods passed down from ancient times, there are also various divine weapons, armors, and even secret arts. To use these things, a very high resonance is required. Therefore, resonance is also called recognition. Shenyi felt like he was hearing new knowledge. Recognition? He nodded. That's right, you gain their recognition, or you're acknowledged by the Dharma realm, gaining the right to use them, and they willingly allow you to use them. Shenyi heard the familiar name and quickly asked, acknowledged by the Dharma realm. What is the Dharma realm? You still remember clearly, when I awakened, the Ngai Echeithan Chivu, I also once saw the scene called the Fab Gigi. New Sun immediately pulled out a pile of books. The Dharma realm is the originating world of power, and it's also used to categorize everyone's power levels. Alright, it's too early to tell you these things. You'll learn them in school later. For now, you don't need to think too much. Come on, I have some cultivation methods here that the conglomerate prepared specifically for you. Shenyi was shocked as he looked at the pile of cultivation methods: Subduing Tiger 17 Palms, Two Yang Finger, Northern East Divine Fist, Lone Overlord Sword, Southern River Continuous Kicks, Chrysanthemum Scripture, Nai Divine Palm. What in the world is this? Why is there also a Aryushin excitedly said, the Heaven-Devouring Mouth Method. It's a taunting method that can make the opponent boil with rage and lose composure while attacking. Shenyi was stunned for a moment. What about the Chrysanthemum Scripture? He answered very thoroughly. That's a cultivation method that uses the chrysanthemum, the anus, to shoot flower petals as hidden weapons to attack enemies. It's said that when cultivated to the highest level, the chrysanthemum can emit a fragrance that causes enemies to hallucinate. He pointed at another book in horror. What about this Northern East Divine Fist? Does it have anything to do with the Big Dipper? Aryushin immediately shook his head. No. That year, a relic was excavated in the easternmost part of the northern region, and this boxing method was found. So it was named Northern East Fist Method. That year, the excavation work in that relic was actually completed, and everyone was preparing to leave. But his senior archaeologist wasn't at ease, constantly feeling like there was something else. He kept looking and looking when suddenly a voice asked him, "What are you looking at?" He thought someone was playing a prank and subconsciously yelled. After that, this martial arts manual automatically fell out. Actually, this is also a form of resonance manifestation. He gained the recognition of this martial arts manual, which is why it appeared. Shenyi was completely speechless. This is just too much. Are you Shen even flattered? This is called personality compatibility, so naturally you'll receive gifts from the relic. Some people have very high resonance but are not recognized by divine weapons. So the criterion for resonance is just a threshold. Even after surpassing it, it still depends on whether you can be recognized or not. Go ahead and pick one to learn. If you happen to have to fight during the exam, at least you can temporarily cope. Shenyi, however, was dumbfounded and thought, Northeast Divine Fist or whatever. I think it should really be called East-North Divine Art. Who would have thought that at that moment, the system popped up, Northeast Divine Fist, green, good quality, requires special conditions to activate higher compatibility, increases power. Shenyi immediately excitedly chose it. Other cultivation techniques were all common white types. Only this East-North Divine Fist was a good green type. Could it really be something special? Shenyi excitedly held up the book. This Northeast Divine Fist looks pretty good. I'll choose it. Aryushan praised him, saying, "You have a good eye. Among these martial arts books, this fist technique has the strongest power, logically speaking. It shouldn't give you such a good cultivation technique. After all, the better the cultivation technique, the harder it is to master in a short time, but if you learn it, your strength evaluation might increase." Shenyi excitedly asked directly, "Is it possible to go from 2 stars to 5 stars in an instant?" He was annoyed, delusional. I've never heard of anyone going from 2 stars straight to 5 stars. These words made Shenyi secretly confirm, it seems Moonlit Divine Radiance and Frost Moon Shattering Heaven are really powerful. Once finished, Aryushan struck a pose. Don't be discouraged. You upgrading from 1 star to 2 stars so quickly also shows that you have a lot of potential. Now, I'll demonstrate the Northeast Divine Fist once. Watch carefully. If you learn it, you'll be able to cope with any combat exams later on. Shenyi observed and pondered. My current attribute points are all in comprehension. The index is as high as 14. With this level of comprehension, this East-North Fist technique is as simple as playing with toys in my eyes. Fortunately, this move can be used to deal with some low-pressure battles. That way, I can better hide my true strength. A moment later, Aryushin showed a tired expression. Alright, the demonstration is over. Did you learn it? Shenyi broke out in a cold sweat. This is too perfunctory. If I didn't have such high comprehension, I wouldn't be able to learn it at all. Then he heard him instruct. It's already past 4 o'clock. That's all for today. Go back and rest. Remember to attend the party tonight. Shenyi had no choice but to comply. Okay, thank you for your guidance, senior. Suddenly, his communicator flashed. Mengyu sent a message. Shenyi, I found some information about the skin stripper. Come to the multi-purpose hall to meet. Shenyi excitedly replied, okay, I'll be there now. While walking on the road, he saw something. By the roadside, there was an old man holding out a bowl, begging for money. He saw Shenyi and said, "Oh, young man, do a good deed." He rummaged through his pockets for a while. After a while, he finally pulled out a coin and said, "Here, old man, I only have this bit of change." After that, Shenyi left. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him say, "Fall." In an instant, one side of Shenyi's head was almost blown away by that coin. But the old man sighed, "I'm old. I'm not good for anything anymore." Because Shenyi had used Flowing Moon to evade it. He threw away the bowl and lamented, "A young man can evade my attack so easily." Shenyi stood in the air and coldly said, "You're not old at all. You're still immature. So immature you have no shame, only knowing how to ambush." He then activated his skill, Moonlight Divine Illumination. Shenyi could now see hidden things. The old man had an invisible sword on his back. If I didn't have the pupil technique, Moonlight Divine Illumination, I wouldn't be able to see it at all. The old man seemed to sense something too. So, without hesitation, he drew his sword. At that moment, Shen Yi quickly retreated, putting distance between himself and the opponent. The old man gestured in surprise. "You can see it?" He angrily cursed, "You damn old man, I had the good intention to give you money, yet you ambushed me from behind. You clearly have a magical artifact on you, yet you act so low class." The old man, displeased, reminded him, "I see you're young and not working hard on your cultivation, constantly entwined with a rich girl, so I wanted to hit you." Shen Yi yelled in disbelief. "Are you talking about Meng Yu? She's an adventurer, not constrained by family background. Besides, she and I are just friends who've been through life and death together. It's not as shady as you think." But before he finished speaking, Shen Yi froze. In his eyes, the old man's aura was incredibly terrifying. Lai Ha Tin Che has successfully broken through and received this evaluation from the spirit world. By now, Shen Yi seemed to understand. "I know now, you're from Meng Yu's family, aren't you? Your Luo family is ridiculously cowardly. Not only did you let Fei Chuan die tragically, but you also want to ruin Meng Yu, the only one who wants to get justice for him. You're so powerful, yet your young girl is about to be married off to an old man as a concubine, and you just keep silent. Instead, you travel all this way to ambush a 15-year-old middle school student like me. It's truly laughable. No wonder Meng Yu is desperately trying to leave the Luo family." The old man was so shamed that he became enraged. "How interesting. I never thought there would come a day when the Luo family would be ridiculed by an outsider like you." In a flash, his hand was already in front of Shen Yi's eyes. The old man grabbed his head and pulled him straight down. But midway, he sensed something. In an instant, the person he grabbed was a clone that dissipated. Shen Yi then appeared right beside him. He didn't hesitate to give the old man a thunder shock, causing the old man to retreat as well. The old man found it interesting. This move is good. Shen Yi's body blurred as he warily watched the enemy. Of course it's good. Right behind him, something appeared from his shadow. It was the heavenly shadow. He was slightly startled, thinking, "This kid can hide in shadows?" Shen Yi was only seen delivering a powerful bone claw move, forcing him back several meters. That puzzled him, so he had to stabilize himself at a safe distance. He pondered, sensing, strange, with his power, he shouldn't be able to push me back this far. Frozen body? So he took a deep breath. A scorching, fire-like pressure emanated from around him. "Little brat, why are your strength and agility sometimes high, sometimes low? What are your attributes exactly?" Shen Yi said wearily, "You guess?" He understood clearly in his heart that this was the frost moon shocking heaven with triple power, yet it had no effect on this old man. He slowly approached with a powerful aura. Strength and agility fluctuate unpredictably, and there are many strange moves. He even opened the Dharma eye. He panicked and wanted to retreat. "Old man, what are you mumbling about? I'm telling you, this place is monitored by Kunlun. If you kill me, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." Shen Yi had already planned that if the old man attacked, he would open the door, use time stagnation to pause for 3 seconds, and escape. But the old man stroked his beard sadly. Indeed, the adults are always wrong. At this moment, the aura grew stronger, making Shen Yi anxious. "Here it comes." Unexpectedly, he said, "Goodbye, kid. This old man is leaving." Then in a flash, he disappeared after a stream of fire-like energy. Shen Yi was stunned. He really left. Who exactly is this old man? In the distance, a golden light soared towards the airship. It spun and landed on the flying vessel. The old man who had fought Shen Yi appeared and ordered, "Set sail immediately for Golden Coast. I want to go to the beach resort." Pass down the order. From now on, no one is allowed to contact other noble families. One person panicked and tried to dissuade him. "Wait, Lord Patriarch, the Zhao family is in a hurry. If we don't hand over the young lady to them, no one will be able to bear the consequences. Not only will it affect the relationship between the noble families, but our business will also." Before that person could finish, he was punched in the face. The old man's force was so strong that the person flew backward. But other members of the Luo family heard him say, Ever since you people began to take charge and handle family affairs, the Luo family has started to fawn and grovel like ants. Now, you even want to hand over the most outstanding descendant in the family for others to trample on. What you are destroying is not just Xiao Yuer's future, but also the future of the Luo family. Then he jumped up and landed on top of the airship. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, mountains and rivers right before my eyes, a Dharma body in the vast world, a 15-year-old Dharma eye, all attributes at least above 10. Movement techniques and palm techniques are at least of a rare and hard-to-find caliber. Such a figure hasn't appeared in 500 years. Interesting, truly interesting. Then he summoned something. It flew away amidst an old man's exclamation. From afar, the moon shines like bright sunshine in the morning mist. Up close, it glows like a lotus on clear blue water. Granddaughter, I've thought about it repeatedly, and I still have to help you out. No one from our Luo family shall ever be underestimated by others. It was already night, the wind rustling through the towering buildings, just a few minutes before the mysterious old man's airship departed. As Shen Yu walked in, he couldn't help but be surprised. A buzzing sound always echoed in the gym. What exactly was it? Meng Yu was quickly practicing swordsmanship. Turning around, she swung her sword past him. Shen Yu raised his hand in front of his eyes, avoiding the surge of power. He muttered to himself, "The sound coming from the sword is terrifying." But, although her sword technique had infinite power, her stance was too heavy, and she put too much effort into strictly following sword forms, so her sword dance seemed to imply a strenuous struggle. The keywords above her head hadn't changed, proving that her strength hadn't improved. So, enhancing my comprehension can help me see so many details. At the same time, the system's voice told him that as a swordswoman whose swordsmanship had broken through fixed categories, she was still very confused about her path. Only when she found her own path could she receive the keyword recognition from the Dharma realm. Shen Yi pondered in confusion, unable to avoid wondering, Dharma realm's recognition. Wait a minute. Are these keywords from the Dharma realm? Is it a certification of strength granted by the Dharma realm? What exactly is the Dharma realm? Meng Yu, he didn't know when, was already standing in front of him. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll tell you some information I found about the skin peeler now. She gradually recalled past memories and began to speak. Previously, the skin peeler was a senior staff member of the Archaeological Association. During a crucial archaeological operation, he caused a major incident. Shen Yi wondered, an incident? Hearing this, Meng Yu slowly explained each detail. Yes, it was an altar sealing an extraterrestrial object. During that archaeological expedition, he destroyed the seal, releasing unknown objects, causing many casualties. After that, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was an assassin. He asked, why did he become an assassin? She continued, most of what he experienced is blank. I only found out that he originally had a wife and daughter. Before the altar sealing incident, they both died for unknown reasons. The records state that the bodies of the mother and child were found in a sewer, unclothed, covered in wounds, having been inhumanely treated while alive. The location of the sewer where the bodies were found was on the border of the continent, in a small town governed by a minor, noble family. Later, that family and the townspeople all died. I guess these two incidents must be related. Returning to reality, Shen Yi's face was filled with worry. What exactly was that sealed object? Meng Yu sadly replied, the altar sealing incident was quite high level. With my current status, I can't access the files. This is all I could find. Then she turned and instructed, in short, you must be careful. It won't be long before they know you're taking the exam at Mount Vat Port, and then they'll come for you. Shen Yi smiled and nodded. I know, thank you, Meng Yu. Suddenly, Meng Yu's phone in her pocket kept ringing. She turned to answer the call. Auntie, yes. Her face filled with troubles. Yes, I understand. He stood beside her, anxiously asking, what's wrong? Meng Yu briefly replied, my family called me home. They said that family's uncles are coming to offer betrothal gifts. Shen Yi was surprised. Where are your parents? She lowered her voice and slowly recounted her sad story. My mother died young. After my brother died, my father collapsed from shock. He's still in the hospital, unconscious. He interrupted, didn't you plan to stall for a while longer? Mengyu was at her wit's end, having tried every method. All excuses have been used. If I keep stalling, I'll be targeted by the family members. Shenyu was now extremely angry, clenching his fists. Damn it, it's clearly those noble family descendants who are in the wrong. Yet they still want you to marry over there to stop it. She understood his thoughts. Everyone in the family is afraid that the powerful noble family will lash out, and my father is in a coma, so they want to push me out to feel at ease. Suddenly thinking of something, he confidently patted his chest. How about this, Mengyu? If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to dinner. I'll introduce you to the senior who joined the human martial arts group. That way, you can escape your family and won't be held back by anyone anymore. Mengyu lowered her head hesitantly, afraid of involving innocent people. Aren't you afraid of offending the powerful, noble family that wants to marry me? Not only that, even my aunts and uncles at home will hate you, and they'll figure out a way to deal with you. Shenyi still focused on her, encouraging her. What is there to be afraid of? Those who encourage people to jump into a fire pit deserve to die. I just met an old man from your family earlier. Not only did he ambush me, but he also said a few things that annoyed me. Come with me, leave that family. She was immersed in her own thoughts when she suddenly realized he clearly came from an ordinary background with ordinary abilities. But why can he always be fearless of anything? This time too, and before when fighting the skin peeler. Now I just realized he's quite handsome, even though he doesn't even comb his hair. It's messy, but it implies a disregard for details. His face is like a blade, lacking a bit of friendliness. With a stranger's keep-away expression, but Mengyu shyly smiled, looking at the enthusiastic young man and agreeing. Okay, where are we going now? What are we eating? Then she thought, he speaks so gently and warmly. Shenyi scratched his head, stammering, I don't know. The senior didn't say the location. Anyway, let's just go together, okay? She crossed her arms, feigning annoyance. You don't even know the location and you want to invite a girl out? Shenyi immediately said, I'm serious, everything will work out. Mengyu awkwardly and hastily explained, I'm not someone who casually agrees to dates with others, you know? Suddenly a message from her grandfather arrived. Exit the gym, look to the east. Mengyu couldn't help but be surprised. Grandfather has come out of seclusion. So, the person Shenyi met, could it have been him? She quickly walked away, telling Shenyi, stay here, don't go anywhere, I'll be back later. He was dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. Huh? Shenyi scratched his cheek, turning his head to look. Why did she run off? Is it because I suddenly invited her too abruptly, still lacking experience in inviting pretty girls? Mengyu was already outside the building when a sudden surge of power was aimed at her. Then the power directly enveloped her. To her astonishment, from within the strong surge of power, a voice resonated, Granddaughter, I thought it over and over, and I still want to support you. Mengyu couldn't hide her surprise, calling out, Grandfather. She seemed to feel a surge of power within her. Martial arts techniques poured into her mind. This is Luo Shen sword art. Mengyu looked up at the airship in the distance in the sky. Then she smiled and whispered, thank you, Grandfather, for imparting the Luo Shen sword art to me. Shenyi appeared behind her out of nowhere. Hey, are you alright? Why are you glowing, afraid of being dumped? He shamelessly followed. She glanced back, gently reassuring him. You don't need to worry, my grandfather came to visit me. My grandfather has passed on sword techniques to me. He was also happy for her. You still have someone in your family who loves you very much. Then he suddenly realized, wait, so that old man was her grandfather. Mengyu tilted her head, reminding him, Shenyi, you invited me to that dinner party, right? He stammered in reply, yes, a party or something. Shall we go together, okay? Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the corners of her eyes curved upwards. Mengyu laughed heartily, clutching her stomach and teasing, Shenyi, you really are a fool. Shenyi looked dumbfounded and embarrassed. What's wrong? Why do you say I'm foolish? The smile on her face showed no signs of fading. Everyone participating in the competition has to attend the party. We were originally both going anyway. He gaped, remembering, that's right, I didn't even need to invite her. I wanted to help her so much that I completely forgot about this. How embarrassing. Mengyu smiled, waving her hand. Let's go, we'll go to the party together. Shenyi let her laugh and joke, ignoring it. After all, she very rarely showed such a carefree, age-appropriate expression. In the serene sky, the two rode a motorcycle together. Happily chatting and joking, Mengyu shouted, faster, faster. He reminded her, safety first, while she excitedly urged, speed up, Shenyi. They both stopped the vehicle in front of a palace on a sky island. This is where the party is being held. I can't believe it's on a sky island. Nu Sun stepped out, beaming. Welcome, Miss Xiao. Are you going with Shenyi? Shenyi spoke up, money matters. Mengyu politely said, hello, sir. Yes, I'm with him tonight. He walked over and put his arm around Shenyi's neck, teasing, you're doing well, kid, progressing so fast, even asking a girl out to dinner. He shook his head in denial. It's not what you think. Just as they were about to enter, she stopped and seriously reminded him, no more joking, Shenyi, you need to be careful tonight. Shenyi asked, why? Inside, everyone belongs to the aristocratic class. He was surprised by their hundreds of piercing gazes. Nu Sun, ignoring the many gazes, said coldly, this party is the last chance for him to evaluate. The descendants of the great families will seize this time to find prey. Shenyi recalled the previous battle. He said seriously, what if I kill someone here? He frowned, stopping him. Hey, don't mess around. The elders are all watching. He sighed, boring. Nu Sun said, do you like fighting that much? I remember the first time I met you, you had just finished a fight. A sudden crash echoed through the luxurious party. He lunged directly towards Shenyi. Juyan held Yunyi's injured, unconscious head, provoking, I am Wang Juyan, a 4-star rookie from the Wang family. Shenyi, I challenge you. A sword, swift as lightning, appeared from nowhere and cut off his hair. Juyan looked in surprise at the girl who had just sheathed her sword. What? Mengyu said coldly, I'm currently in a duel with Shenyi. If you want to challenge him, you'll have to fight me first. Everyone around trembled in horror. The sword was too fast. Did you see it clearly? No. I didn't even know when she drew her sword. Ziqiang looked straight ahead and patted Zhu Yan's shoulder. Let it go. Don't provoke him, he said angrily. Ziqiang. He pointed upwards. Look at the leaderboard. I can't believe this 2-star rookie is being protected by her. Rookie leaderboard, Mengyu, 1, Nangongxi Diet 2, Wang Di Yuan, He 2, Ziqiang, Mengyu, 3, Liang Hui, Trong Hui Hu, Trong Fong Nuyen, Wang Juyan, Lin Kaisu, Lai Loi Hoa, 4, Lai Si Kaiet, Hong Boi Tian, Vuong Tulen, Trong Tho Hai, 5. She is one of the 5 strongest, renowned alongside me. Ziqiang smiled slyly and punched Yunyi hard in the stomach. Under the angry, focused gazes of Shenyi and Mengyu, he said, we'd better find soft persimmons like this to squeeze. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Julian threw him down and brushed his hands. Let's go. Yunyi's fellow students shouted worriedly. Call the medical team over. He glanced at them. Your sword strike just now should have been a little off. Suddenly, a woman's voice spoke from behind Shenyi. Isn't this the brat from the Shen family? I've heard you're very unruly, and meeting you today, it's certainly no different from the rumors. Shenyi asked, who is this, accusing me right as they arrive? Nu Sun muttered to himself, this is the youngest aunt of the Song sisters. Why is she here? Then he said, let me introduce you. This is the rookie I lead, Shenyi, and this is Madame N of the Song family from Jiangnan. Madame N raised her fan to cover her face, interrupting, my matters don't need an introduction. Shenyi, your eldest uncle mentioned something to me not long ago. I wonder if you still remember it. He blushed. What is it? Then she mocked. He said that you've been stubborn since childhood, and you like training dogs to hurt people. Previously, when King Yin and Yin Chen from our family visited your house, they were almost bitten. A group of reporters clicked away frantically, eager for the story. Shocking news! The Song sisters were almost bitten to death by Shenyi's dog. I can't believe this guy looks so bright-faced, but is so evil deep down. The two young ladies of the strongest families were almost harmed by this country bumpkin. Damn Shenyi! He slowly recalled, I clearly saved the Song sisters, but now it's turned into me letting dogs bite people. Shenyi politely spoke up, I'm sorry, Madam Ann, I don't remember things from that long ago. My family was driven out of the Shen family a long time ago. We live in poverty. We can't even afford to raise a dog, let alone train one to guard and hurt others. Not long ago, I was sick. My father went to beg my eldest uncle for a bone marrow pill and was even kicked straight out. She feigned concern. You're sick. Why didn't you tell me? Our Song family may not have other things, but we can afford bone marrow pills. Shenyi also pretended to be pitiful. Madam Ann, you don't know that I almost died from illness. It seems Madam Ann hasn't really looked into my affairs. Aryusha next to him secretly praised. Good catch of the loophole. Madam Ann doesn't even know that Shenyi was critically ill recently. So how can she claim he trained dogs to hurt people more than 10 years ago? She was annoyed. So you left the Shen family and want to take the high school entrance exam by yourself? Shenyi said, that's right. I've signed a contract with the Martial Arts World Group. Madam Ann spoke up. I have a direct admission slot. How about I give it to you? He clapped his hands excitedly. Really? Thank you for your kindness, Madam Ann. Then she continued. Our Song family can also cover all your expenses during your high school years. Shenyi risked praise. Madam Ann is truly a living bodhisattva. She made a request, but there's one condition. Shenyi urged, Madam Ann, please speak. She was cold from now on. You are not to bother Thandone anymore. The people around him crowded and criticized. This Shenyi actually has a relationship with Thandone, a second-rate descendant who was expelled from the family. How dare he dream of the Song family's young lady? But because of this, he gets a direct admission slot. It's hateful. Idiot, if he could associate with Thandone, why would he take any exam? The corner of his lips gradually curved up, his eyes sparkling brightly. Stay away from Thandone. Is that all? Okay, as long as Madam Ann gives me that direct admission slot, I agree. Whispers of ridicule rang out incessantly. He truly has no backbone with his status. How dare he go against the Song family's wishes? He got a good deal, a free direct admission slot. Madam Ann was satisfied. It's decided then. Then Shenyi raised his own question. Madam Ann, but regarding staying away from Thandone, I still need your help with something. She replied succinctly, speak. He winked and cutely stuck out his tongue. Madam Ann, can you give me a picture of her? I don't know her, and I don't remember what she looks like. Madam Ann and a few others suddenly froze stiff. Kuvim pointed scornfully. You don't know Thandone? Shenyi pretended to be naive. No, I don't. He said, that's not right. You two met when you were 4 or 5 years old. Your memory is really good. He retorted, I don't remember things from when I was 4 or 5 anymore. Aryushin frowned and kept thinking, he doesn't remember anymore, so he couldn't have used countless schemes to train dogs to bite Thandone. Nor could he have used this matter to build a relationship with Thandone. He's even forgotten who the other person is. The Great Song family, yet they are targeting an ordinary person. Shenyi covered his mouth with his hand. Oh no, did I say something wrong? There were whispers all around. The strongest noble family is only this good. It's nothing special. This is a debutante party. He continued, I'm sorry, Madam Ann. Perhaps let's forget about the direct admission. After all, I really don't know her, and I feel awkward accepting favors from you. He was still deep in thought. If he said that in front of the crowd, even if it's fake, from this moment on, it will become real. He might do that because he truly forgot, or because he simply doesn't care. The funny thing is, everyone is still scheming in all sorts of ways, making all kinds of arrangements, causing a big fuss. Even Madam Ann personally made a trip. But you don't even have a reason to attack him. Madam Ann stared intently. You really don't need direct admission? Don't you remember Thandone? She's the eldest daughter of the Tong family, and I'm her youngest aunt. Tumdi closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly. Madam, I don't know you, and I don't know her. It seems everything is a misunderstanding, so I can't just accept direct admission. He opened his eyes, a sly look on his face. But there's this one thing, Madam Ann, you're highly respected and have extraordinary means. Do you think you can help? Tumdi smiled. To be frank with you, not long ago, I was seriously ill. After miraculously surviving, a police officer named LCC said he wanted to protect me, but he ended up dying. My best friend died too. I don't know why. Fong Lam Hotel also had tens of thousands of people die, yet they're still coming in droves. I'm very troubled. Do you know who the mastermind behind all this is? A person of your stature would definitely have an easier time investigating this than a middle school student like me. You must know something. Can you advocate for justice for them? After all, those were tens of thousands of lives. She broke into a sweat, muttering to herself, this kid, he's using me and this party to spread everything. Then she said, I'm not too clear about this matter. It seems like Officer Lack's sister is investigating it. Madam An immediately turned, oh, Miss Mung Ing, I should also congratulate you. I heard you're engaged, but why are you with him? Mung Ing politely greeted back, greetings, Madam An, I'm not engaged. She smiled, but I heard. At this moment, Tumdi put his hand in front of her. Madam, you keep bringing up things you heard. Earlier it was me, now it's her. Things as baseless as these. I don't think it's very nice to just blurt them out, is it? However, there's one thing Madam An said that isn't wrong. Mung Ing and I are indeed investigating this matter, and what's more, the results are clear, but the truth is not convenient to reveal right now. Madam An's face was filled with fright upon hearing this. Nsen broke into a fearful sweat. Hey, Tumdi, do you know you're playing with fire? You yourself are one thing, but do you also want Mung Ing to sever ties with her family and thus oppose the noble families? A voice broke the silence. LCC family's daughter is virtuous, graceful, and thinks about the bigger picture. She knows right from wrong. She won't just talk nonsense about baseless things with a hooligan like you. Lang stepped forward sternly. As for a lifelong important matter, she is a girl. She might not be aware of the family's arrangements. She is indeed engaged. Madam An smiled and greeted, oh, Lang, why are you here? He didn't care, only looking intently at Mung Ing. I clearly told you to go home. Why didn't you? She didn't dare look him in the eye and replied, greetings, uncle. I want to take the exam, so I didn't go home. Lang raised his hand, intending to touch Mung Ing. The engagement is a family arrangement. Madam An also has good intentions. Don't misunderstand her. Come with me. She dodged. Go where? His hand trembled as he angrily repeated, I just said it. Go home and get engaged. Mung Ing questioned, did Grandpa agree? What about my dad? Did Dad agree? And what about me? Did I agree? At this moment, Lang and Mung Ing stood face to face, both burning with anger. He suppressed his anger and spoke first. The patriarch will know about this very soon, and your father is still in a coma. But this is a good thing. Your father will only be happy when he finds out. She retorted, my father will be happy. My father will be furious to death. You mean? Uncle, tell everyone how old my fiancé is this year. Lang grabbed her arm. In front of everyone, don't be disrespectful anymore. Come with me. She lowered her head and bit out each sharp word. Grandpa didn't agree. My dad didn't nod. Yet you dared to make decisions for me? Tumdi couldn't help but stare at Mung Ing in surprise. A powerful surge of energy erupted from her. At this moment, the system appeared. Inscription effect, plus 10 points to sword chi resonance. All attributes plus 5 points. Sword technique damage doubled. Heavenly truth myriad saints. Beginning a new phase. He muttered to himself in surprise. Mung Ing's inscription has changed. Sword saint. This means she's committed to her path. No longer confused, her sword intent is truly surging. Is this the sword saint? He was about to draw his sword, his hand still clutching her, and warned, Mung Ing, withdraw your killing intent. Do you see this LCC Tai sword? It represents the family's Grand Steward. It's a divine artifact venerated by the LCC family. If you dare to resist in front of this sword, then I'll use family law. I'll use it. Before he could finish speaking, his eyes began to twitch. Meng swung her sword and severed Lang's arm, making him spin several times on the ground before slamming directly into the distant wall. The wall cracked with a cry of pain. Ah! She sheathed her sword without looking at him, someone whose reason is clouded by greed, holding a divine artifact yet unable to block even one of my sword strikes. You arbitrarily arranged an engagement for a relative without informing their parents, and without the family head's approval. You no longer deserve to use it. She looked at the arm holding the sword and said to it, LCC Tai, do you want to follow me and be a companion to my raging snow? The sword slowly moved, radiating power, and went straight to Meng Eng's hand. She immediately grabbed the sword, and two surges of power radiated simultaneously. From a distance, everyone turned their heads to look. Ranking board updated. The board had changed. 1. Nam Kang Ti Du, Team Meng Eng. 2. Van H Na HGU, Ha Te Ti, Ngu Ti Chang. The crowd sneered at her. Meng Eng has leveled up, tied for first with Nam Kang Ti Du. Is this the power of a divine artifact? Her strength is like ours. She only moved up the ranks because of a divine artifact. I should also borrow a family's divine artifact to increase my rating. At this moment, Tum Di couldn't help but think, no, it's not that simple. If Meng Eng hadn't broken through to the Sword Saint inscription, she wouldn't have gained the divine artifact's recognition. This ranking board isn't limited to individual strength, equipment, resources, potential, and even willpower. All affect the card's evaluation. Standing beside him, suddenly spoke, that sword has acknowledged Meng Eng, meaning from now on, the LCC family's authority is in her hands. Currently, she is the head of the LCC family. She's young, her future potential is immeasurable. He laughed heartily, patting him on the back. There's nothing to admire. It's just because their family's resources are good. As for you, reaching to stars through your own efforts, as an ordinary person, you're truly a prime example of striving for success. He said awkwardly, it's all thanks to Boss Chion's investment in my training. Then he thought to himself, if he knew I reached 5 stars, wouldn't he pass out for the rest of his life? Meng Eng then approached and interrupted. Now, let's get back to the main issue, the new head of the LCC family. She turned around, Tim D. What I said earlier wasn't convenient to discuss, but now I can. It concerns the truth I've uncovered. The mastermind behind the deaths of countless people is none other than the major aristocratic families present here, led by the Tong family. Everyone clamored in surprise. What is Meng Eng saying? Is she insane? Madame N's face darkened, her eyes spitting fire. Little girl, I advise you to watch your words. Meng Eng held out her phone to her and the aristocratic families. Of course, Madame Anne, according to my investigation, everything is because of your granddaughter, Tong Thandon. To freely associate with the heirs of these families without an engagement, she claimed to like Tim D and used him as a scapegoat. The rival families, consumed by jealousy, massacred tens of thousands of innocent people, determined to kill Tim D at all costs. This is all the video, images, and authentic documentary evidence. If there's any falsehood, I'll let you all deal with me as you wish. Losing their will in pursuit of someone, treating human lives like grass. Madame Anne, don't you think my investigation was thorough and rigorous enough? At this moment, Tim D held up his phone and shouted at the families, Madame Anne, you really judge people well. Tio Meng Eng really did investigate. And these videos and pictures too, super explosive, just a little bloody. He laughed heartily, pointing his phone towards the 2 reporters' cameras. Quick, aim your lenses accurately. Tong Thandon is about to make a passionate confession to me. A voice rang out from Tim D's phone. If I want a boyfriend, I hope he's like Tim D. The 2 reporters cried profusely, throwing everything in their hands into a nearby fire, pretending. The 2 reporters cried profusely, throwing everything in their hands into a nearby fire, pretending. Oh no, why did my camera suddenly burst into flames like this? How am I supposed to film now? Me too, my notebook, camera, and phone all spontaneously combusted. The two reporters behind her apologized. Madam Anne, all our equipment is broken. Everything we recorded is gone. Please don't blame us, madam. She then loudly denied and explained, those videos and pictures of yours must have been fabricated through editing. Fan Dong would never harm anyone. She's a recognized role model for the new generation, the student council president of Gia Lam High School, and countless descendants of prominent families can vouch for her. All the descendants of the prominent families vie to chime in. That's right. How could Fan Dong like a stinking commoner like you? No ability to speak of. No background to speak of. No money to speak of. I think you're fabricating and slandering Fan Dong, a toad lusting after a swan. Tumdi closed his eyes in exasperation. Even with such irrefutable evidence, they still want to blame others. You prominent families clearly learned this kind of inheritance early on, training your comprehension and resonance, taking all the advantages. Logically speaking, the progress of this world needs people with many resources like you to drive development. However, the only thing I see you doing is bullying the poor and slaughtering the innocent. In my opinion, you don't even deserve to be called human. Suddenly, someone cursed at him. Who do you think you are? Shut your mouth right now. He formally introduced himself. I am Triu Thien Quan of the Triu family in Hameng. Madam Anne, you are a dignified member of the Tong family. Don't bother with this Liu Mai. Let me teach him a lesson on your behalf. 15-year-old Triu Thien Quan challenged Tumdi. A sword struck him directly in the face, leaving Thien Quan no time to block. Meng Ink held the sword in her hand. Thien Quan lost. She scoffed. Tumdi hasn't even finished speaking yet. You're a descendant of a prominent family, and yet you're so ill-mannered. Ti Chang gently applauded. He approached Meng Ink step by step and greeted her. I heard Miss Tio's swordsmanship is unparalleled, and today I see it. Indeed, her reputation is well-deserved. Congratulations on acquiring a divine weapon and successfully climbing to 2nd rank. I am the 5-star rookie ranked 4th, Engu Ti Chang. I wish to seek guidance from Miss Tio. Tumdi frowned, thinking, so his name is Ti Chang. What a vulgar name. Meng Ink retorted bluntly, you know I've already climbed to 2nd rank, and you still want to spar with me? He smiled maliciously. Of course, descendants of prominent families like us aren't afraid of difficulties. We bravely challenge them. By defeating someone stronger, I can get a better evaluation. Suddenly, Tumdi's eyes lit up. He immediately sensed, no, that wasn't right. A poisonous snake was coiled around that person. Tumdi quickly raised his hand to block in front of her, stopping him. Wait, she and I are still fighting. You can't challenge her. He then thought, everyone seems not to see the snake. Meng Ink will surely be at a disadvantage fighting him. There are many important figures at this party. I can't be the only one who sees the snake. However, no one spoke up and no one intervened. It seems this might be an unspoken agreement. You don't even dare to fight me. So why stand here showing off? Why don't you just kneel before Madam Anne, admit your mistake, and apologize? Tumdi's card suddenly lit up. It showed a skeleton pierced by a sword, a dead person. You've offended several great families. Death is certain. He was helpless. Even this card was cursing him. Then he said, alright, I concede. The announcement sounded. The fight is over. Tumdi concedes. Meng Ink wins. He was satisfied. At least you're smart. Now get lost, you coward. Lest you get hurt by the remnants of the battle between Meng Ink and me. Then Ti Chang received a notification. You have received a challenge. The card showed the text. You challenged Tumdi. He was confident. She looked at him worriedly, stammering. He held his stomach and laughed loudly. I'm telling you, a good-for-nothing like you doesn't deserve my attention. My killing intent alone is enough to scare you to death. He snorted coldly. You say you'll scare me to death, but in reality, you release a snake to bite me. If I hadn't seen this snake, I probably would have really been scared to death. Tumdi got into position. The surrounding noble family stirred. What's he doing? Why is he punching the air? No way. Did he see it? Is it real or fake? At this moment, Ti Chang recoiled in fear. You saw it? How? Tumdi held his stance, his eyes tinged with a faint purple. As now trembled in astonishment. Inside eye, he has awakened the inside eye now. At this moment, Ti-chung put his hand in his pocket, his expression undeniably filled with doubt, thinking, Ha-hirk. No, absolutely not. Only someone who awakened the inside eye can see it. Even I can only roughly deduce its position based on the long years of living with it. I'm afraid this lowlife was scared by my aura and just attacked randomly, and just happened to hit it. This time, let Ha-hirk attack from behind, giving him no more lucky chances. He raised his staff, preparing to attack Tumdi. Can you block this move of mine? He quickly dodged the brutal attack. Ti-chung looked at Tumdi, who was preparing to kick Ha-hirk, and exclaimed in surprise, What? Then a giant green snake was kicked straight through the tiles. Bone rattle. Van D's eyes widened, and he quickly asked Aengir, What exactly is Tumdi fighting? Why do I watch and not understand his movements? Aengir, bandaged all over with wounds, frowned and said, I don't know either. Anyway, it must be something formidable. Because the faces of the other aristocratic heirs were all like their parents had died. He couldn't help but feel curious. Why? Just now, the faces of those aristocratic heirs were grim, radiating a terrifying aura. Munging on this side looked at him and suddenly realized he has awakened the inside eye. Henji didn't let me rush forward just now because I couldn't see that spirit beast. Rushing into battle would definitely result in a loss. Tumdi took a stance and taunted the one he had just challenged. Without that snake, what else can you do? Teach's face was filled with killing intent, furious, arrogant. I'm a 5-star rookie ranked 4th. Who are you? A strong gust of wind swept over. Both of them raised their hands to cover their faces. Van D spoke first. The air current is too strong. Aengir chimed in. I'm about to be sucked over there. He now forcefully spun the staff in his hand, his face full of malice. He charged straight at Tumdi, stabbing him. Mung-eng, worried about him, immediately yelled, Tumdi! Small fragments flew everywhere. Round Tumdi! Ti-chung stared at him without blinking. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. According to your will, all attribute points have been added to strength. Shenyi gently raised his hand to block the attack. Current strength is for point 3 plus 10 equals 14.3. He trembled, repeatedly questioning, He took my full power move and he's still fine? How can that be? My strength reached 8.7. Newcomers under 5 stars can't be stronger than me. I know! He must be forcing it. Suddenly, he grabbed Kwang's collar tightly and lifted him high. He struggled, continuously punching Shen's hand and cursing. Damn it, let me go. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. He coldly showed no reaction to the punches. If you take one step forward, I'll rip off his head. Kwang heard that and stood motionless, not saying a word. He anxiously looked for his snake and called it. Zhuan Hai, are you there? Are you back? Quick, quick, bite him to death. Shenyi scoffed. So you can't even see your own snake. It seems your rank for title was obtained through your family's investment in resources. Kwang no longer had the presence of mind to care about his words. Zhuan Hai, charge now. There are so many people here. He wouldn't dare touch me. He quickly punched him squarely in the face. Then said, Who said I wouldn't dare? This punch is for that girl earlier. Shenyi warned Zhuan Hai, who was nearby. Hey, don't move, little snake. You don't want him to die, do you? And by the way, don't concede defeat. I haven't had enough yet. Kwang cursed loudly, showing no fear. You lowly commoner, how dare you look at me like that? Just you wait, I'll kill you. Your friends, your family, I'll kill them all. He was surprised by the system's new notification, special condition activated. Your Northern East Divine Fist is enhanced in this special situation. Sword to blue quality. Excellent. Shenyi couldn't hide his joy, so the Northern East Divine Fist also has this way of use. He raised his hand and punched again in defiance. What about you then? The system displayed a new notification. Double special condition activated. Northern East Divine Fist. of yours is enhanced, soaring to blue quality. Perfect. He thought to himself, activating keywords can enhance the power of the fist technique. That's amazing. Shenyi punched repeatedly. Northern East Divine Fist. At this moment, Yunyi was elated. Too violent. Great hit. So hard that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Xiaoyi was overjoyed. Big brother, help us get revenge. Zhu Kang's face was now so swollen that his initial arrogant appearance was gone. A stream of tears quickly flowed down from the corner of his eye. No, this isn't good. Shenyi looked at him menacingly and asked, had enough rest? I have to continue now. Zhu Qiang trembled, thinking, this guy really wants to kill me. Zhu Qiang screamed in panic, help, help me, who will save me? This lowlife really wants to make me take the blame. No, I don't want to die. The powerful family stood there, ignoring his desperate cries for help. The atmosphere was silent, utterly still. Madame N made her calculations. If little Niuzi died at Shenyi's hands, the 3 major high schools would definitely cooperate to step forward and severely punish the malicious act of killing a candidate. By then, whether it's King Yin's reputation, or the assassin hired by the descendants of the great families, or the lives of those tens of thousands of people, or even tonight's farce, everything would vanish into thin air. She looked at Zhu Qiang without a trace of pity. Little Niuzi, rest in peace. At this moment, tears still welled up in his eyes. After you die, I will promote your father to become the head of the new family. Madame N's face showed a cruel expression. Your greatest value right now is being killed by Shenyi. Shenyi seemed to guess the intentions of those powerful families. He immediately burst out laughing. Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't be afraid. I won't kill you. You see it clearly now, don't you? They've abandoned you, we're just sparring. But they really want you dead. Because if I kill you, they'll have a legitimate reason to deal with me. And then all the scandals of the powerful families will vanish into thin air. She impatiently ordered the person next to her. That's enough. We can't let him talk anymore. He quickly snatched Zhu Kuang from Shenyi, then slowly spoke. Alright, sparring is fine, but damaging harmony isn't good. I am the supervisor of Jalam Academy. Your fight was very impressive. I believe the artifact will give you a good evaluation. He scoffed. You knew I wouldn't kill him, so you stepped in to mediate? The card display duel forcibly stopped. This duel will not count towards the evaluation. Madame N urged him, putting a pill into his mouth. Eat it quickly, recover fast. The exam is about to begin. Zhu Kuang, with a swollen face, politely replied, thank you, Madame N. The card reminded again it's time. Now, the final evaluations and rewards will be distributed to all new students. Then, each card was passed into everyone's hands. Van Da said, it's here, the Tarot Tower's final evaluation for us. It appeared before Mengyu as a 5-star new student. You received the final evaluation, Sword Saint Stance. After obtaining the artifact, in solo combat, you hold an absolute advantage. Therefore, we bestow upon you the power of Team Leader to enhance your cooperation and teamwork. Team Leader, Effect 1. Invited members who agree to form a team will be instantly teleported to your side. By forming this team, you can unleash double your strength. Effect 2. When no one is teamed with you, all your power will be weakened by 70%. Effect 3. Within the team, if you yield the leader position to your opponent, then you will maintain normal strength, and the opponent will receive Effect 1. The above effects have been activated and will remain active until the end of the exam. Next, it's Shenyi's turn. As a 5-star new student, you received the final evaluation. The Indomitable, you brought it upon yourself, making yourself the dish at the banquet. But your Indomitable will is also the reason you can escape death every time. Therefore, you are granted the power of Flesh, enhancing your survival ability. As Flesh, when facing a fatal attack, you can be hit a maximum of 3 times before dying, or become a qualified piece of meat, eaten by others. The above effect has been activated and will remain active until the end of the exam. Suddenly, a small flame appeared above everyone's head, All contestants will receive essential survival items for the exam. Burning bamboo flame. Description: it is immortal. Relying on it, you can clearly see everything around you in the examination hall. Congratulations, you have been granted permission to participate in this year's 3-school joint examination. Take a 3-minute break, then teleportation will begin. Unexpectedly, the small flame above his head instantly vanished, disappearing. The card notified your burning bamboo flame has been stolen. He couldn't help but find it unbelievable. What? The exam hasn't even started, and my flame has already been stolen by someone. The card replied, the opponent is also a contestant. They possess the evaluation exploitation, using this ability to snatch your light. You won't be able to see anything in the examination hall. At this moment, Zhu Qiang stepped in front of him, his face returning to its usual mocking smile. Shen Yi, this is your fate for going against us. Losing your burning bamboo flame is just the beginning. Before long, you'll completely collapse because you can't contend with us. Any single one of our elixirs can render all your efforts useless. We were born standing on the mountaintop, and you're just an earthworm at the foot of the mountain. Who do you think you are? Shen Yi, just wait. Your family. None of your close ones will escape. You are lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Resistance and struggle are meaningless. Shen Yi listened, then retorted, a gentleman knows his destiny, but does not fear it, persevering relentlessly, never stopping. He stepped forward, raising his card high. Everyone, I sincerely apologize for letting you see the true nature of the noble families so soon. They always think about how to enslave others, how to seize everything from them. This time, they're targeting me. Next time, they could be targeting anyone here. Yunyi and the others also looked discontentedly at those who relied on their family power. Then Shenyi admitted, indeed, we don't have resources like them, no precious treasures, no inherited techniques, and certainly no divine weapons. But do kings, lords, generals, and commanders truly possess such destinies from birth? We are not inferior to others, nor should we endure their bullying and oppression. The card's announcement rang out. 10 seconds until the exam begins. Contestants, prepare for teleportation to the examination hall. He held the card high, and a surge of power emanated round him. The card's final evaluation for me is Indomitable Spirit. Shenyi stated firmly, even if I'm all alone, I will walk this path until the end. Xiao Yi's hand curled up, clenching tight. Zhu King said smugly, I'll give you what you want, Shen Yi. No sooner had he spoken than the short text on the card appeared. The exam begins. Outside the Sky Palace, the card's announcement, the competition begins. First round, find a way to reach the floating island below. Shen Yi was surprised. Is this the exam venue? I must find Xiao Mingyu first. Damn it, it's pitch black. Without a blazing flame, I can't see anything. In the darkness, Zhu Qiang, Zhu Yan, and one other person surrounded him, preparing to attack. Shen Yi quickly dodged aside. Ryu Yu. He scoffed, you noble family descendants only know how to ambush, don't you? No sooner had he spoken than a spear pierced through Shen Yi, and a mocking voice spoke. Whose fault is it that you lost your flame? Go die. He suddenly looked behind him, then quickly used his power to throw the other person flying. Frost Blade, Humiliation, Activate Effect. The noble families all rushed towards him, and Zhu Qiang laughed loudly. This is the consequence of going against us. Shen Yi, the card reminded, to attempts remaining. Shen Yi, sweating, shouted loudly, come out, Calamity Remnants. Immediately, Felon appeared in the form of a blurry skull. With terrified expressions, Zhu Yan spoke first. What is this aura of death? Zhu Qiang warned, be careful, he might have a trick up his sleeve. Felon quickly urged, Shen Yi, hurry and run. My power is almost gone. At most, I can only scare them off. He couldn't help but be surprised. What? Shen Yi received a new notification. You have received a team invitation from Xiao Mengyu. He wondered, a team invitation? He instantly vanished from in front of the noble family descendants. You have accepted Xiao Mengyu's team invitation. You will be teleported to the team leader's location. Where did he go? Damn it, he was just putting on a show, and we let him get away. A moment later, Shen Yi had teleported next to Meng Yu, who asked, "Shen Yi, are you hurt?" He explained, surprised, "I was ambushed by those noble families just now. My wounds have recovered." "That's right, it's the card's effect." Shen Yi asked curiously, "Why did I appear next to you?" Meng Yu said, "That's my card's effect. The first time a team is formed, team members will be teleported next to me. There's another effect. After forming a team, the team leader's combat power doubles." He realized, so that's it. This card's effect is too powerful. The darkness gradually dispersed. A new notification appeared, blazing flame shared. He sighed in relief, finally able to see his surroundings clearly. "Where exactly is this place?" She said, "We're still on the floating island where the party was held, but the scenery around us has changed. Yunshin Port below has disappeared, replaced by the location for the second round of trials." Shen Yi pointed to the opposite side. "I see it. That's the place, right?" Meng Yu looked in that direction. "That's right. The first round's trial is for the contestants to figure out how to get there." Suddenly she remembered something and asked curiously, "Oh, right, Shen Yi, have you awakened the Dharma Eye?" He didn't understand. "Dharma Eye? I can see some hidden things. Is that what a Dharma Eye is called?" "What exactly is it?" Meng Yu then explained, "A Dharma Eye is a symbol for cultivators acknowledged by the Dharma realm. The Dharma realm is the origin of the universe. The power of all things comes from the Dharma realm. Many mysterious and powerful things can only be seen after awakening a Dharma Eye. Knowledge related to the Dharma Eye is too complex. For now, that's all I know." Shen Yi felt enlightened, muttering to himself, "So the Dharma realm I saw last time is the origin of the universe. Are those crappy cultivation techniques that the mysterious voice told me to collect really that powerful when combined?" He awkwardly touched his chin, saying, "So, I'm actually a bit impressive." She smiled more than a bit. Suddenly, Shen Yi froze, sensing a malevolent aura. He turned around and saw two dark figures in the distance. Then he quickly grabbed Meng Yu's hand. "Come on, follow me." He rushed out of the floating island area. "Jump." She stammered shyly, asking, What are you doing?" Shen Yu was serious. "Just now, there were two people behind us. I sensed a terrifying killing intent from them. It's best if we leave first. After all, the goal of the first round is to reach the island below." Meng Yu hesitated for a long time. "The condition is that we must survive to get there." He said calmly, "That goes without saying. Kill a person in 10 steps. Travel 1,000 miles without stopping." A new notification appeared on the card. First round passed. 2 people. The skin peeler then spoke. "My apologies, Sing Xiao Meng Yu. I couldn't help but reveal my aura." The great being comforted, "It can't be helped. I also didn't expect him to be so sensitive. This guy isn't some useless freeloader. It seems he knows how to use the power of the cursed statue. However, just now when he was attacked, I sensed that the power of the specters behind him was like a candle in the wind. Let's go, we're going down too." He replied, "Okay." At this moment, the card displayed a new notification. First round passed. Number of people, 4. Everyone around was in an uproar, surprised. It's only been a few minutes, and 4 people have already passed the first round? Nangang Zarui spoke up from somewhere. "Interesting. Someone else got ahead of me again. It seems even I, who ranked first, still need to try harder." Some people standing near him were curious. Nangang Zarui, the only 6-star rookie. He lightly snapped his fingers and 4 streaks of light appeared. Immediately, Nangang Zarui was leisurely seated on a sedan chair, carried by 4 respectful maidservants. "Young master, please sit steadily, we will take you down." Some people looked in the direction he went. So VIP, like an immortal. Some noble family members realized, mounting their swords and setting off. "So it's down below. Let's go too." Xiao Yi stood still for a moment, then said, "These rich second generations are all showing off their divine powers. What about us who can't fly?" At this moment, Yun Yi spoke up. "Xiao Yi, get on me. I'll take you down." She looked at the person who just transformed in surprise. "You can transform into a wolf. That's amazing." Yun Yi questioned, "You call this asterisk a wolf?" A gust of wind quickly headed towards the A moment later, several participants had quickly moved to that location. Damn it, I couldn't even pass the first round. At this moment, Shenyi and Mengyu were on a motorcycle. He observed the situation. This place is also covered in fog. She suggested a solution. We'll probably have to use the blazing flame to illuminate the surroundings. A new notification appeared just as the two landed in the nearby forest. You are entering the second round. This round is not a combat assessment. The details are as follows. The tide of the underworld is about to arrive. Scattered across the island are many statues of deities. Contestants must find a suitable deity statue and gain its protection to safely pass through the tide of the underworld. Failure will result in elimination. You two are a battle team, so you only need to find one deity statue. The blazing flame had helped the two clear away the fog. They stood before the giant statue lying there. Mengyu wondered, are these scattered statues the deity statues? How do we gain its protection? Then Shenyi exclaimed, so big. Suddenly, the statue's eyes lit up. Then a heart shape appeared, saying, Pure Maiden, if you too wish to gain my protection, then help me gather my complete body. Restore my divine power. Then I want to drink the blood of your companion, and you must strip your clothes and dance for me. Mengyu hesitated. Can we choose a different one? Shenyi scolded, nonsense, the tide of the underworld is extremely terrifying. If you want to live, do you think you won't have to pay a price? The card displayed information, statue of the lecherous dance god. This deity is deceased. She realized the lecherous dance god, so it's a deceased deviant cult god. He angrily stabbed the statue with his sword. Get the hell out of here. It cried out in pain. If you don't agree, then fine. Why did you strike? Shenyi cursed even more fiercely. The statue cursed. They've gone far. It actually ran away. Never mind. Let's find another statue. There are plenty of statues on the island. We'll find one that fits. Mengyu advised. He was furious. Only the statues remain, and they're not necessarily good things. In my hometown, gods like these would be banished to the mortal realm and turned into pigs. He looked over there. There was actually a horse lying flat. I like this kind of rustic deity. Brother, the beaming tide is coming. Can you protect us? She stood by, thinking to herself. It sounds like he's insulting someone. Information appeared. Incomplete War God's Mount statue. The statue spoke. Just as you said, I'm just a flat horse. I'll just lie flat. If you want protection, you need to find my rider. The girl next to him used her sword. As long as you both maintain respect for him, he will definitely be willing to help you too. Shenyi was delighted. That good? Where is that person? It was about to speak. A surge of power struck this mound statue. At this moment, the great being approached with a smirk. Shenyi was annoyed. These are the two who had malicious intentions, standing behind us earlier. What's your purpose for persistently following us? The two slowly tore off the masks from their faces. At this moment, their true forms were revealed. Shenyi was surprised, his eyes wide open. And Zhao Yibing, we're over. Why are you still clinging to me? Suddenly, the great being's eyes flashed with a green light. It's Zhao Yibing. She cried. He was angry. Damn it, it's the power of the undead. You see what's happening in front of you. Xiao Mengyu, just as you said, she's not Zhao Yibing. She quickly said, run. Shenyi, I can feel they're stronger than before. The peeler just now waved their hand, creating red threads. Do you think I'll be like last time, letting you two escape? You turn your head and look. Big trouble. The great being slowly brought its hand closer and muttered. Now, the item should return to its owner.